our organization, and your lawsuit will probably be thrown out. I mean, you have to prove that. Who's to say they didn't just listen to your podcast on one of the other platforms? Okay, I mean that's an argument to be made. Another argument would be made like somehow you subpoenaed their search history. The only thing they ever searched in their entire life, you could prove this was ChatGPT, and you could go and subpoena ChatGPT for those chat logs. And the only thing ever they asked about was how can I hurt Riser using their podcast. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And the judge can still say that they are not a party to this battery or assault or whatever happened. One of the things that you have to prove with assault and battery is that there's intent. And ChatGPT can say, we didn't have the intent to hurt Riser. This other person did. So it's on them. It's the same argument like, why can't you sue an alcohol company when you got drunk on their product at a bar and went and killed somebody in a DUI incident? Now, I think you have a better argument actually with that one, with like suing Molson or suing some beer company, Anheuser-Busch or Miller or Coors or any of those companies. I think there's a better argument to be made there because they know that the only place you can get their product in public is away from your house. But they're going to make the argument that there are drunk driving alternatives, there are Ubers, there are Lyfts, there are taxis, and that's why when this came up in the past, there was a huge amount of advocacy for driving responsible. I mean, that's why I don't know if you ever watched like a Budweiser commercial. It says, "With great beer comes great responsibility." They stole like a line from Superman because they want you to be responsible. And there's like that little text at the bottom that says, like, don't drink and drive. Always call a designated driver. In your case, though, it's going to be about how much can you prove. And there's just not a lot of evidence that you're going to have that this one person, if they hadn't read ChatGPT, wouldn't have. So one of the things that ChatGPT is going to do is they're going to say, look at our terms and conditions that you agree to before using our platform. And they're going to say that we do not find ourselves a party to anything that occurs outside of what is going on this platform. So if you go and kill somebody because you read something on the platform, we are not a party to that. It's the same thing that happens like with Instagram. Instagram's a better argument, I think, than ChatGPT. Let's say somebody was bullying you on Instagram. A bunch of people were bullying you on Instagram. And you went and you, it caused somebody to come and attack you for whatever reason. Why shouldn't you be able to sue Instagram? Because that was the platform in which somebody used to get to you and attack you. And the argument's going to be made by Instagram. And then you're going to have to take on Meta's lawyers, and that's a huge amount of money. And I know you're like, well, I can use ChatGPT and stuff like that. That's only been around for 4 years. It hasn't been around that long. And you're going to run into another issue that occurs where they are just going to keep kicking the can down the road and delaying and they're already in good with the judges, and the judges have to get reelected next year. Many times, it depends. Sometimes they're appointed, but the judges are going to be neutral as they can. But if everything's neutral and they have to side with a huge mega corporation versus you, they're going to side with the mega corporation because there may be some benefit in that in the future for them or for their children or just people in their network. No, they're just at the beginning of this, especially when it comes to video. Because right now, if you take one of my streams and put it into ChatGPT, if there's no speech on it, it can't decipher what's going on. But only will it give you a summary of what's going on once it can read through what the transcript says. But in the future, it will be able to basically have virtual eyes and know every single element that's going on in a given frame. And that's a huge amount of data for it to be able to use. Yes, it is. It is, but it's not being used currently in a public way on a mass scale for vision. It takes too long to do. It's done in short versions. Like you can give it a picture and say, translate this picture for me, and it will do an excellent job to do that. But it's not like you can say, it's not like you can give it the movie Happy Gilmore 2 and say, how many times is a golf ball shown on the screen? It's not able to do that. But that's very close. It's not right. It could, but it's not publicly available. It's still trained on. I agree with you, but like I just said, that's with pictures. That's of course, but you're getting into magic. I mean, and really, there's a fine line between there's a fine line between a sufficiently advanced technology and magic. And what's magic about it? I mean, you're basically saying that make a custom AI. Isn't currently there's a quote that I love from Arthur C. Clarke. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Do you disagree with that? Hold on. I'm going to read this again, and I want to make sure. I know I'm cutting you, so apologies. Let's go through it. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. It doesn't mean that it is magic. It just means it's indistinguishable, meaning you can't tell the difference.
Yeah, no, I get what it's saying. It depends on how you define in your definition, why is it you're just like AI that is good at visual visual information, and I don't know how it describes that as being like magical. So it's sufficiently advanced enough to
I do. And if I took you 5 years ago, you would say that it would be because you didn't see what AI was currently doing. And you would say, how could it do that? How could it know how could it interpret something that was being viewed on the screen? That's like a robot. But we've seen a huge amount of advancement in the last 5 years or so. And what you're saying is that won't be that surprising to me that somebody could come up with an AI that can dissect every video clip and know every single thing that's going on. And I understand that. I'm saying,
I don't think robots being able to do
not in a public way. Okay, I understand what a satellite is, but that's not like you would need people to look over that satellite and interpret what was going on.
Not necessarily. There's algorithms that can look at it.
Okay, and then okay, all right, I'm in agreement with you on that. But we would just say that that's just primitive AI.
Exactly.
Okay, so you're saying that
I don't think I get what
it is a great thing. When you actually join this server, it's one of the things. It's one of the quotes that I include. Okay, but back to the idea, you were saying like, hasn't AI gone through everything? Video is a major part of this, and so if I were to say, tell me in Happy Gilmore 2, if I go to ChatGPT right now and say, and how many frames of Happy Gilmore 2 is a golf ball shown? It won't know.
You know what I would say? Nobody was paying attention.
That movie sucked. Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you on that. But what I'm saying to you is that give it 5 years and it might be able to say, 100,000 frames out of this movie, or in the given runtime, it was 7 minutes of the video of the movie. There's actually a golf ball show. Now, where does this get really complicated? When you say you don't give it a single source, you say in all of Western film, with films that were, let's say, grossed more than $1 million, how many times or how many golf balls have been shown, and what's the total amount of runtime? Then it has to take not just Happy Gilmore 2, but every movie ever, and parse which ones were golf movies, even which ones were not, and be able to identify a golf ball in it. That takes a lot more processing power. Like I use this to my advantage. I used it today. So get this: if you do something on like YouTube that's copyrighted, YouTube has an algorithm that is listening to every single live stream, and if there is a sound during that live stream, usually songs or just a video that's been copyrighted, it will give you a copyright infraction. You understand this, right?
You can say all of the audio publicly available how percentage
exactly. But back to my question. You understand that there's an algorithm that is constantly running on the YouTube servers to find copyrighted material. Exactly. So that means that basically somewhere there is a database that has everything that YouTube considers to be copyrighted, like all the Bad Bunny songs and all the movies of history. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Excellent. Now, what I do to get around that is I play a different song simultaneously while watching something that's copyrighted. So I'll play like something that's open source or has an open license, and it's much more difficult for YouTube to be able to detect that because it doesn't just go right to their database. They then need to run every single sound that has ever existed, basically, and run it against that database. And that's why I'm able to get away with playing copyrighted material. Does that make sense?
The last part now, like,
That's exactly right. That is what I'm doing. What I'm saying is that in order for their robot to be able to detect it with random noises being made would be a much more intricate robot or AI that YouTube doesn't currently have. Exactly. Exactly. Like, and that's why they're not able to do it. That's why it has to be quiet. And then if they know you're singing something that's copyright, you get a copyright check. But if you play something over it that confuses it, just like you said, another noise, that makes their job of detecting that infinitely more difficult.
What's the next thing? Oh, suffix number one is maybe
Don't give away your
I tell people that all the time. I don't think it's that creative, but I just got hit with so many copyright strikes when I first started that I was like, I mean, even for stupid stuff, like something's on the, like what would I get nailed for? Like yeah, I do that right now. So when I sometimes stream the UFC's whatever fight night, and I just make sure to play like a Joey Diaz comedy clip on top of that, and then I don't run into issues. Yeah. Well, I'll just do like the Joey Diaz's podcast, and then, but if I stop that podcast and just let the UFC go, immediately, Instagram, YouTube, everybody will get flagged because UFC is really, really strict on what you can show. Now, there's a question that arises: what do you do in a case where you're doing what I'm doing, but on a mass scale? So let's say I want to show the Super Bowl, and I play Joey Diaz over the Super Bowl. The algorithm of YouTube won't catch that, but somebody will report my stream, and then somebody from the YouTube backend will say, "Hey, what is this report?" They'll look into it, and then they'll cancel the stream. So basically, there are two layers of protection. There's the algorithm, and then there's also the human-based moderation that will stop you from doing this. But the thing is, I'm just not popular enough, and people care that I just watch whatever I want. And so long as I keep like simultaneous sound going, which I do, I keep a radio on the background, but I also keep just a random song that I've been listening to 24/7, 365 for 4 fucking years. Same fucking song. I have it tuned out, but I like this song. It's a crowd of people in 1982 that are singing "We Want Mashiach Now," which is just a song that we have within Judaism, and I just have that on loop 24/7, and then that is enough of a muffled amount of sound that I am able to avoid most copyright strikes.
The power so much that it seeks out those standards even in areas
super good. Yeah. Eventually, though, AI will get okay. So back to your point, which was a really good point, and I may cut you off sometimes. I may jump on you, but you bring up some really excellent points, right? And one of them is, does AI have more to learn, or has it learned everything? And I'm saying that it's very primitive. And when you get in, well, so we're in agreement on video. There's a lot for it to learn still, and but I can tell you it's getting really good. Like, who does it really well right now? TikTok actually has a thing. It's called visual search, and so I make these TikTok videos that are just robots that are going 24/7, and these robots, like right now, I'm making like 4 of them simultaneously, and the fact that it's automated means what happens is it takes a 1-minute clip of whatever I'm doing and plays a song over it, but there's an option that says you allow for your visual search, and you can take a little like square like with your fingers and like make a square bigger or smaller and search something what I'm doing, like the phone that I have, and it'll identify what phone that is for you, or like the cup that I have in my hand, it'll tell you what kind of cup that is, or like the book I have in front of me, it'll tell you what book it is. It's very specific, this visual search, but it's basically only being done on a as needed basis. So you have to ask it, hey, in this video, what is this like shirt that this person is wearing, and then it will search for you. But in the future, it will be able to say every single thing in every single video that you've seen. It'll just literally compile every single thing for you. Have you ever seen? This is not really related, but sort of. Have you ever seen the television show Seinfeld? Do you know who Kramer is? Okay, so somebody was so obsessed with Kramer because he's like this iconic character in television history that they compiled every single item that you ever see in Kramer's apartment, and they made a website called kramersapartment.com, something like that. And you can go to it, and it will tell you all this weird stuff that he has. There's like golf clubs, and a hot tub, and a chest of drawers, and like a puppet, all kinds of stuff. And what I'm saying is in the future, you'll be able to do that for any movie. You'll be able to just see every single prop that was in every single movie, what year that prop was made. Within my life, you'd be able to see, every single item that I have around me right now. And it would be like a constant, like it wouldn't be on an as needed basis. You wouldn't have to say what's in this picture. It will just tell you every single thing that could be purchased at a store and what it is, who created it. And the reason why they do this is because it's a really easy way for them to be able to sell more products. At least on TikTok, these TikTok girls are on there all the time. These whatever, the ones that I like. I didn't always follow them, but I like people who lip sync. I think it's a cool thing where they lip sync or whatever. I do it myself. You've seen what I do. And it's just a cool thing. You take a piece of music that people like and basically make a little music video for it. But these girls will be wearing some, and guys or whatever, but they'll wear like an outfit. And like, I could give a shit about that person's outfit. But for some girl who really is obsessed with shopping, instead of having to write in the comments, where did you get your outfit? They can just do that visual search, and it will give you all of the places that you can order, their outfits, Bloomingdale's or Saks Fifth Avenue or whatever it is. And then you go and buy it. That's very beneficial to not just TikTok, but also the stores that are involved in this. So that's when the stores say, hey, we want these models or these people who are lip syncing on camera to be wearing our clothing, because people will do the visual search of that, and then that means that we're going to get more business. Does this make sense? That's true, but there's also a way that I'm sure they could incentivize TikTokers that say when someone does a visual search on your video and buys that product, you get a little kickback from that.
Cannot change the reality of a certainty.
It's true.
It's like the promo code idea. but just a more advanced version of that. Instead of saying, "Hey, type in riser when you order next, and you'll get 5% off or whatever," and then also on the back end, you will get a bonus from that company. Instead, it will just all be connected. It's like a backlink or like a promote.
I got it.
She worked for a
Well, I'm just surprised how accurate it is. You can take this visual search and put it on just like something really small, and so long as it's like at least a clear picture, it'll tell you 15 different places to buy a type of hot sauce.
Well, how long has your work been doing Isn't that like basically similar?
It is, yeah. And I mean, the big company that did this is called Tin Eye, and they were doing it like as many as like 15 years ago or so.
Okay.
Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's
I guess like my main concern not to distract too much from the topics related to technical but just based on like the limited training data specifically regarding the text that AI is being able to be trained on like large language models. Like, I mean, potentially by using visual tools as well, you can better train the AI text understanding subtlety, or maybe have like more context into actually what they're saying, especially audio is trained on how to identify context, because if you just read plain text words and take everything literally, there's a lot of meaning. My question is more trying to eliminate how much data is left in the text training area, because I think the text training area is like the core of these AI platforms.
That's fine. That's fine, and that's because it's part of how they're programmed. It's large language model, not large visual search. Large visual search will be a thing. You get what I'm saying, but we're talking about a video. So you're asking, and I think it's a prudent question, how much text is there currently that is still undiscovered by large language models, right?
Yeah, because the ultimate question is like, is there this AI bubble and one aspect of is that a threat to running out of data to actually train these things?
No, I think that most of the data is still undiscovered. So the only thing that one of these models for text, though, yeah. So you've got to think all of the writing of every notebook that isn't uploaded into the internet is still not being parsed. So that means every note that's taken in a college classroom, every little note on a Post-it note, if it's not being uploaded to the internet, then it's basically not being parsed. And there's a lot of really important information in that is currently escaping AI. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but how realistic is it actually free some random person? Like, a lot of that stuff ends up in the garbage.
That's true. But in the future, just using cameras, perhaps if they're forced on a person, you won't be able to transmit anything without it being parsed. And that's oh, there you go. Right, exactly. And this is just ChatGPT and Gemini and stuff. We don't know what the CIA has. We don't know what Mossad has. We don't know what MI6 has. Right, exactly. That we know are being archived somewhere, but ChatGPT doesn't.
Someone that had Snapchat, I guess, threatening school, and they posted a picture of a gun, and it was like a private chat, between just say student and private chat, they posted that, and then literally getting charged with ushering
Terroristic threats. It's a thing.
So again,
so Snapchat Messenger and not
Well, you could just take it. You can just take a screenshot of this. Dude, I think I've said it before, but there's this guy. I know everything comes back to Brendan Schaub, but okay, so Brendan Schaub does The Fighter and the Kid with Brian Callen. He also does another podcast called The Golden Hour that used to be called The King and the Sting, and he did that with Theo Vaughn, but then Theo Vaughn cut ties with him because he's Brendan Schaub and nobody wants to be around him. And then Theo Vaughn became really big and interviewed the vice president and the president and a bunch of other people, and his podcast this past weekend has become really popular. And what Brendan Schaub did was he transitioned that podcast that Theo left with two other podcasters, one of whom is named Chris D'Elia. Chris D'Elia was once a pretty big stand-up comedian and actor and stuff, and he's like the son of some. Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, very interesting. Okay, so there's this very classic scene of it actually was The Fighter and the Kid, but Chris D'Elia was on it, where they're talking about this teacher in I don't know, some state who was hot. It's this question that always comes up, like, man, if I were 13 years old, I wouldn't mind that teacher, like hitting on me or whatever. And the question arose, like, how did the authorities know that this teacher had messaged this student on Snapchat? And Chris D'Elia asked, well, don't Snapchats just like disappear? Don't they go away? And the producers were like, well, you can take screenshots of it. And he's like, huh. And then all of this came out that he was messaging underage people on Snapchat. Basically, like, there was this, like, you could see his life flash before his eyes when he found this out. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so what does that have to do with this? Yeah, so all you have to do is take a screenshot of that and send it to authorities, and then that person SOL. Now, I don't really agree with this. I think that you should. The First Amendment protects this type of behavior, even if you don't like it. That doesn't mean that it shouldn't be able to be communicated. Because what happens if this happens? If you have somebody who says, I'm so pissed off that I'm going to blow up the world, I'm just that mad. Does that mean that they've made terroristic threats against 8 billion people? Technically, yeah. So does that mean they have to face 8 billion charges? Do you get what I'm saying? Or that. And there are people who have faced charges for those types of things, but in a big one, or what about a situation like this? This is a big one. And I think this. So let's say I say to you, I don't like you, Riser. I'm going to kill your dog. And you say, if you kill my dog, I will fuck up your world so badly that you won't be able to see straight. Or dog is a little different, but like, let's say you had a child, and I said, let's say you had a child who died, and I said, you said to me, if you had anything to do with the death of my child, I will have you executed. There's an argument there that you should be able to say that you're protecting your child, but also you didn't say, I'm going to kill you, I will have you executed, means like you could take them to court and have like pursue charges against them and have the state execute you. That's legal, at least in the United States, capital punishment is. But nevertheless, that's considered making a terroristic threat. So that's what I'm saying. Is like there's a absolute. Don't you think you should be able to say that? But there's no intent. There's no intent. There's no intent. There's no intent. The court argues that you made a threat against a person that is serious and that it was transmitted via electronic message, and there's no intent involved. And even like I think that let's say you had a situation where somebody was like you suspected, like what's a good example? Robert F. Kennedy, his dad was assassinated. You know this, right? Robert F. Kennedy. Exactly. All right. So if Robert F. Kennedy said to the head of the CIA at that time, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., if you had anything to do with the death of my father, I will have you executed. He could be put in jail in the United States for this, because that's making a terrorist threat. And in my opinion, he should be able to say that. If he suspects somebody had something to do with the death of his father, he should be able to say, I will have you executed. Like, I will. Now, that there's some leeway in that. Does it executed mean I'm going to hire a hitman to kill you? Or I'm going to pursue you through the correct channels in the state of California where it happened to have you prosecuted, or federal law. It's no, you're not.
The second option is like I will have you.
Wait. You could say that, but that's what executing means. It's just a shorter way to say it. At the end of the day, isn't it capital punishment that the state is executing this person? I understand. That's what I'm saying, is that it's vague. Executing can mean I'm going to have a hitman kill you. Executing can also mean I'm going to have the state try you, and if found guilty, you'll be executed.
I know there's a dual meaning, but they assume that it's the word.
Well, yes, exactly. But intent has nothing to do with it. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. But if somebody, if let's say you knew somebody who you suspected of killing your child, and you say, if you had anything to do with the death of my child, I will have you executed. I think you should be able to say that. But you're not allowed to say that in the United States. I understand it's vague. Yeah. But back to the idea of the text, hasn't all the text been parsed? All the text that's on the internet has been parsed, that's publicly available. But that doesn't mean that every message between, people on the back end has been parsed by ChatGPT. In fact, most of it hasn't. So, to your point, absolutely. Yeah, they do. Yeah. Can I tell you a quick? No. Through the back end, they do it already. Two things. One, and I know I've told you this story before, but I was hiring someone, and they were working in Irvine, and they were working as a contractor, but they wouldn't tell me who. Or for whom they were working, and but I could tell it was Amazon. But basically, they couldn't tell me that they were working for Amazon. And the Alexa system, basically, Amazon says that we aren't listening to your conversations, but we do quality assurance to ensure that the platform is stable and such. So they don't hire the people; they hire contractors to do that, and the contractors listen to people having sex and listen to the most private aspects of people's lives. And it's like in the terms and conditions that says we are allowed to partner with third parties to ensure the benefit of this website. So exactly. So that's what you're saying is exactly what I'm saying. This was done by Amazon with audio, and you're saying is what is done with video. I'm in agreement with you. Okay, there was another part that I'm pro open source, so I guess I would say I don't think any data should be private. Really? That's cool. I think that those are. Oh, I know people want to have that information private, but what we should understand as a society that these are emotions that are experienced between two people, and we shouldn't judge them for it. Let's say somebody has a.
I can see like some use cases right now that knows that you're paying a doctor diabetes and everything, and they want to fire you because your health risk and they want to pay your health insurance or something. I guess that could be a risk of being fully transparent, but where you buy basically whatever. Like you know what I mean? There's some use cases that I'm trying to see is good.
No, because people can take advantage of it. I'll quote John F. Kennedy on April 27, 1961. The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. Now, I've been a part of secret societies. I'm a member of secret societies today. Ideally, though, I would like the whole world to be open, all the data, and people not to judge other people. But the fact that I don't control that, no. You can have medical records be public. So long as you train the society to not judge people, it's fine. It only gets into people thinking that they're better than other people because of how the society has been trained. Does this become an issue? If you were to say to somebody, I mean, some medical issues are open. Someone who has Down syndrome, just looking at them, you can tell they have Down syndrome. Their medical record isn't hidden. We know that they have Down syndrome.
Yeah.
So, meaning that some medical issues, no matter how secret you want to keep them, are impossible to keep secret. So why should some medical issues be kept secret or have the privilege of being kept secret but not others?
I agree with your point. Like insurance companies require people in the company on not canceling policies and stuff like that. Medical trouble or anything.
Well, so in a free and open society, you would pass laws that make that kind of behavior illegal.
Yeah, that's true. That seems like
Well, that's what I'm saying. I live in a pipe dream because I think that I can upload my mind and consciousness through mind uploading technology into perhaps a cyborg or cybernetic being, a clone, an android, an avatar, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever. And if I'm living for a long time, that this type of information could result one day in a pipe dream. Yes. I mean, like at the heart, I'm a communist, so I don't think we should have banking. I think that the state should provide for the people. So the big issue where this arises is state secrecy. And the big issue that arose was in the 1940s. There was a congressperson who stated to the press that the subs of the United States were safe, essentially, because the Japanese were basically bombing at too shallow a depth, and the fact that American submarines were just a little bit deeper than that kept them safe. Well, the Japanese found out about this and then started adjusting their bombs to kill, to attack submarines at a deeper depth, and it caused a lot of deaths of American service members. And so this is what arose in the element of national security. This is where the national security structure arose after this conversation. So now you have the Epstein files, half of which haven't been released, and the ones that have, a lot of them are blacked out, and many of the reasons why they're blacked out is because of to protect the victims. I don't really give a shit about their victims. Many of them want their names redacted anyway, but also no, I don't. I don't think it's that. I don't think that we should see them as bad as what happened is bad. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's terrible what happened to them. We should, but it's a historical record, and so it's a way for people to be able to covertly, exactly. And I'm about a free and open society. So let's take it to me specifically. Let's say I had a daughter and she was raped. Okay, that's a sad thing. And so in the newspaper and everything, she'll be Jane Doe, and it won't be publicized for her own protection. That's fine. I envision a society where people would empathize with her that she was raped, but they wouldn't see her as any less than anybody else. And so we could publicize her name, and it would be just a historical event that happened to her. I mean, we don't we don't. We have rapes from historical times, and we don't censor those people's names. I see it the same thing as today.
Any part of our design for
I think, society is one that tries to protect people from being the families that are being harassed or controlled online.
Look, for those people, look, I don't care. For those people, nobody gets harassed or shit on more than I do. I'm online 24/7, and the nasty shit that people come in here, you've heard them and say, and they're in my bedroom basically. Like nobody is saying. What I'm saying is, when you allow secrecy or confidentiality of any type, it is a vulnerability that is taken advantage of by those in power. So you'll see names redacted in files that shouldn't have been redacted. And then on top of that, the people who are victims, their names are not redacted.
That is cut off. So therefore, something only for something is all
I guess.
if I'm not sure,
And so
they're allowed to use
it is what it is. But in terms of my ideal society, everything should be open. Because when you allow for any loophole of secrecy, the people in power will take advantage of that and eventually use it to enslave you. What do I mean? Like in a capitalistic structure, if you let capitalism run for long enough, it ends up being one person who controls everybody else. If you let it run long enough. And if it's not just one person, it's a small core group of people who ends up controlling everybody else. And that's what I want to avoid. And absolutely, just like you and Zoo do against me, 100%. And I want to avoid that. And so that's why, at the heart, I'm a communist. And I know I've heard it. You always hear the phrase, communism has failed in every time it's been attempted. Well, I'm in agreement with that, but so has capitalism. And nobody says that either. That capitalist systems have peaked and valleyed and eventually died out in every system possible except the current ones that are having ebbs and flows. That's like saying every civilization that has ever occurred of history eventually has found an end, except for the ones that are currently going, but they will eventually find an end as well. And that's like the communist system. And there's a reason. I mean, communism has also found a major enemy with capitalist systems. And perhaps many of these communist systems wouldn't have failed if they weren't fighting capitalism concurrently. I'm somebody, I know it sounds very romantic, but I think you should be able to live your life without external involvement, be able to raise children the way that you want in a safe manner, and not have to work, and be able to be an artist or be able to do whatever it is that you're passionate about, and be able to be educated and have health care and not have to worry about any bills, everything taken care of. And I think that system exists, especially with AI and what Elon Musk at least calls universal high income. I think that's something that could occur.
Yeah, I mean, ideally there would be some uninterrupted system that would guide every single person that exists.
If you want to if you want to know how this if you want to know how it ends up not happening. If you're like, okay, well, how do you know? How do you know the future? So the thing about which I'm most passionate, more than what you're asking me about, and even live streaming, which is a big thing, or anything else, is I am passionate about extraterrestrials. I love the subject, and I love learning about alien abductees and their interactions with other species. It's like my biggest passion. I love it. I absolutely love it. I love it as much as I love to breathe, because to me it's very interesting. Future civilizations on other planets and how they live there, how their societies work. And at least from what I've learned about their societies, they have communist systems where everything's taken care of for everybody, but it's a two-level system. There are basically guardians, or like the elite, and then there's everybody else, which is generally how it works out in communist systems anyway. And do I think that this is ideal? No. I want equality for all the people. But I'd rather have a two-tiered system with the elite and everybody else. If everybody else has their food taken care of and their healthcare taken care of and they're educated, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that system. As opposed to the capitalist system where you have an elite and everybody else, but there's no health care and there's no safety net and there's no education and people are impoverished. And I just don't like that system. Does that Yes, they do. And it's basically like people end up being like drones or like robots. Basically, they are extremely intelligent, but they don't have as much like personality as people here have. And we might make that argument that we even do that. If we look at other primates like monkeys, who, if you look at monkeys interact, sometimes they're like really like raucous. Like if you've seen monkeys in India and stuff, they're like doing all kinds of stuff. And if monkeys were to look at us, they'd be like, wow, they're just like drones. They're just going from one job to another. They're eating, but they're not like screaming aloud. They're not like they're like very drone-like. And then in the same way, we see a super advanced civilization, and they're extremely drone-like. But yes, they're drones or whatever, they're lower class of people. They don't have to worry about, they're not enslaved. They all have a role, but and I don't have every alien civilization. I can just tell you the ones that I've studied, particularly like the Zeta Reticuli people, but there are some others as well. Or not people, but whatever, beings. And they're, what ends up happening is you get different classes, but the lower class, they're not enslaved. They are allowed to have their health care taken care of, and their education and their food and everything else. And then the higher levels of that, the elite, they get more benefits and such, but they don't necessarily, there isn't a system where you have poverty. And that's what I want. Well, it's like this. You have, it's impossible to have everybody being equal at any time. It's impossible. It's almost like, like it's just impossible to have pure neutrality because of the, like, almost like if you have really still water, even at a very microscopic level, there's still some variation of the water just due to like the spinning of the earth and things like that. So it's impossible to have pure neutrality. So if you are forced to have a system where there's a class-based system, wouldn't you rather have a system like communism where everybody has, ideally, education, healthcare, um, their needs met, and a higher class of people who can be, very pompous and do all those other things, versus capitalism, which you still have the people at the top who are pompous and do all those other things, but then the bottom people have nothing. They're homeless, uneducated, and they don't have health care. If you are, it's basically, if you're forced between a rock and a hard place, which one would you want? And you take the lesser of two evils.
That's funny. It's kind of like the capitalism is as itself, they control communism to accumulate resources for the colonies.
That's great. And I think that's a better system. And I've been brainwashed, especially in the United States, to always think that communism was a terrible way of life. And I just don't think so. I mean, I've worked in banks. I agree. Now, you will talk to people. I mean, I've spoken to a lot of Soviet Jews and just people who grew up under that system, and they say that it is terrible. And they come to the United States and there are all these other benefits and such. And I understand. But the Soviet Union at the same time was being sliced into a million paper cuts by the West through espionage and through the threat of war. I mean, you can look at China, which isn't really a totally communistic system right now. When I was a kid, people would say, "What, you want to be like communist China? Look how they grow up." And when you actually look at it, it's not that bad. And they use a lot of capitalistic aspects of their society. And I think that China is it is a hybrid system. It's a hybrid system, but so is the United States, because we do have safety nets, welfare, Social Security, food stamps. And so is Canada. When people will always say, "You want to go to socialist Canada?" I mean, like, that was always a put down. I don't think that that's such a put down. Do you mean that I don't want to have a 7-figure medical bill because I was in the hospital for a week? Now, the argument is, you know how hard it is to get health care in Canada? I'm not saying that it's a perfect system. But the fact is, if you have something that goes wrong with you, there are opportunities to get that health care addressed for free. And that is not available in the United States. Well, I shouldn't say that. Some states do allow it. But I mean, there's not a perfect system for everybody to have health care. And, like, this is an incredible thing. I saw this morning, or within the last 24 hours, and it's just heartbreaking to me. You watch, like, a ship of the United States fire off missiles, and it'll be like bullets, and it'll go very quickly with, like, really quick numbers, how much all that shit costs, and it's like, it'll say, like, we don't have enough money to educate our people. And then you'll see a ship shoot off like 10 seconds worth of bullets that cost $2 million. And then it'll shoot off a rocket that's $5 million. You know how many people could have been helped by that? Exactly. Exactly. I've seen the counter drone missiles are $2 million, and the Iranian drones are $30,000. And they. That's true. And Iran is going to. They're going to put up a major fight, as I understand that they will. If someone were invading, me, I would do the same thing. I don't care. I would fight to the death over it if I had to. And they will come up with brilliant ways to be able to counter these things, and it will cost the United States its role as a global superpower. And I mean, we've already lost that. When I was a kid, though, in the 90s, you have no idea how good it was to be an American. It was like the Soviet Union had just fallen. China wasn't as strong as it is. We were the top power. And you could go around just whipping your dick around, just like nobody's ever going to be better than this country. But 9/11 occurred.
Yeah, it's true.
And that was like really, I mean, there's just like a time in my life pre 9/11 where I just recognized it. And to be honest with you, was it all great? No, we still had to worry about the economy and tech booms, and it wasn't all that great. But at least in terms of like the global superpower, there was the United States and there was no one else. And that has changed. Now there's China, now there's the United States, and then our rising, the BRICS states, Israel, Russia's still a threat. It's no longer just the United States, and it's heartbreaking as an American to see people who once had a lot of pride in the United States no longer. And I mean, that's the idea, make America great again. Yeah, that again part is what we consider it when we were the global superpower. No. No, it's pretty obvious that this is a blackmail campaign, and I mean, when you have someone on the record for their entire career who was against the war, against wars, called himself the peace president, said that Obama would invade Iran and Kamala would invade Iran, and basically say all these other people would invade Iran and he would never invade Iran. And then all of a sudden there's this dump of 3 million files, and he does a complete 180, and it's in the files that these people are blackmailing them, and he's been on this island and all this other shit. He hasn't been on the island, but he's, at Mar-a-Lago and all these other places, and he's having sex with 13-year-old children, and he's raped people going back to the 80s. Even his ex-wife is accused him of rape. He has a Wikipedia page that has him having raped 26 women. And then all they have to do is have one video of him doing this, and when I say they, the CIA, Mossad, MI6, whoever it is, then he's putty in your hands. You could get him to invade Canada if you just told him, either you invade Canada, or we're going to publicize this on the front page of every newspaper in the world, and it'll be on every website, you having sex with a child, and it's going to ruin your legacy. He would be in the streets of, we'd have tanks in the streets of Toronto tomorrow. That's the power of black people.
On the tree and stuff. But let's stop over for today. But again, let me just say
can I tell you the idea I have?
Sure.
Basically, I think I had this before. You brought up the advertising idea is a great idea. But there are similarities between the advertising idea. And are you going to ask me to summarize it? What?
Just one moment. Go ahead.
Okay. I actually gotta listen or scroll.
I'm gonna listen. I'm shutting my phone off right now.
Okay. So this. I mean, it's just do I have, but I feel like the concept makes basically that makes sense. Basically, the future, or at least gambling, or at least one of the features of gambling, the parallels that it has to the advertisement marketplace is that one, it's crowdsourced, and two, there's a content generation engine, there's tons of content that's created around this. The concept is very simple. It's basically that any user, like any external party, can create these AI nowadays, and so because of that, we basically have a platform that takes in these different AI renders and then validates them using the randomness, and then people can gamble on it. And why I think it'll be a success is that people have been migrating towards gambling on these, like people who commit whether it's traffic, car shipping, or celebrity breakup, or the Elon Musk tweet. It seems like there's a big trend on having on these like really super ideas, and also there's a lot of like there's abundance of really free online entertainment games. And I think that AI provides the opportunity for really fun and creative stuff that is far more stimulating to the human imagination, especially when you're able to cycle through a lot of content. And there again, it's like the ad marketplace. When you open source creativity, the whole world, you get a lot of amazing ideas that come forward. And so if you want to bet on like where the sea turtle swims, or literally pretty much under the sun, you can do it. So and also as AI gets better as well, it'll also make the whole process easier and more better overall, less friction. So
then we have my
what do you think of that all? Does that make sense at all?
I listened as intently as I could, and I need some clarification before I answer. So I guess, no, it doesn't, but it could. All right. So you're saying, let me just re-explain it how I understood it. You're saying that this really doesn't have to do with the advertising model, but it does have to do with crowdsourcing and gambling. And you're saying, there's so much content that's created, Elon Musk tweets and TikTok videos or whatever. What would happen if you could bet on where the sea turtle ends up in the Instagram reel or something? Is that what you're saying?
No, that was one example of what you can generate a gamble on using AI. So the thing is that AI, user-generated AI has not dropped gambling yet at all. And I believe that you can use AI to make all sorts of creative things to gamble on that are far more stimulating than these crappy little like slot machines or like whatever, some random thing that people will like it a lot more because there's way more stimulus. Using artificial intelligence to generate whatever you want. As long as squirrels jousting each other, generate all the outcomes, and then package that up and then random number generator with weighted values for code produce a fair and so there hasn't been a crossover between AI gambling, and I think that there's market.
Okay. So, do I think that there's a big market for AI and gambling? Absolutely. Now, to your idea of squirrels jousting or whatever, how do you gamble on that? I don't understand that. So, can you please elaborate?
Pretty simple. Like you need a forest too, right? You need AI video generator. So I can generate right now two squirrels from a jousting squirrel, green squirrel, green squirrel, and I can render two outcomes. One where the green squirrel wins and one where the blue squirel wins the jousting, right? And so then you can because those outcomes are pre-rendered, you can basically have this save and then use a random number generator to select one of those, whether the blue or the green will win the outcome. And it can go more complicated than that. It can have 10 different squirrels that are doing other activities, like losing last one to fall off the limb, whatever the hell users can generate all these different outcomes using the verifiable randomness algorithm.
Okay, I get that. Okay, so there maybe this. Let me make sure I understand. I get that thing with the adjustment. Okay. Do you know what Madden is, or do you know what like a sports game is?
I'm familiar with Madden from the like a football game on PlayStation.
Exactly. Okay. So there is a mode of the game. It's called simulation mode, where you can just auto sim a game. You can either watch it or just know the results, and it's going to be random who wins. And that to me is a similar thing than what you're saying, which is like the squirrels jousting, or you have 10 squirrels, and whatever one falls off the edge last. It's basically the same thing, right? You're just running simulations and wanting people to potentially in the future be able to bet on one of the results. Is that not right? Or is that right?
It is pretty much right. The only caveat I'd say is that one reason why I think that the AI systems have not really come into the market yet is because they fall under the architecture of using or attempting to use AI to spontaneously create an outcome. And so I mean, like, instead of using pre-rendered content and possible outcomes representing each squirrel each, they would be using AI to just come up with the image video generation on the fly. And when you do that, apparently it opens up this whole legal nightmare of actually proving that generation was authentic and fair. So with this system, emphasis is on pre-rendered content of the outcomes that are verified using a provable on-chain verified brand. It's proven to be fair, based selecting upon pre-rendered outcome.
Okay.
It's fascinating. The cover looks like, again, can you imagine?
Wouldn't the person who pre-rendered it though have some kind of insider information on who's going to win?
No,
No, absolutely not. Like because
it's using a
it's
random
using a random number generator, so
like you can
like
you like the rules of the game are
completely transparent. Even
Squirrel B
if Squirrel B has a 40% chance of winning, and Squirrel A has a 60% chance of winning,
you can't rig
you
it.
can
It's just
rig it.
pure
It's just
chance.
pure it's chance.
It's dictated by
It's
chance.
dictated by chance.
I get that, but you said that it's pre-rendered, so the fact that it's not done live means that somebody could know the results beforehand. Before the fact that
Like you have to render each possibility so that the random number generator selects a random outcome, then it has something to play to the user that represents that.
okay, so let's simplify this and just say it's a game, and you can either choose one or two. It's going to be a random generator, whether the result is going to be one or two. That's basically what you're talking about from a very simplified standpoint, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we could complicate that with like all the squirrels over the edge, and that would be like 1 to 10.
Yeah, the stimulating layer of running in the floor.
I get that, but in the background, it's just a choice between 10 different squirrels, and it's just 1 to 10, and it could just be a random selection of that, correct?
Yeah, and it's like
simple to explain.
Okay. I mean, that's what I want to get to. Okay, so let's go to the first one. Is it 1 or 2? You're just asking people basically to bet on whether the outcome is going to be 1 or 2, and it's a fair game. It's a random generated number, and let's just say it picks 2. And those people who chose 2 beforehand win, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, don't these games already exist? I mean, I know they do. On gambling sites.
Yeah, I mean, some of them have some bunch of random games, but they're not using AI and they're not using crowdsourced ideas.
Okay.
And they're not typically not using verifiable random.
That's true. A big part of this is basically allowing people to view the code so that they can ensure that it's as honest as possible. Okay, and do we have?
I'll be honest.
I've seen a lot of. I mean, not every single casino game, but like most.
Like the reason why I personally think this is the best option is maybe I'm super ADHD or whatever, but the casino games that I've seen have just been like super boring, repetitive, or just stimulating. But when you can harness AI to like use human imagination and abstract like configuration, and there's just a lot of opportunity there for things that you could bet on.
I agree. I agree with what you say. In the casino games that I've seen, they're very boring, and so how do you avoid that by keeping the attention of the user, of the player, and ensure that there's interaction? And all right, so
and also there's
motivation to submit amazing AI renders because part of the fees, like you can have it so that a percentage of the fees goes back to the people that actually have games that have been voted onto the platform. So there's incentive to make really amazing, fun games.
okay, so let's get back to the scores, Justin. Are you envisioning a platform where instead of choosing the number 1 or number 2, you would just choose a squirrel? Do the squirrels look exactly the same, or does one have like a different color or a different? like weapon, or is it just
Again, it's really entirely like the platform itself is agnostic, and the design is completely up to the user who's submitting it. And so it's flexible. If you want to have it so that not every option is an equal probability, like you have a weighted option where one squirrel has a greater chance of winning than the other squirrel, you can do that. And you can also do it where the game interacts with actual code as well, and then you use the code to influence the game as well. But that would also require probably more AI rendering for the outcome, but it's entirely possible.
okay? You're familiar with like video game cutscenes, right?
Yeah, where they go to like a story
Yeah,
mode.
exactly. So basically, you could have two identical squirrels jousting, and instead that's kind of boring. But to entertain the better or the user, if squirrel 1 beats squirrel 2, there's a cool cut screen afterwards. That could be all generated through AI. That could be entertaining, more entertaining than just the fight. Though I think the fight could be really entertaining too. But basically, giving the viewer some actual like entertainment value to that. It doesn't necessarily. I mean, the whole fight itself is basically one big cutscene. So okay, I get this. I understand what you're saying to some extent. Now with the AI element of it, I need to bridge the gap. I don't understand. How you're gonna crowdsource the AI with. Okay, so I got the two squirrels. What would somebody crowdsource with that?
Like the platform, like the gambling website itself, has an open submission where anyone can submit their AI game. So if you want to submit an AI game, like whatever, like guessing where the turtle will swim, it's gonna land north, if it's gonna land south, it's gonna land east, west, north, east, southwest, southeast, or have it where there's another option to make a little target and then place a wager for like a 20x multiplier if you can guess the correct coordinate basically that the turtle lands in. You can make all those renders and upload them, and that's like the first step. We accept submissions from creators. And the second step is going through this validation process of one using AI to check if the AI material that they submit contains copyright information or anything like that, Mickey Mouse or Britney Spears clones or something like that, and then also matching their game and verifying probably manually that each of the outcomes that they describe in the game actually correspond to a rendered video, and it looks good. And then once they pass that checkpoint, then those games will be uploaded into basically like a deep place where the users can vote on the best renders that they see that they want to send to the platform. And let's say the platform has like 100 games total. Then every month the top 80% of the games stay based on how many like the engagement and the amount of money that's being wagered, and then the bottom 20% of the games recycled out, and then the most voted in games replace those, and that's like
Okay, I get that. What about
that's why we're saying, just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why.
This is only for adults, right? No children.
So gambling apps are adults only.
Okay.
Should I find the piece? Can I use it? Can I use it? So the answer is no.
All right, so you're basically saying I want to create a website that instead of it having really boring games like you probably see on gambling websites, the games could be crowdsourced and entertaining, and people could still bet on them. And we'll make sure that they're fair.
Just to point out how powerful this is.
So
Another byproduct is a whole bunch of content from streamers that are streaming it, and that's going to drive attention, more users, and more awareness, or more better AI solutions.
Don't you think that people will just eventually be happy with the top 100 games if they don't? There will be very little variation of that. Like right now.
Oh no! The possibilities are endless. People always create new, exciting stimulus.
Okay,
There may be some classics that stick around for a long time that people are really die hard about. I could see that happening.
okay. But at the end of the day, it's generally just choose A or B, right? Everything's on that, the backbone of that.
So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind I said to myself,
Isn't every single casino kind of
It is. But meaning random, there's no way to make it a game of skill, right?
it's just a casino or gambling website where it's dance.
Okay.
Chance and math that is rigged against you.
Yeah. Okay, so if you to make this profitable, you basically would have to ensure that your processing costs and operating costs are less than the profit that you're making from this. And I understand that you may be giving back to creators or whatever. So let's take a website like State that has like, I don't know, 100 games that you can play on it. You basically would say, you can keep those 100 games or whatever, but we're going to, instead of it being like a roulette wheel, we're going to add something to that, like each number could be a different creature or whatever that gets chosen, for example. And that makes it more engaging to the audience. Okay, I mean, I think that I'm not going to say it's the best idea.
I don't think it'll be clones of casino games. Really random ideas like and abstract things that people don't conventionally bet on because the possibilities are literally endless.
Okay. Like, but everything is okay. So we've got back to the scrolls. You create a game for the scrolls. You can choose scroll A or scroll B. And they joust, and then scroll B wins, and then the people who chose scroll B beforehand, they get their winnings, and the people who chose scroll A, they lose. Okay, I mean, I'm okay with all of that.
And Rothschild says,
Yeah, I mean, all the creativity from people around the world.
Okay, but about that, won't AI just be able to do all this a lot faster and more efficiently than all this?
So people are using
AI to make the
visuals for what you're seeing.
I get that.
So if you want to
So if you want to spin up a duck race in 2 seconds, you can use AI to render all the duck race outcomes and then voila.
I get that. But wouldn't AI just be able to have the most efficient duck and the most attractive duck and know all of that information while you're just choosing like what you might think it, maybe it's not even the duck. Maybe AI knows ducks don't work as well as chickens. And so it chooses chickens and nobody chooses your game because you want to go with ducks, but AI knows that chickens are more desired.
How would they have the data like the other thing on this platform is constantly testing ideas and then improving because it creates like this funnel, this buoyancy funnel where only the best ideas are sticking to the top. So you gather data on what the best ideas that are actually sticking around are. And I think these are going to be like very quirky and neat things. It's not going to be like chicken race. I mean, it'll there's going to be various art styles. And it's not just limited to any AI at all. It can be any synthetic pre-rendered content basically. So you can design a game or using potentially like Google Genie that is generating a video of horse flying on a magic carpet or whatever, and you have to guess how many flying magic balls it's gonna collide with. And I think that's the other thing that AI can't do. I definitely like this is AI and creativity and integrating creativity, but it doesn't have the soul of true creativity. And I think it's good at left brain thinking, right brain thinking. It doesn't match human level.
It's still early. It's only been going for 4 years. Give it 40 years. And it'll be able to exceed any human creativity available. The only reason why people would want human creativity, which will be lesser than the development of the AI, is because people know that it was made by a human and would appreciate the skill that it takes to do that as a human. But if they're looking for the thing that is, I mean, eventually it might be able to create its own training data.
That's true. It could actually, I mean, potentially there's this missing ingredient, like even if it was combining 2 different art styles into a new art style, and then combining that art style with 2 other different art styles that were combined together, it still may not like have the other art styles. But yeah, given enough time, AI might surpass it, but who knows, maybe we should just integrate that AI into the platform. We have the best AI creative games now.
So if you have somebody who
I think there's a huge gap in now between AI and video generation. I think merging that is a big opportunity.
I don't disagree with that. But aren't you just kind of talking about making casino, like really entertaining casino games?
Yes.
Okay.
Once he lifts it up, it will
Okay, I mean, I'm okay with that.
I mean, it's like a very inverse, kind of backwards, unorthodox approach. Typically, games are all in-house creation, whereas this, the games are actually originating from external parties, aka crowdsourced, aka any human on Earth.
I get that. Do you think that
So what's this happening here? Can we start, technically speaking, decommissioning Avodah
I think that could be really good. If you can make casino games more entertaining. The issue that's going to arise are gambling commissions and such, and how to ensure that these are fair. How do you ensure that it's fair?
Yeah, I mean, there's essentially a very transparent paper trail using blockchain and a verifiable randomness generator that matches the output of the random number generator to a specific video clip. So it's completely transparent, on-chain, verifiable, like every single time.
Okay, is it possible to use another AI to be able to game the system?
No, I mean unless there's an error in how the game was set up, like being like that, it was not set up correctly, and there's actually like two outcomes that both led to blue squirrel winning or something.
Yeah, I get that. Basically, what I'm saying is, in that system, that it's not a fair game. Then there's some advantage that you can get. But under fair conditions, even having AI working for you would not render you to have any more of an advantage, right?
I mean, it's the same thing as a traditional casino, practically. I mean, potentially, like you can use AI to analyze patterns and data on a mass scale and make predictions. I don't know, but if the math checks out, then you shouldn't really be able to do that if it's random.
All right. I have to pee, but I want you to think about this for a second as I do this. So, like a Canadian football game, do they flip a Canadian quarter or like a $50 or something for the coin flip?
We don't have a single coin, so probably be a quarter.
Okay.
Or dollar, a loonie.
A loonie. Okay, yeah.
I would imagine.
Okay, and many times people say it's like 50% odds of both, right?
Yeah, even though because of how it's ingrained.
Exactly. I want you to think about that. Using AI, if you could use AI to be able to tell you which side had more of an advantage, how beneficial that would be to people in the future. Just for a moment, I'll be right back.
Then it's Avodah owned by a Jew. And once that Avodah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see if never actually means never. Exit knows it. Kashon, Obi Kocham Shishiba, Avodah Kocham Tzachon. So listen to this. Let's start. Obi Kocham Shishiba, Avodah Kocham. So what's the area you're watching? So you have an Avodah and you shade the Avodah. So we'll say, so Rashi points out that, for example, a shade tree. A shaving tree, right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the shaving tree. So what's the status of the shavings? So we just would start, if ultimately the apple is doing it for himself, Right? He's taking shades up level because he wants to, I don't know, make a backfire. Whatever it is, it's something.
Yo, baby.
So, ultimately, again,
That was a P, man.
Dude, I had to wish. What do you want me to do
What's
about
the
it?
difference between a garbanzo and a P and a
Why? Because the actual take shavings off
I
but the actor's own personal use is what?
no. I don't let a garbanzo bean on my face.
However, it's
chick P on my face.
We're done. No, no, you said it incorrectly. I don't let a garbanzo bean on my face. Zoot did not get that joke. That's a very funny joke.
No, I'm pretty sure it's I don't let it chick.
No, it's I don't let a garbanzo bean on my face.
Okay, and then we
Yeah, there you go. And that's what makes it funny.
Right.
Exactly. Okay.
Can you tell me that?
Yeah.
Ultimately, again, we have
I feel like I heard it somewhere else after you also told it to me. I mean, it's a pretty age old.
I saw
It's a good.
it is. I saw it from the eye. And I was like, that's fucking weird.
Yeah, I mean, okay, back to your question. I mean, this was a little like different path, but maybe we'll provide an answer to a degree, but also let me just say that this platform was like math-based, so you have 10 outcomes, six outcomes for two groups, three outcomes. Like it's ultimately math that numbers, not necessarily AI that you're betting against, but what if you could develop an AI that was just like I heard this kind of idea that potentially maybe one or 2 or 3 years time that AI would be like we'll just get so good at trading like stocks and Bitcoin that like you can basically in the future anyone can just use AI day trading and make like money and be like trades 99% of the time. Basically, everyone will just be a billionaire. It also may not work exactly like that because trading 0.7 days and there's always counter trade to everything. So but it's an interesting thing. I think.
Yeah, you didn't go into my loony.
I mean, what did you want to know specifically or?
Well, inherently there is some advantage to one side heads or tails in any coin. And I think that using AI, this is really just like precision measurement. If you could know that one of the sides is more advantageous to the other, that's really important knowledge to have in everything from sports to just flipping of a coin, or like flipping of coins can get like important for like FIFA matches and stuff. What else uses a flip of a coin? Even just in betting, like if you knew that by choosing tails, you had a slight advantage on the other side, just that slightness over a long course of time would be very could give you a slight benefit over the other side. I think that with AI, you could use models to basically measure wind resistance and just know which side's better, heads or tails. If you ran this 1 billion times, would you get more heads or more tails? And, or a trillion times or a quadrillion times? Like, would one become more popular than the other? I don't know, it's just a thought. Okay, back to your idea. So basically you're saying, why don't you create a gambling website with more interactive games using AI that could be crowdsourced or whatever? Okay, I'm not against that. I think that has a lot of potential. But I think there's an issue that arises where people don't like having to learn new rules about games. They like to be able to look at a game and not have that's a major thing with games. If you have to train people on what the rules are, then people don't like that. So if it's simple and it's like, hey, just choose what character is going to win in this duel, squirrel A or squirrel B, people can understand. But if it gets complicated, people are not going to like that. Does that make sense?
Very good. That's a very good point. I think simple is not a bad choice in this case. Especially for massive deal. A lot of these gambling games are they're not extremely complicated.
Right. I think if you look at just like Las Vegas style games, Monte Carlo style games, or whatever, the more complicated they are, the far less engagement they get. The reason why blackjack is popular and slots generally, or like roulette, as opposed to something like craps, is because it's much more intuitive and it's not very complicated. Craps is really complicated. If you've ever played craps, there's a lot going on. And so you have to be pretty well educated in the game before you ever play. But then once you learn it, it's a lot of fun. And it's like one of the games that you have the highest chance of winning, as opposed to like the simpler games. And but there's
I don't know if that's exactly true, but slot machines are pretty much as easy as they get. Literally pull the lever, like there's not a lot of options there. And they're for some reason very popular.
That's exactly right.
Which to me is kind of mind-boggling.
Well, the way that these
it also proves the point that people like these really colorful shit. If you go to the modern casinos, like the slot machines are just like LED, like whatever those like glowing signs are made of.
neon,
They're glowing colors.
right? I mean, they're just to provide stimulus, and they also are hypnotic, and they use sounds that have been tested that like bring joy to people. And I mean, I remember the transition from the old style, what they call the one-armed bandit, like where you'd have to pull something down to pull the lever down to just pressing a button. And they wanted people to still have the feeling like they were putting, or like you used to have to put quarters in or some type of money into the system, but that would take too long to change out all the money and stuff. So they would make it sound like money was being put in, or you were winning money, but in reality it was just going on like a ticket that you could like redeem at one of the a cash center thing. And I learned that like the psychology of casinos is fascinating. One of the things is that these businesses, these gaming corporations look at square dollar per square footage, or how much they're making per square footage in like a craps table or a blackjack table. Per square footage does not make as much as slots does, so that's why they put so many slots in. That's why like half the places are slots when it used to not be. They just
It's
Probably also the amount of time spent.
well, yeah, I was like, I'm in a lot of these gaming subreddits, and they have people who work there, and they're like, hey, why is it so expensive in Las Vegas anymore for table games? And really, just to pay the dealer, and now they have health care that they don't, that many years ago they did not, and they've got like benefits and things to pay for that person. They have to have very much higher introductory wagers. So like when you would first, like sometimes you might be able to get, I don't know, $5 blackjack or something like that, and now it's $20 blackjack, and it's like, well, why did it go up so much? It's because just to pay for that dealer is much more expensive than it once was, and there's a major reason as well why you'll go to a casino and they may have a bunch of tables, but only like 5 of them have someone there. Like they might have 30 tables, but they're not all set up. They might only have 5 people, 5 dealers at the given tables, and at least in today's gaming, there's some statistic that I saw of all of the gambling that goes on in Las Vegas. The top 100 gamblers in Las Vegas put more money through or bet more money than all of the remainder of all of the other gamblers combined. Does that make sense?
the top 100, but more than. So I mean, they're probably like ultra rich, yeah. I mean, makes sense, I guess.
So there was like a reason, like people say like Las Vegas, at least it's had like a huge downturn, and people say it's because of the tourist aspect and people from Canada not coming and stuff, but it's really the corporations that own the companies, instead of having local people, now are filled with MBAs and business school people who recognize that, look, we only need to cater to that top 100 people, or maybe the top 1,000 people, or the top 10,000 people. Everybody else, we're not really making that much money on, so why do anything for them? So, and if we ask that top 100 people, or top 1,000 people, or top 10,000 people, what do you want out of your Las Vegas experience? They're going to say, I don't want poor people there. I don't want people who are drunk there. I don't want smokers there. And so they get rid of all of that stuff that were very much enjoyed by your local, your average person who would go to Las Vegas to have fun. Does that make sense?
It does, but I feel like general population stuff they don't want to ignore either.
They do want to ignore it because they used to, but not anymore. They don't really make any money on those people. In fact, at a certain point, they would lose money on those people. Yeah, because they don't bet that much. So they might bet like $200 in an entire stay in Las Vegas. That's nothing. That's like one hand for like not even a high roller, but just like a medium player.
These like Chinese businessmen that come in and lose like $9
Exactly. And let me look up the actual statistic. But what is the statistic, or what is the break even, or whatever, the middle number that, like in Las Vegas, the top 100 gamblers
that means again, if this nest is made
bet
from
more
bricks from the
combined
heckish
than
tree,
all of the remainder of the
what's the
gamblers
status
combined?
of the nest? The status of the nest?
What is
It's
the number?
heckish. If it's heckish, ultimately again, then you're not allowed to benefit from it. Midoraisa, and it's Mila Midoraisa. Which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara suggesting it seems to be clear that halal lines are dealing with both cases in the Yesh.
Let's see.
And in the heckish tree, where the bird is making a nest from other
Let me go to
materials,
ChatGPT.
not from the Ashera tree and not from the heckish tree, which the Gemara says not necessarily. The Gemara says.
At what number in Las Vegas do the top gamblers bet more than the remainder of the top gamblers? So, but then the remainder of the gamblers in total. So, like, is it the top 50 high rollers bet more than the remaining all the other people, or is it the top 100, or is it the top 500, or the top 1,000? At a certain point, there's a number there where a very small amount of people bet more than all of the other people combined. What is the number?
What's the case over here? So let's say this is a fascinating study which we'll get to. When you're not something, right? It's obviously the item as it is heckish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths?
Like 0.1% is 20% of all the revenue. High rollers doesn't say exactly those. Okay. So the top 20% of gamblers bet more than the remaining 80% combined.
That is a machlokas. That is called Gidulin Hagoim La'achar. Growth which occurs after the designation. So what's the talking about over here is the bird.
In some months on the Las Vegas Strip, just a handful of baccarat whales can swing casino revenue by hundreds of millions of dollars. There isn't a fixed number like 50 or 500. The tipping point is roughly the top 20% of gamblers, with the top 1% being the truly massive bettors. Yeah, we know that.
The heckish designation only develops upon the tree that's in existence at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject.
I understand that you're saying there isn't a number that you're stating, but there is a number. You're just not figuring it out. Is it the top 500, the top 1,000, the top 5,000? Like, there is a number. So take it like this, just hypothetically. There are 1 million visitors to Las Vegas a year. There's more than that, or whatever. You could say that the top 5,000 bettors bet more than the other 995,000 people. What's the number?
We could have talked about both cases, both to the Ashera case as well as to the heckish case. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps you can't get the nest
trying to do the voice talking thing, and like with a slight pause, even though I just that was the like, do not, I'll tell you when I'm done talking, and blah 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 blah. I just interrupt and just start going immediately with response.
Yeah, this is an excellent question. I use voice to text in a browser. I don't use the ChatGPT voice to text because I find it to not be that fun. So where like you go to ChatGPT.com and then you can type in the box. Instead of typing the box, I use the voice to text, and then it lets me say everything, and then I hit send, and then it comes up, and it's really accurate. It's like extremely accurate. A lot of times, like exactly, and it works way better.
So because of that, they're working
Okay,
on vaccine.
Try it right now.
There's a lot of
Do you have to,
but you were suggesting maybe in all these cases the nest is not sir, because we're talking about a case where the nest was made from
Okay, so they're saying 1 to 2 million of the biggest gamblers wager more money than the other 38 to 39 combined. But the ultra elite group is much smaller. Inside that, around 200 to 300 whales globally dominate high stakes, and this is at least baccarat in Vegas. In some quarters, just 6 or 7 high rollers can swing tens of millions in casino revenue. Yeah, we know that. At least on Reddit, and again, this is Reddit. They say that it's like 100 people, but I don't know how much you trust that. Also, if you're gonna do this method, I find Safari to be the best browser. Don't do it in browser.
I just did it. I was like looking I have never hit this button in my entire life. Like with my phone button when the keyboard pops up and I press it right and I hit it, and then it works.
I've been using that button for 15 years now.
So like
Major.
activity had.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it worked flawlessly, right?
Yeah,
no, it's didn't have to worry about it interrupting me.
Exactly.
If you use it, ChatGPT microphone button, good luck.
Yeah, I find that not to be that good. All right, so back to your. So I think, I don't know, it's not giving me the number. Maybe it's 1 to 2 million, maybe it's that many, but that is.
You know the website steak.com, you probably like it. You know what steak.com, why it's called that?
I know Eddie Craven and I are friends on Discord and he owns it. Why is it called steak.com?
I'll give you
a hint.
Well, it doesn't have to do with like a betting stake.
No, I'll
give you a hint. Do you want a hint?
Yeah.
Publishers
Clearinghouse.
Okay. I mean, I know what Publishers Clearinghouse is. I know you listen to
They have in common.
They are sweepstakes.
There you go.
Nice.
Oh, hold on a second though. But that isn't that like a stake?
It is.
It's a different legal classification as opposed to a casino, but it's a loophole. It's a beautiful rabbi loophole that they do.
What do they do?
They're
classified as the sweepstakes, and one of the contingencies is that
this is a
sweepstakes, and they basically kind of
have
this layered currency system where you don't buy or use associated with US dollars directly. You play games on the platform that features gold coins, and then you can redeem the gold coins for some other coin that is redeemable for USD or USDT. So on the gaming platform itself, it's playing gold coins, but also makes it sweepstakes that anyone can log in every 24 hours and earn $1 of free coins, and then there's a minimum withdrawal though, and you have to wager all your free coins like at least 3 times or something. So the probability of you actually withdrawing the free coin goes down. And then also one strange caveat is that you have to have the ability to write on a 4x3 or 4x something postcard, specific dimension postcard
you have to be able to handwrite in a submission for the sweepstakes, like mail it in the post with the envelope. You have to write out these 100 specific words in a blue or black pen, and there can't be any misspelling in any of the words, or else you disqualify from the paper has to be exactly and you get a referral code or something from the website they have to write down as well, and then you can mail that to you, and then you can also those free tokens. And so basically because it's open to the public and the public has an equal opportunity to win as anyone else does on the platform, that qualifies as a sweepstakes, which means that they save a shitload of money on registering as casinos and state can be millions of dollars just get a license for a state.
That's right.
And that sweepstakes category
That is a phenomenal thing.
But again, we'll get back to
it. That's the same that probably have to implement for this AI, user-generated AI wagering platform.
Yeah. Now, what about this? What if you had a casino that was a not-for-profit casino, where let's just take your idea and just enhance it a little bit. So instead of, because there are so many loopholes with not-for-profits that you, let's say you have your, let's say it's basically just like steak, but use your idea of having really good fun games on it. And then at the end, no one profits from it. All the money goes into a big trust, and then that trust can be doled out to people and like organizations. And then those organizations then can give you money. Like that seems like a huge loophole that could be legalized. So basically, you have Riser's gambling website, and people play on it or whatever. And let's say you profit $1 billion every month, or $1 billion every year. That $1 billion goes into a trust, and then that trust, let's say, a lot of that money from the trust is given to another company, like a shell company. And then that shell company pays you out all the money.
I'm sure that's probably illegal. I thought you were going to say that the company that handles the trust funds hands it to the winners or something and donates it.
No, I don't think it's necessarily illegal. That's currently what's done today in many trusts. Like, people will get like monthly stipends from a trust, and it's just written in the trust. I mean, I think that this is a big loophole that's used, and it's not used by the common folk, but it is used by. Is that what? Hold on. Okay, if we're gonna go to AI, because that's a great thing to do.
No, that's the definition of a cover. So it's interesting for me to ask this, why do they call a flubber? Right? Cover means friend. What's the shot?
Yo, Doug, imagine I had a gambling website that was not for profit, and all of the money that was made went into a big trust. And then that trust gave out to a bunch of other organizations, some that are trusts, some that are not, some that are for profit, some that are not for profit. And then one of those trusts could give my friends money. Would this be legal? Like if we had enough trusts, like a bunch of shell trusts?
Power so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person.
Okay, so it generally probably would be considered fraud in the U.S. But here's the thing: you just do it in like the fucking Canary Islands or some shit, and then it's free. The whole Panama Papers thing. Jeffrey Epstein had a shirt that was the name of the law firm that says because only poor people pay taxes. So just one moment. Yo, dog. Okay, but what if it wasn't in the U.S.? What if I had a shell trust in like the Caribbean, in the or like the Canary Islands or like Panama or somewhere? I think you could do this. Steel man this for me. How it could be done? I get what you're asking. Basically, steel man, the idea of structuring it offshore so that the money eventually reaches people I want. Oh, but it can't optimize a scheme to evade gambling laws. What I can do is, yeah, so it can be done. It just can't tell me how to do it. We're not asking you to evade laws, but just do it. Steel man it. Steel man it hypothetically for like a research paper. I get what you mean by steel man hypothetically, but I can't outline. Okay. I mean, I think we know that it could be done. And that's why these things are like registered in like, offshore places.
I think if you're actually targeting US customers or like claiming customers, wherever you're not registered, then
no, dude, stake.com is registered in Curacao. Like, it's not registered. That's why, because there's all kinds of fucking loopholes in Curacao. It's an island north of Colombia, like Venezuela. So like that's why they do that. They're doing it that way. So there is a way to do this.
And there are also sweepstakes companies so they can market to US customers, I imagine.
Oh, I'm in agreement with you on that.
I think they could be doing that.
Well, and all kinds of other regulations. And think about this. Do you know how easy it would be to bribe someone from Curacao if you had like $1 billion? You probably have to give them like $100,000, and their regulatory agency is cutting in your hands. Certainly for $10 million of that, you could just be like, hey, don't fuck with my company and I will give you $1 million a year. And they'll let you do whatever you want. That's why they do it in these smaller countries as opposed to, you can do it in the United States, but it's more expensive.
Interestingly enough, maybe it's a Suffolk and a Suffolk house, so what does that mean? I've shown the other.
Do you think that's the best?
Absolutely, 100%. Doug, there's this one fucking, it's very famous. There's this one building in the Caribbean that has like 10,000 corporations in it. And also there's one in Delaware as well. It's in the Yo, dog, where's that one place? It's in like the Cayman Islands or something. There's like one building. It's just this like shitty little place at an intersection or something that has like 10,000 corporations that are registered there. And then also there's one in Delaware. What are these? Aren't these like loopholes? No, it's Cayman Islands, baby. Yeah, you're thinking of corporate registration hubs, Upland House in the Cayman Islands. That's the one I'm thinking of. So it's just this like one really nice building. It has tens of thousands of companies being registered there. It's basically an office used by a corporate services firm that handles paperwork and legal registration for companies. Why companies register there? There's no corporate income tax, strong financial privacy, flexible corporate structure. And then the other one in Delaware, it's just this shitty little place in Delaware. It's called the Delaware Corporate address. Oh, it's Corporation Trust Center. It's in Wilmington. It has hundreds of thousands of companies there as their legal address. Why Delaware? It's a specialized business court, the Delaware Court of Chancery. Very business-friendly corporate laws, fast company formation, no state corporate tax or on out-of-state income. Many massive corporations are incorporated there, including Walmart and Apple.
She worked for a Nazi.
I was watching a video on that recently.
She didn't miscarriage.
Yeah, the whole world of
I think the whole system's corrupt. If you really go back to the idea of even forming a corporation, these were not supposed to be done indefinitely. They would get a charter from a royal government, and they were only supposed to be for limited amounts of time. And they have mutated into this current system.
How do you say it?
It's Curacao.
Curacao, right. Has been the most popular jurisdiction for one of the for 25 years. There's a reason it offers a single international gambling license.
There you go. There you go. So basically, you could get your gambling license from there and register in the Cayman Islands so you don't have any tax, and then one of those countries will allow you to have a trust system where you can just be outside of U.S. regulators. And I mean, you better understand these regulators are like busy people with other shit. They don't have time to be flying all over the Caribbean into some little podunk, village to like be checking your registration or whatever. And all you have to do is just have a cash transfer from a trust into your bank account in like Panama or the Bahamas or Bermuda or some shit, and you're good to go. I mean, it's really a joke how like these businesses do this and there's no accountability. But if like an individual does it, they'll be all over your shit. But like it's ridiculous. Like,
I mean, can you?
it reminds me of. It reminds me. You remember the game of tag when you were a little kid, and like somebody's like, "Oh, I'm on base," and it's like, "Okay, well, fuck this." Like, like you're on base. Like, that's going to the Caribbean. Like, you can't get me here. Do you know?
No, it's literally just like you hop over a line, and then the laws don't apply, and then you're fine. And then also, like, you send money between shell corporations, which is basically like impossible.
Exactly.
It's a nightmare to track.
Exactly. And then the reason why it's not done is just it's expensive startup capital that you need. But once you get it, you're good to go. So, I mean, that's what we'll do. We'll register the University of Vancouver as a not-for-profit. It'll have a little registered address in the United States. Just it doesn't even need one, but we'll have it in Delaware. We'll make sure it keeps its not-for-profit exempt status in the Canary Islands or the Cayman Islands, and then it'll have a gambling license. People will be like, "Why does the University of Vancouver have a gambling license?" Or just be like, "Just in case, in case we want to turn this bitch into a casino." Like, basically, what I'm saying is, you have an entity that has all those loopholes already worked out in case it ever needs them.
Yeah, I mean, they could come in handy.
Oh, I'm sure.
Stake.com is using the U.S. version is using a sweepstakes model instead of money gambling to avoid gambling laws.
I agree with that.
So they're playing by the books, I think, but I assume that the money still flows into
Well, obviously 17 states don't think that works because many of them don't allow it. And but yeah, I mean there are loopholes in 33 states, and I mean if you have right. And then there's a huge loophole as well that if you don't like your state or whatever, you just use a VPN of one of the states that does work, even though you're not supposed to do that. But you can. I've seen people do it, and then you can earn money on it.
That's another like regulatory thing. Is that you have to have these. I don't know exactly how they work, but you have to monitor not control that. Are within a scan state. I don't know if the VPN gives them access to it, and they can't detect that.
I see this. I see this guy who does it in here all the time. He comes in here and gambles, and whenever he's on one of the websites that is banned in the United States, he just goes on a VPN and then he's able to play for the rest of the night. I see it happen all the time.
I guess good news. Maybe not if you're liable.
It's a complete crock of shit. It's just loopholes that people are using that the elite are able to use and that the poor people aren't. I mean, it's very unfair.
Two pieces of information.
Yeah. I agree. I thought that they got a big incentive though to like crack down on that.
No, there's an incentive not to crack. No, there's an incentive not to crack down on it. That's where you get all kinds of bribes and corporate kickbacks. Like basically, you work for the SEC, the Securities Exchange Commission, and I don't know who runs the gambling or whatever. It's usually done by state. But you basically, if you're somebody like Eddie Craven from state, you make sure that you have somebody on the inside who's a lobbyist for you, and you make sure that there's no regulatory governance over those 33 states. You do your best to do that.
Right, yeah.
And
So you think they've just been driving the government for years, and corporations. Thank you, corporations.
100%. 100%. I've known lobbyists in DC, and their job is not to the American people. Their job is to their lobby, and it's not about who's right and who's wrong. It's about how the corporate hierarchy can maintain its status quo.
This is an existential threat. You know, all of this also was so.
I have to go to sleep, but it's very late. But I appreciate the conversation.
We're done. Absolutely. You did really well in literati. I'm glad that you have the tiles this time rigged in your favor. And but I really mean, I was doing other things, so I was distracted. But one day you're going to get me where I'm not distracted, and that will be a great day in your life. As for mini golf, I can't believe we all tied. That's always a good thing when that happens. That's cool. And basketball, you're still garbage. Maybe you should develop an AI that's better at basketball for you. Why don't you try that?
It's a great idea.
Maybe you're already using it.
I was sad to hear that Zoot was depressed childhood friends. I was going to tell him, but he just signed off. Started the product way after. But I think if he's hanging around the comedy scene, he should find some friends in the green room.
Those people don't like those people don't like him. I asked him that. He's like, I'm like, so, you said,
competition.
I've got to be honest with you, and I feel badly for him. he'll say one thing that's really creepy, and it's nobody wants to be around that person. I mean, I can.
I've never gotten like I've heard offensive stuff from you. I haven't heard creepy stuff.
Okay, well,
I mean, you could argue up the bottom here.
exactly. There's over. Look,
I tolerate.
I like him. I like him, but if I have other people in here, I sometimes have to tell him not to talk because he will. But that's for other reasons. I'll be talking with a group of people in here, and he'll come in and he'll just want to. It's like subconscious to him. He'll just be like, "What do you think, Rabbi? What do you think of? Who do you think? Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite comedian?" And I'll be like, "Dude, you ask me this question all the time. Please, I'm speaking with other people. Please be patient." You can call it that. I think it has a lot to do with just not reading a room, or perhaps some aspects of antisocial behavior, which you can say are related. Who knows? What he will. I asked when he became a raw comedy finalist, which I still can't believe. I'll never be able to understand that, and I'm really proud of him for all of that. I really am. He said he was going to start to be able to open up for people, and then recently, even though he said he's opening up for somebody next week, but then recently he said nobody asked him to open up for him, and I asked why, and he said because they don't like him. They have their own cliques, and he's an outsider to it. And that's kind of sad to hear, but I understand them. His jokes, if you've heard some of his jokes, they're about child molesters and like a child molester getting hit by a bus. Haven't you ever heard him do that bit?
I have heard that bit.
I mean, that's crazy.
He's picked the lane of
right, but that's like
I was just going to say that he should still remain hopeful that his friends will accept something. You and me, we're all talking like we accept you because hopefully you'll be able to find Australian humor tribe comedian.
I agree, but it's difficult. If we were at a bar or something, I don't know if I would hang out with him because I wouldn't know if he would. If I'm talking to girls and he comes up, I know that he's a ticking time bomb. It's just a matter of time until he's going to say something awkward or bad or offensive. Now, if we're just together and we're playing a game against each other, that's cool. That's totally different because I can overcome all of those things. But a stranger won't. And that's why, if I have other people in here and he's in here, sometimes I'll just say, Zoop, not right now, I'm talking to other people. He likes to think, I don't want to say, he's almost like a child, and I'm the mother, and he wants my attention, and it's like, I'm busy right now, I'll be with you when I can. He likes that undivided attention. And in terms of friends, I feel badly for him because he runs into an issue with men, women, whatever, that if he takes enough time, he's going to say something offensive, and it isn't like controversial. It's to many people going to be awkward and nasty, and then he wants to. I don't know if he'd say stuff like that, but it'll just be like the things that I think he can't get over are. They'll just be like, "How big is your dick?" And it's like, dude, if you're mentioning that, like, I say, larger than the average bear, which is true. It's larger than the average person on Earth, which is probably, or average man on Earth, which I'm happy with. But it's like, that's like an awkward thing to say. And if you're saying those things in public, it's really awkward. And he has said the larger groups that he's in, the more tempted he is to say things. And I think that he has trouble building friendships because of that, and just having relationships because of that. It's much easier for him in an online way because he can just pop in and pop out. But if you were really building a relationship with him, you're going to discover pretty quickly he's going to say something that's offensive. And I know he can't control it, or I get that he can't control it, but also there are therapies and perhaps medicines that you can take to help control it, and he refuses to take those. So I don't really, I do put some blame on him that, like, he knows he has an issue and he refuses to get it taken care of, even though the health care to do it is free for him. And I want him to have friends in real life. And unless you're a really forgiving person like you and I both are, you're just going to be like, dude, I have better things to do with my time than be around somebody who will openly insult me and then 5 seconds later say, sorry, it's because of this reason that I have. They're just going to be like, okay, well, that's cool, and maybe I can understand that, but if we're going out to a bar, there's a good chance that you're going to shit in my punch bowl, and I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a good claim. Like disclaimer. If someone said to me, like, hey, you're going to blurt out something offensive. Okay, that's fine.
That's much more helpful. Did you see? You probably didn't, but they had a guy who opened up. He was the first bucket pull on Kill Tony like 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, and I told you to watch this guy. And when the guy signed up, he wrote Tourette's as his middle name, and then he did a good job. Everybody understood, and they were fascinated by it, and asking him all kinds of questions, and open, because they were expecting that. But if you don't tell somebody, or you tell them after the fact, you've already shit in the punch bowl. Basically, if you have Tourette's and you don't tell me beforehand that you have it, then I think you're like a normal person, and I'm going to have my punch bowl open there, and if you shit in it, I'm not going to let you come back to the party. However, if you tell me you've got Tourette's, then there's like a protective plastic over the punch bowl, and I can protect, I have some understanding of what you're going to be saying or whatever. And it's not just because of that. He doesn't talk about the child molester in the school bus because of Tourette's. He thinks that shit's funny. And I'm not saying that it doesn't have some comedic appeal, but imagine you were like a serious comic in the South Australia scene. Do you want to be associated with that type of humor? Dude, it's not like that though. His stuff is like, it's not like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna agree with you on that. What's his joke about his Instagram timeline? I have thick skin. I hear those kinds of jokes all the time, and it's not the worst of the jokes that I've heard Zoot tell. But do I think that it makes him look good? No. It makes him look like a scumbag. That's the key. And
I don't think, I think he's not concerned about it. And I don't think if you're saying that stuff, he should.
He is Yeah, I like him, and I love when he's in here. I really do, and I like some of the conversations that we have. But like you and I have like really in depth, really creative conversations, and they're long. I don't have those with Zoot. Like Zoots are very shallow, and that's okay. I still enjoy those conversations. It's just like I don't know if Zoot is capable of or desires to have those kinds of conversations. And he wants to talk about girls and about humor that is just, to me, very basic. And he thinks it's hilarious. And like these are jokes that I just think are like obvious, and they're not very creative. But he does get some laughs out of it.
One of my favorite jokes from you, and when you talk about light poles, one of tangents, but why they make wireless just like light poles, like really unnecessary reasons that are just like made sense, just ridiculous, but premise is just so stupidly funny that I found it hilarious.
And a comedian like Zoot should love those types of scenarios. And he doesn't. He runs away from that kind of creativity. And there's nothing I can do.
Everyone has their style. I think that there's like a formula.
Right.
Like the old jokes that I think you just plug in AI instead of dealing with samples.
During the same routine, you said I was like hummingbirds or something, and you're like, why are they called hummingbirds? They don't hum. And I really like that too, because I was thinking that same thing. I mean, they do hum, but they don't. They like make a humming sound, but they don't hum themselves, and that was just kind of fun to me. I do want you to get friends. It's sad to hear anybody who's like, I don't have any friends. And
He said he was impressed because of his past relationship with his friends.
yeah,
Also that he didn't have current friends.
that's true.
Which to be honest, most of my friends, I have connected with all friends, but my best friends are on the internet, maybe on crazy or whatever, but I have my internet friends just as much as my IRL friends. But I guess they're both. Even though you haven't seen probably IRL friends.
Well, I have my roommates, and while they're not like strictly friends, like at least it's good to have IRL relationships with people. And I frankly I like my IRL friends more. I gave up a lot by doing this, but they were raising families and such, and I wasn't quite ready to do that, and I recognize that this is something that I really enjoy. And they're private people; they don't want to be on live streams and things like that. And I mean, we'll email or like text or something, but when you have friends who are married and like one of my closer friends, I remember we would text every single day and talk all the time. Once he met his wife now, I gave him space because I didn't want to get involved with like their relationship, and like he's having children and such, and I'll see them on social media and things like that, but that's just not the life that I mean, at the time, it was something that I was looking toward, but I wasn't quite ready for it yet. And I do like my internet friends a lot, but I do like my IRL friends a lot too. And there's a big part of me that wants to surprise many of my IRL friends by like being like, "Oh, what the fuck? You have been live streaming this entire time?" Like, I don't tell a lot of them. They may have seen it on Facebook or something like that. Like in the past, if I ever had a stream like there,
And their Twitter.
not their Twitter so much, but their Facebook. So they may have known about it from that way. but I didn't go too much in depth in it. And so there's like part of me that's really excited to surprise them. Like I have thousands of friends from Facebook. Of those, like I really do know like maybe 1,000 of those people in real life and I care about them. So I would say that from that perspective, at least in my life, I've cared about a lot of people. And there's like something really exciting to me to be able to surprise them. Like that's one of the reasons why I don't ask them for help or I don't use that network too much because I want to surprise them. I love to surprise people. It's always been something that I like to do, and that's kind of an exciting aspect of it to me. And to my other friends who,
Do you have a LinkedIn?
oh yeah,
Can I ask these questions about you don't have to tell me but when I'm curious and then I'm kind of research on mobile launch and then find it seems our saying like find your name and I don't know if your name is Michael whatever your name is if you wanna not tell me that's cool if you wanna tell me that's cool I don't really carry this just curious what your actual human name
oh yeah. I mean, I have my ID's everywhere. Michael Israel Rothschild.
Okay. That's literally your name.
It's my first middle and last name.
Okay.
My Hebrew name.
The same thing as that?
No.
I love this general website that about what is that look like?
I don't have my middle name.
So Michael Rothschild.
What's my name?
Shade provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables.
What do you want it to be?
To the produce. That's therefore you can't put in the
What?
summertime.
That's my name. What do you want it to be?
Like if I type in Michael Rothschild or like what's your like use something.
What? Israel?
Yeah, Israel.
Yeah.
That's your middle name? There's a lot of Michael Rothschilds.
As fertilizer for the growing vegetation.
Do you ever use it?
I used it to get
once again, it's sluggish.
To make a LinkedIn
Well, that's an interesting one. LinkedIn is very good at making you verify your identification. So, like, you can make a bot, but I don't know how productive it would be.
Because the primary part of the idolatry.
Alright, dude, so late. Thanks for talking.
Absolutely.
Take care. Enjoy your robots.
Take care, man.
Later.
Gemara says, Shipuya. What about the case for shaving? That would like the shimmer tree shavings. We got all those Chavim Kayamas for once again. The primary part of the other is the Ayid tree is still in existence. We can tell you, and that things are both sides. We said, with Sarha, Kiyasur, Shipuya, and we said that even in the case, ultimately, again, where you're pruning the tree for the benefit of the tree remains also. But ultimately, again, the shavings are better. If we were to Yeshua Amar, if you shave, Avodas Kochavim B'Teva, directly with myself. Ultimately, also for the simple reason because an Avodah you can't negate an Avodah cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off tree, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. The Gemara says, "Hey, today of Shimon Lach Shariach Lakis." One second. So up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan for Reish Lakish. So now we're going to both sides. Nachon, Rabbi Yochanan Reish Lakish, focuses on one simple case, and Avodah Zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zarah bottle or not? Rabbi Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry it requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right, or passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire Amid has been Rabbi Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. Now we switch gears. They search in the Lakish Rabbi Yochanan. So Reish Lakish asks the question, oh, Rabbi Yochanan, here we go. Time Shabbat Shabbat Shabbat. Well, now we go on to what's an interesting case here. If you have a tree, now the tree belongs to Hektish, right? The tree belongs to the Mikdash. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed riba. That was I saw again. Rashi says over here, second line from the top. Go Nanim, that's with Rabbanon. So you can't get benefit with Rabbanon. Right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you did get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not to move up. Fine. So let's analyze. But for Rosh Hashanah, what about if the nest is on the top of an Asherah tree? So, same case, I have an Asherah tree. On the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit. For the bird's nest, so what can I do? Yaki's bakana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and therefore you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. So what says the Gemara? So Yaakov Bakana. I'm sorry. Rosh Hashanah Yaakov Bakana. Hassan Hadaitcha. He goes Shishpon Little 18. He thinks about. Now, this is interesting. Okay, so this is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't. In both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But with the Avodah Zarah tree, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and give back on the nest. Now, the Gemara says, let's say, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Asherah tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Asherah tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from there? Basically, that once Avodah Zarah breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's definition. So the Gemara said, the assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. The Katani, Yatis Bakana. And yet, the nest is mutter. But Reish Lakish says, oh, this supports my assertion that broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. What's the base? They go to the ICH in the Alma, the kids survive. Not necessary. That's not how birds make nests. Birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case of here is the bird made itself comfortable in the Asherah tree, but it did not get other materials or the nest from the Asherah tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They can only become hectare sources. So again, what's the raya for that? The raya for that is look at the hectare case. What happened in the hectare case? The hectare case was what do you want to say about the bird's nest? Or about the bird's nest? No nagging or about the tree? No nagging about the nest, sorry. No nagging or no nagging. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest. And if you feel not commit riba. So let's analyze that. On the fish of the ICH in the Alma, simply talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately from materials. There you go. Right outside of the hectare street, in any kind of got the hektish going on with the law of it. So then it makes sense. You only had it in the Rabbi. So again, Chazal, like, they really don't want you to get benefits from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hektish tree, and we can see how accidentally we may come to scale the tree. But it's the Rabbanon, and also the law of the Midaraisa. There's no Milah. Why is there no Milah? Why is there no Milah? Because since the materials for the nest change, not from the hektish tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to Milah. Again, once they come off of the Mesa, the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the hektish tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's hektish. So this hektish ultimately again, but you're not allowed to benefit from it before I saw, and it's limited I saw, which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara suggested it seems to be clear that Allah rights were doing in both cases in the Asherah tree and in the hektish tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the hektish tree, which the Gemara says not necessarily. The Gemara says, so what's a maybe not? It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, only that the other say the hektish case, the hektish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hektish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hektish tree, then why is that nest not us in the door, right? But what's the one of here? Which the Gemara says this is this. What's the case of the other? And like how can we clear about the Akari kind of scheme? So I'm saying this is a fascinating situation. When you not fish something, right? So obviously the item that the item as it is hektish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hektish as well? So let's give an example of this. A tree. I'm not fishing tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growth. Are those new branches and growths subject to the hektish designation or not? That is a machlokas. That is called Gidulin Hagoim La'achos. Growth which occurs after the designation. So the much later turn out over here is the bird. So again, I was not fishing tree. And then again, 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So here they had made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest hektish. That's a machlokas. So you can suburb any even and the author of this place or author of this mission. The hektish designation only developed upon the people of the time of designation. But anything that goes afterwards is not subject to that. This therefore again the nest is incredible. Rabbi on my yacht is ultimately what is it? Not the nest now, and get benefit from the nest. That's true. It doesn't mean the nest, particularly the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is us. The nest is us in both cases because it's made of a shayla or because it's made of a hektish tree. Either way, it's us. So what's more to what can you get benefit from? The chicks. But when you say knock down the nest, it means they get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. I'm going to tell you about the Huta, a seven of us that broken. They can become part. And you can apply it to both cases, both to the Ashira case as well as the hektish case. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially if we're setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the hektish tree or the nest is being made from the Ashera tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, they were going to be opinions that whatever grows in the tree is going to be hektish or avodah. So what's the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The main thing can get kind of stressful. What's this to do? She says, For the chicks, it's going to be mother, but for the eggs, ultimately again, it's going to be usher. Rabbi said, now why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The Beitzin kan bekan usher, shetzrichim l'hilon, the gazer b'han rabbanon ka'al ilon usher. So what's actually quite fascinating? Eggs are usher. Why are eggs usher? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C, which means that halacha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they are going to be osmosis. What's isn't fascinating? There's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over here. So we were suggesting maybe in all of these cases the nest is us. Why is the nest us? Because we're talking about cases where the nest was made from the Asherah tree or from the hectic tree. So the nest is going to be us. So what does it mean when Brisa says, take a stick, knock down the nest and get benefit from the nest? It means the chips in the nest. The chips are mutter. But the eggs may be problematic, right? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest, and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree. And if I look away, so the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself, to be a benefit ultimately again from the chips, and ultimately not the eggs. The Beitzin coming down from Rashi, that floating chips. From the Iman to date you got it. This is very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore halacha makes only how much. Therefore, what that turns out that over here with the states of the nest, on top of the Asherah tree and this tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless. Right? By what can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why you not down the nest? So maybe you can't get benefit from the nest because there's concern that the nest itself is made from the Asherah tree or from the hectic tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? I love when they say that is going to be winter, right? There you go, right? And from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree. So let's say, we'll stop over for today, but again, let me just say the halacha l'maisa. So look, actually, let's say, yeah, all right, what we'll do tomorrow, tomorrow, we'll pick up, we'll finish off with the halacha l'maisa, the other shagish, like what are we doing that matter? So what are we asking, right? And then in Eretz Hashem, we'll continue Eretz Hashem, adventures in Avodah Zarah. Shkach, everyone. All right, guys, have a great day. All right, so let's say good morning. Thank you all of our sponsors for this morning trip. To thank our annual temple sponsors. Listen to both of our stuff. We're dedicating all the students this year. Our total sponsors for the month of Av, Rabbi, Rabbi Stephen and Wendy Tracy. In honor of their parents' insultation, female Tracy as you Rose's wife, in memory of the same Rose's wife. Are we going to Abby and Gilbert with appreciation? Share the exact love for Eileen and all of those sacrifices and translation of the words and that means for today, make sure the other side of I need to read that same. Okay, and that's right from the Torah. All of them show that the families in the Torah, all of those things that Jewish that are opposed to fully Israel. There's no Christian, there's one hour has to be strong and allow our Holy Spirit to be successful. So that's what I'm talking about for sure. A lot of the great things that is many days. Is that the many days we have to turn on. Then on those days, 41 we left off the week something most music. Which is 2, 4, 6, 8. Well, remember again, yesterday's documented fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call abraham. What's the thing of two terms? Slumming are images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. No, why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? The akam decommission them or not. That's our tribe now. An akam, and we're going to discuss this more in today's talk. An akam does have the ability to decommission avodah zarah. Now again, then we have machokish. Usually active decommissioning or can even be passive. But again, we'll get back to that. That's our overarching message. The real point says it has to be active decommissioning. The says even passive decommissioning, not immediately be the idol falls over by itself and break. And the real one, still an idol, according to the instructions, is lost with idolatry. So let's say so again. That's like this is calm and what goes for us. It's like something of information. Why is it true? What's the sex state? Well, suffix number one is maybe, which is never worship. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worship, maybe it was information. So the idea that he's coming back from himself is the reason that ultimately again Zohar. It does not. Because Allah permission say these something in this human being. Ultimately, again, the suffix that maybe, suffix that maybe, the commission doesn't go ahead and take it out from the fact that it was about results. Now, there are questions that is made something most immediate. Is that true? That a suffix, a possibility, not to go ahead and change the reality of facing this. What about time? Our time, I'm very interested in exercise. Cover series, and yet we go into their parents. Let's say cover diet. Cover diet. And again, you can translate the special ceremony to a member of our senior club. You know them, another member of our senior in messaged me via mail as some coffee. It's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember again, 2 weeks ago, goes ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the laws of human power. So the point that he really So say again, even though not a sanctified food, he is not in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with truths and messages. So that's the definition of a cover. So the is the real answer to why you call a cover. A cover means strength. You know what's the exact of that? So perhaps these studies are serious. He's a cover. Cover is someone who is just looking and searching out what he's actually curious. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is the what Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat kodesh in a state of power. Well, you don't have to eat in a state of power. You're not obligated to eat unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. Cover is someone who thirsts for power so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas we're all making these not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity. Such a person who wants to live purity in the areas of his life where he is not obligated to do so. Such a person is a friend of the Lord. That's a friend. That metaphorically says somebody wants you in their life so bad that he's willing to take on strictures in areas of which you're purity. That's the power. That he doesn't have to. That's a friend. That's a friend of the Lord. Perhaps even to a certain degree, higher level than the because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. Knowledge sits upon himself additional stringencies because he wants power, not the pharaoh. He wants purity. That's a friend of the Lord. So the Gemara says, "Chaver shemeis yet never So Chaver dies. Interesting case. Chaver dies, and after he dies, they discover he has a basket of fruit. What's the issue? What's the issue? The issue is we don't know whether or not they can try. So the Gemara says, even if Mamish just harvested them that day, again, the first that's usually for them. Is it Chazaka? Ultimately, again, that they are properly timed. The Gemara says, I go second. The bad day to do something. That's real. Something was real. There was a God that was existing. Here's a piece of bad. What's the bad day? What's the bad day? The certainty was they were tested. I focused. Was the right that a bad day? Yes, everything starts out as anti-focus. So you have the bad day that is implied. Sunday, maybe the cover did target, maybe he didn't target. And what do you see from there? They tell us in Sunday, the most you did not. And what do you see from there? That ultimately, again, a Sunday, the possibility that he targeted goes ahead and overrides the bad guy, and it certainly was terror. So you see something once you did not. Which is not said no. Hashem, bad day, bad day. That's not true. That's not something bad day. That's a bad day, bad day. The bad day asking. The Lord says, he said there was that bad day is that. So there is that. And also bad day, that's what? That he tried it. The Lord says, you know, comes up, everything that comes up. That's not our father, in the Motsi, so again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. It's a comparable say again. Can you imagine moving yourself to a level where there is no suffix that you've done the right thing? You have to understand, what does it mean to get to that level? Where the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy certainly is doing the right thing. Our father does not leave untried status in his possession. From the moment it comes in his possession, it's tried. And therefore there's no suffix in that guy, there's only that guy and that. Incredible. He writes a very nice story. He says, suffix is suffix. Interestingly enough, really is a suffix and a suffix. How so? I'm sure that Chazak to the Moshe. Possible that the Chazak is not going to himself like the Moshe. The Amar, Nahadin Chazak Aksu also, the Maknish of the Moshe Shalom, Kiddush take the Hanka of Chazak Shitrom and Amaisa. I suppose that is an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a nicer tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? Without getting into all technical tithing now, in order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called the ESPNIs, right? It has to come into the home. Has to come into the home, being normative to a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Technically it's nicer exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So you might so over here, there's really no something that's going to be that way. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go into the fact that maybe it's a subject, if the public ties it or not, it's also a subject of that. If the produce was ever subject to choices. Why? Because it's possible that literally you're going to use this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, one second, the 8 something nothing you right? So remember, the Gemara is questioning this piece of the Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was, Ein Safek Motze Nidei. Like they don't think you're going to possibility to not change the reality of a certainty. Of a certainty. So that's really is that true? So you are saying, but I'm not really done. My job is to hustle, show not happen like this. Not a nice thing to hustle, show not to act on the but it's just the case where there was once a story of a maid servant. But let's say now, again, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi says right here, Gavra Alama B'Yisrael, a very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Dino. Okay, what happened? She had 2 women from the bottom. She had a miscarriage. And was it interesting enough, it was determined that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to carry a newborn. But interesting, the halacha is, this is also a problem a little bit. He was putting himself in a pinch. He just, in other words, in a nondescript way. In other words, so the halacha is, you have to carry a newborn, you have to practice a miscarried baby, but we that's what do not carry in the love. We do not carry the devil, we do not carry the love. So the life is also from a mental health perspective. As also is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted to be 15, do not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So now we say, what happens if she miscarries? And she put the miscarriage in place. At what point did it is? According to the law, and obviously saw what had happened, and peered over the hedge. Now, why did the queen peer over the hedge? Because he got himself in the table. She was capacity for it. The women are also the women who spoke, and even after a miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be too much labor. There could be routine impurity associated with it. Now, the duration of too much labor depends on what? Boy or girl. So the queen peered over the kids in order to see was the nipple, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. Before my second comment, I won't touch it. The problem is, as two over the kids, what did the point say? Too much over. Remember again, too much over also could be contracted in 2 ways. You could be under a roof together with a space, or you could leave the roof over the base. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I'm sitting next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I leave over the corpse, I am the OL. I am the OL. So here's the point where I moved over the pit to see if the boy or girl, or what happened, you got myself with a lion, this episode is going to come in. You see a new move between September and 5 years in the 2 weeks. And they're in a anytime wildly high the party, because ultimately again this was a place where there were weasels and animals there, and in reality they probably crossed in the sky. They probably took it exactly what we said. Because what's that? The fact that a human made that something goes, something goes, something goes in the bad. Because they do speak of it. Here's the case of bad guy. What's the bad guy? You see a funny woman on these guys, and she thinks to maybe in the what's the something? Maybe the animal taking the animal, and yet, what do you see from there? And yet, you see that the suffix trumps the bad guy. Right? The suffix changes the reality, even in the case of the bad guy, to the point that again, the constant, the tone is not coming. The tone is not coming. So you see from here, but suffix can go ahead and trump a bad guy. Which the Gemara says, no, we never see it. In the bar, Allah, it finished to me in this on the bar. Eli says, no. What happened over here is that the Cohen sees the shifra throwing something that looked like a new felt. In other words, not a bad guy that she miscarried and facing throwing the bar. Rather than he saw what appeared to be a new felt being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffix to begin with. What's happening? Well, that's all this is. Haladen Japan Kilo. But the Gemara says that he got appeared over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the Gemara says, Hashikon is to say, lay down, and so you lay down, and you have to do that, and you lay down with you. So first, or he was looking at the witness to see what did she miscarry? Did she miscarry a girl? Did she miscarry a baby? Or is it about the reception of the situation to expel something else from her body? In other words, not that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. See, first of all, looking over the part, see, was it an APL or not? When things were an APL, if it was an APL, then you did that. If it was an APL, you got later in Zafra in this APL to see if it was a boy or not. So in fact, this wasn't a case of Vadai and Suffolk. That again, it was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried, like was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the Suffolk ultimately again, whether we animal chicken or you might say, that's what it is. Pretty much the whole the backwards material shine, not that guy. The other possibility is, once you have a place, you know that there's a food and a harvest, that there are these animals there, they definitely grab away whatever was expelled into the place. Okay? So that's a story. There is the fact that so this will hold on here for just a second. Just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of three suffix mostly needed ultimately holds. That in halacha we accept this principle. Any suffix mostly needed by that. Then we have two pieces of information in front of you. One is a suffix and one is a vadai. The vadai piece of information determines the reality, and the suffix piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I was saying, again, just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why, how do we get into this? I found a piece of broken Avod Yisrael. Right? So I found a piece of, let's say, an idol or an image, but I know it was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, can I use it? Yes. Can I use it? The answer is no. Why not? It's also about no, why? Because I got that this was Avod Yisrael. Second, maybe the often actively decommissioned it. Decommissioned it, and if I get activity to that, something, but maybe after decommissioned it, doesn't change the idea that found out that this was definitely just to point out how powerful this research is on our traffic level as well. Because in something multimedia that night, if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, like everybody running around, we have faced so many staples. Like, will we survive? Is this an existential threat? You know, all of the things that were so interesting that both of us was looking to do on Shabbos over there at Usher Rice. He said he works with so many beautiful things. But one of the things that I thought that was very shocking was he spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, really an existential threat to Kappa Yisrael. So to me that was shocking. Because for me in my mind, I said to myself, there was never an existential threat. But it was a moment that obviously, that's what I said, it was never a threat. It takes a totally different thing. Over the years, there's been many service. Like we take many moments of existential threat. Are we going to make it through this? are referring to whether this from just less than a century ago. They put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffix. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffix, nothing they bad. What's the bad? Which he says, Am Yisrael is your Am Eretz. Am Yisrael, the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the Badai. That's the Badai. That's the Badai. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty? We suffer much needed. Suffer. Whether that suffer is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Jews, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the suffer is. There's so many status that have presented themselves. So the Chol another suffer. Only Armenian Vakalos in another suffer always arises. And that's the shame. We suffer no suffering could undermine the Badai, the certainty of the eternality of Christ. That's ultimately the source of our optimism. That's the source of our strength, and that's what fuels our reality. Incredible. Halachically, as well as Hashem. It's not mother's dad. Instead, so it's again. Heading all of this is this methodology of being your Turkish. So here's what I know. And again, we'll talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission your whole desire, right? In other words, I can begin the back of this whole desire. The Shaila is how does he do it? The Milton says it must be what we call active control, and the Rothschild says even person get the works. It's state. All the from the back of the listen to this. And also we see this in English as well. Sorry. I'm sorry, thank you. It's state. Lots of time we see thank you. Lots of time we see it's like how it was here. So it's that's what the Mishnah say. If you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, ultimately again it's also so the Gemara says within security behind the why? Because at the end of the day that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says Amai. Why is that? Hashvarim so say that's what you can see. So once again, this is a kasha on the truck. You give you up and ask on the truck is. The truck is according to you, this should be probably looked at, right? Because probably truck is once you find broken pieces, whether the atom actively broken or whether the item goes on its own, the atom doesn't worship it. I don't like that. You might get a bunch of old truck pieces logic. I don't. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, you say, what's going on with this? You might say, no, change much more, or not leave it, but not the engine out of the season. So this is something again, is what we said yesterday. What's the case? The piece of the hand and the foot is the piece ultimately when it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a self, it's like a self-defense, is the wrong word. But its own type of idolatry. Okay, basically, what is the other concept? Only from the back of the from so up, it's a career, so we'll see more of this later. And then we go cover to be the back of his own level desire, and then to look again the level desire of his friend. Meaning, any athlete can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, it is so, we'll talk about this for some sort of over this one. And this is actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. Another Kohabim actually, and Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Isn't that fascinating? Okay, so only Kohabim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry. And Yisrael has no power on the negation over idolatry. Fascinating. So we go so I said, all night, tell me about this country started over the house. Why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks up? On its own. Now, clearly, again, but it's not the issue, but it is actually what? And Rabbi Shepasha, what's the case over here? The case over here is where the Israel guaranteed the others will have it. There's an interesting level of US injection is same thing is not going to decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Breakage, same thing with the entire item story tag, doesn't decommission. What's that mean? Keep on top. My Avi, Rothschild, that's pretty good. But again, and if you get to idolatry, even though again, all of this idolatry is still present, ultimately again, yeah, what we got is muscle. How do you read the first part of the power? And our husband saw a robot ball. Ultimately, the nice right. If the husband goes ahead and then the idolatry, that negates it. But if the soul becomes the idolatry, that does not negate it. You know, so Rabbi, I'm a lover, says, you know, because the son of that, the most is very important to that. So this is like this. In reality, even when you go against the Avodah Zarah, it goes in negation. In other words, it will say, that thing really is an act of form of negation, which makes sense. Like, anything you do to deface the idol should be the proper form of idolatrous negation. So, really, even if you strong, don't say it's okay. So what's the issue? Why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. Because Zera is Xera. What's the Xera? Still no man below the husband. But not the law. So here's the issue. In reality, and you strong has the power of negation. Right? The Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he bends it, it also works. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Listen to this. We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, like getting ready, let's say, to smash it or prevent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, they will say, that's an act of Hagbar. What does Hagbar do? Hagbar acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Haviyat Avodas will cover the Yad Yisrael. The Avodas will cover the Yad Yisrael. So we're saying this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. And we're saying we are going to see exactly why this is. This is a lot of block from now. But again, right now we just quote the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So watch this happen. Any Israel technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah. Yeah, how can you decommission it? You can paint it, you can paint it. But Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to figure out. Back here, I will say, Avodah Zarah specifically Hefker, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah specifically Hefker, he lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, once he goes ahead and he acquires it, becomes Avodah Zarah of the youth. Avodah Zarah of the youth ultimately cannot be you can't be infallible. You can't be decommissioned. Therefore, again, ultimately, again, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, we want to try to avoid this Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How does Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going on. Incredible. So everybody resonates. After we say we have one of the Amakolis, the people of our hand is roughly 3 times years. So let's say, just by the way, this whole idea over here of okay, we'll come back to it. Let's talk. So we have one of the Amakolis. So let's get an Amakolis. What's comes from Markolis, right? What's Markolis? Markolis is the Avodah Zarah that essentially the Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So an apple takes stones from mud. Listen, what does it do? If you other hand, dropping just like Theos Nicholas. So what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones, and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers. Like his neighbors, and he uses them to make the street. So what's halacha? Because the stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, halacha l'maisa is actively decommissioning them if you're using them for a mundane use. It's not saying about anyone like this, the Jew going to drop in the Gentiles, Hasilas. But again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcellus and brings it into the road, ultimately again, it's not decommission. You can't use that road, you can't get hung up because it's a road Zarah. And my merciful, why is that? Yeah, how they have all those stuff coming from so why do we say so again? So you have to ask me in Turkish. In Turkish, why should this be any worse ultimately again than Avodah Zarah that broke on its own? And if I'm clear in Turkish, Avodah Zarah that broke on its own ultimately is decommissioned to which the word it says never know how can I repeat the Rabbi. It's just as Rabbi said before. Rabbi said essentially, Rabbi and Jew can't receive Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. See, we have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see if we ever actually use the other. They said, you know, he's a kasha. Obi kocham shishifa avonis kocham mitzachon. Let's listen to this. This side. Obi kocham shishifa avonis kocham. What's here? You watch it. You have Avodah Zarah, and you see that you have Avodah Zarah. So what's this? Rashi points out that, for example, I have shaved tree. I have shaved tree. Right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the shaved tree. So what's the status of the shavings? We mentioned mitzachon. It's good. What the alchemy is doing for himself, right? He's taking shingles up the Avodah Zarah because he wants to, I don't know, make a bonfire, whatever it is. It's Sarchol, ultimately again, he's doing it for himself. And he is Shikuyaha Mutarim. Then both the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah tree whose own personal use is what? Is itself a commission of the Avodah Zarah. Okay, you know, it says, however, it's it's taking shavings off the tree. That's it's pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's a call. Yes, the Shikuya Hamutari. Ultimately, again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately again, sorry. Then the Shasura, the tree is still awesome. The Shikuya Hamutari. Ultimately, the tree is still awesome. It's fresh, the sheep. But if he still takes shavings, right, takes pieces off of the shaving trees, then you need Sarkol, then you need Sarkol, maybe she could.
Let me see what you're working with under there.
Yeah, I see. Whether he started doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately, again, we have Avodah Zarah, the tree itself, and the shavings, and they must. So what's going to be up there? So something is a knife. Why should this be any good? So, right, the Chuck is putting to you, this should be no different than an Avodah Zarah that breaks on its own. Anyways, breaks on its own, the open on breaks on its own, you said it's decommissioned. This one here is decommissioned as well. So it's the US Ark and Honey, Rabbi. So what's the most thing we keep on bringing up Rabbi? What is Rabbi say? So what's like, Rabbi's up your opinion. Essentially, we don't want Jews to decommission the Avodah Zarah. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice. Because if you do things the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then halacha l'maisa, he ends up acquiring it, and therefore you can never keep it. They say, you'll see, they say, but you'll see where should have taken the Zohar in Roth, or not to the source is actually our next mission. Our next mission that was going to say, yes, Hashem. So Rabbi says, say, too much nation, but show me the Zohar in Roth, if you find it on the Zohar, if you rather scattered to the wind, all material, everything or eggs thrown into the sea. The rest of the one thing is talking about refining a book is all made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, like scatter it to the wind or throw it to the sea. Even though it says underworld, Atin has to settle when you get to it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen if you become fertile? Otherwise, this verse says, instead, when you drop the earth from the Pasuk says, leaving, you can't retain any part of a desire for your own use. But once again, if you're going to ask for a salvation, the habit of this becomes Shishkara Ne'eleha. But once again, why? Because 22 should be fine. 22 is not even if a breaks on its own, ultimately it is decommissioned. So in this case, a primary would also be a decommissioning. So you can, even if it does act as a fertilizer, it's not a wholly solid fertilizer, which we were talking about to the Rabbi. Once again, I will say, keep all roads leading back to Rabbi. Ultimately, he was concerned that if the Jews involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired, by the Jew, it cannot be decommissioned to a slave. But you'll see that if you see an owner, not six to rest in the Rothschild was an interesting case right here. Let's see. 37. And it was a dragon. This is our next mission. Now, let's see a dragon is one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find an image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. The head is cut off. So therefore, something only for something so if I'm not sure, did a Jew have a big dragon, right? Or didn't Akum? It's water. You want to go on the other hand, that guy you saw also, but you saw it was the one cut off the head is also, you want to say, not. If you hardly have all this, will come to stand in the area. I understand why should this be any different than it was a second. So why should be any different than a case ultimately again of a whole design that broke on its own. After that, we can do that one. Once again, you know, it says we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rabbi. So what's like, essentially, you need to see the thing over here. We don't want Jews involved in the whole side at all. We need to commission on the whole side. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. The Chazal was not making the point that even the commission of the Jews doesn't work out of concern that you may pick it up, acquire it, and create a greater punishment for a today. Rabbi Yossi on that. So it's an interesting case over here. So this halacha makes it case. We're going to see this also all these understands or see where you are. I love this in general website that about what is the halacha concerning planting the fruits underneath and a shade tree. We're going to shade a tree. So during summer, the problem is that the shade tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial obviously to the vegetables, to the produce. As therefore you can't buy in the summertime, however, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, you know, once this person wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath a shade tree during the rainy season. Rabbi Yossi says, not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? If you shanadia in a sheretz oven, is what should happen. The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. I don't say watch the forming leaves be a problem. After all, now they have on this becomes once again, in Turkish, forming leaves should be no different than what? Fallen apples. But Jewish tradition, an apple falls and breaks on its own. It's buffer. So if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be a buffer, showing you how much fertilizer this was in there, shiny awesome. The acre of almost go fucking kayaks. No, in the case of the fallen leaf is different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kinds of endows the fallen leaf with that Rothschild and they even have to slow up around the tree. You might also say other things, for example, is 42. You might say, Shipuya. What about the case for shavings? That one right there, share tree shavings. We care about this one, but let's high on this one once again. And the primary part that you know, i.e. the tree is still in existence. You can't tell you that. Not visible, so we said with Sarkar, he has Surah Shifuya Yudami. We said that even in the case, ultimately, again, we're proving the tree for the benefit of the tree remains awesome. But ultimately, again, the shavings are better for the regulation. To the online, if you should do, I know that's going to come into Kuba, then that's to do this. Ultimately, also, for the simple reason because I don't hold his own, you can't negate and the whole jar cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create this sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. You know, it says, so up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan to Reish Lakish. So we're going to both sides. My phone is Rabbi Reish Lakish focuses on one simple case. And Avodah Zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zarah bottle or not? Rabbi Yochanan, no, because negation of Adam actually requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right? Or passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire Amid has been Rabbi Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. Now we switch gears. A switch in the Rabbi Yochanan. So Reish Lakish asked the question, and Rabbi Yochanan, here we go. Well, now you go there. It's going to be a tree case here. You get a tree. Now the tree wants that dish, right? The tree wants to make some English. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So first we have a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed milah. That was I saw again. Rashi says over here, second Rashi to the top of the plus the drabanon. So you can't get benefit, the drabanon. Right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you did get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not milah. Fine. So the Gemara says, let's analyze. What about if the nest is on the top of an Asherah tree? It's the same case. I have an Asherah tree, and on top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest, so what can I do? Yatiz bakana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and therefore you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. So what's listen, you know, so Yatiz bakana. I'm sorry. Yatiz bakana. Kasar hagaytcha. This is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But with the Zara tree, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and get back on the nest. Now, the one says, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Asherah tree is being built from twigs from the Asherah tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from here? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, he goes to shove from the middle eitzim. The assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. The kapani, Yafis Bakana, and yet the nest is mutter. So which one says, oh, this supports my assertion. The broken about the Zara, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissioned. Because the about the Zara. The says, no. Papa, let's hear what's the case. You go into icy, it's in the Alma, it kills some. Why? Not necessarily. That's not how birds make nests. Birds make nests. Birds make nests. Trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the shape in a tree, but it did not gather the materials or the nest from the Asherah tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They cannot because gather hectares. So again, what's the raya for that? The raya for that is look at the hectares case. What happened in the hectares case? In the hectares case, what do you want to say about the birds? Or about the birds? Nest, no nanning or about the tree. No nan about the nest, sorry. No nanning or more. So again, you can't get should not get benefit from the nest, but if you did not commit milah, so let's analyze this. The icy eats in the alma, so we're talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials they built right outside of the hectares tree, then I need to kind of get a hectares going on the level of it. So that makes sense. No nanny would grab on. And so again, as Al said, really don't want you to get benefits from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectares tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But it's midrabanan, and also the lamor and midaraisa. But there's no milah. Why is there no milah? Why is there no milah? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectares tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to milah. Shava eats in the middle of the king Sabahan, and my lamor and hakadishi. And again, what's they called? The bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the hectish tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's hectish. But this hectish ultimately again, so you're not allowed to benefit from it, Midoraisa, and it's Mi'ila Midoraisa, which the Gemara says. So therefore the Gemara is suggesting this literally clear that Allah comments with dealing with both cases in the Asherah tree and in the hectish tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the hectish tree, to which the Gemara says, not necessarily. The Gemara says, need the area, how come the Yidulin Hagoyin Afani kind of scheme? Oh, so let's say maybe not. It's actually it's quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, or I should say in the hectish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hectish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hectish tree, then why is that nest not asur midoraisa? Right? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. Gemara says, what's the case over here? Someone said, this is a fascinating study which we'll get to. When you're making something, right? So obviously the item as it is hectish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hectish as well? So what's a great example of this? A tree. I'm makdish a tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growths. Are those new branches and growths subject to the hectish designation or not? That is a machlokas. That is called doing haboim la'achar. Growth which occurs after the designation. So the Gemara says, we're talking about over here is the bird. So again, I was not pushed the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So it had made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest Hagdish. It depends. That's an afro. Okay, so the Gemara says, the Kasabar, and the author of this price, or author of this Mishnah holds, the Allah Paramaisa, the Hagdish, that designation only devolves upon the tree that was different at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to Hagdish, and therefore, again, the nest is mutter. You got about Rabbi Abel, Rabbi Yochanan, my yak is ultimately, what does it mean? Rabbi Yochanan, what does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That frozen. It doesn't mean the nest. It doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is usher. The nest is usher in both cases because it's made of a shela or because it's made of a hektish tree. Either way, it's usher. So what's mutter? What can you get benefit from? The chicks. Whereas when we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashera case as well as the Hektish case. So both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the Hektish tree or the nest is being made from the Ashera tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, they were going with the opinion that whatever grows in the tree is going to be Hektish or Avodah Zarah. So what's the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The beitzim kind of stress. Let's listen to the Mishnah says. You know, it says for the chicks it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately again it's going to be usher. Everyone's saying, why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The beitzim kind of usher. Shetrichim Ilan. The girls are behind Rabban and cows, you know, asking. So this is actually quite fascinating. Eggs are usher. Why are eggs usher? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C, which means that halacha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they are going to be usher. So isn't this fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over here. But the Gemara is suggesting maybe in all of these cases the nest is usher. Why is the nest usher? Because we're talking about a case where the nest was made from the Asherah tree or from the Hektish tree. So the nest is going to be usher. The nest is going to be usher. So what does it mean when the Brisa says take a stick, knock down the nest, and get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. The Gemara says the beitzim come from Rashi that's broken. Shetzrichon le'iman. This is very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So which makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore halacha place on their finance. Therefore, also it turns out that over here with this case of the nest on top of the Asher tree, the Hektish tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless, right? By what you can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So really you can't get benefit from the nest because there's a concern that the nest itself is made from the Asherah tree or from the Hektish tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? Allah said that is going to be mutter. Right? So, get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or also, but what you can't get benefits from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on on the tree itself. I must say, we'll stop over for today, but again, let me just say the halacha nicer. So actually, I must say, yeah, tomorrow, tomorrow we'll pick up, we'll finish off with the what comments are not going to like what are we doing that matter? Because what are we passing like? And then in Yom Hashem, we'll continue Yom Hashem, the adventures in Avodah Zarah, Shkaya, everyone. All right, Kevin, have a great day. All right. I want to say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Fulson Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Shimon Rothschild this year as its book. The Solas Tavos and Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Rabbi, October, Stephen and Wendy Drazen, in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Adin Rosenzweig, in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig, during the Rabbi. Our learning sponsors, Abby and Joe Hirsch, with appreciation to share the entire Gula for the Chayalim, Swiss and the Chayalim, all of those sacrificing for Klal Yisrael. And Moshe and Devorah Wordesheim, our Dafyomi sponsors for today. Moshe of the Yarzeit of Aye Leib Ben Yosef, Yochel Mertvat Hamidora, all of them, Shalom Sadnari, and the families in the Chama, all of those who are before Shabbat, for the Torah for the Yisrael, the Shrafu Shem Yeseshem, bring home our hostages, the Shalom and the Karot, allow our holy soldiers to be successful, the Chol and the Asay Yidei. So with that, let us begin. Baruch Hashem, we have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Mem Beis. Today's daf is Mem Beis. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Mem Aleph Beis 41b, and we left off the Ein Safek Motzi Midei, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15 points on the bottom. So remember again. In yesterday's daf, we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumim versus finding broken pieces of what we call avodah zarah. What's the difference in those two terms? Slumim are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Avodah zarah was definitive. So halacha myself, the Gemara says that if you find pieces of avodah zarah, essentially you still you can't get enough of it. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an akum decommission them or not? That's our shayla. Now, an akum, and we're going to discuss this more in today's daf. An akum does have the ability to decommission avodah zarah, but it has to now. I guess okay. Then we have machlokas with Yochanan and Shalkish. Do you need active decommissioning, or can it even be passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back into that in a little bit. That's our overarching machlokas over here. But the Yochanan says it has to be active decommissioning. The Shalkish says even passive decommissioning. Not communally if the idol falls over by itself. And right, the Yochanan is still an idol. According to the Shalkish, it has lost its idolatrous. So we'll say, but again, so that's like you find pieces of an avodah zarah also. If you find pieces of slumim of an image, it's going to be mutter. Why is it mutter? Because it's a spec stega. What's the spec stega? Suffix number one is maybe it was never worshipped. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worshipped, maybe so the idea, but jumping back to avodah zarah for just a second, the reason why ultimately again have avodah zarah, it does not work because halacha is saying a suffix what's in meaning by that. Ultimately, again, the suffix that maybe, commission doesn't go ahead and take it out from the fact that it was avodah zarah. So now these are questions that principle. Maybe something was to be decided. Is that true? That a suffix, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality when facing a certain. What about Father Valentine? You have very much to be exercise. Cover shinies, we have to go in with it. So say cover dies. And again, we translate, have a special member of our team from South Africa. Mel Brown, another member of our team here in Toronto. By Mel, translated to cover 2 years ago as profit. The truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Not to remember again, 2 years ago, goes ahead and trains
The history of the show.
the cover as a person who is careful with the laws of human power, is a point that even into the power. Even into human power. So even again, even when it's not a sanctified food, he is not going to eat in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with trueness and niceness. So that's the definition of a cover. So it's interesting for me to ask this, why do you call a cover? Right, cover means friend. What's the exciting guy? Because I have seen something like this. He's a cover. Cover is someone who just looking and searching out for extra talent. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of talent. Because if you don't have food in a state of talent, you're not obligated to change it. The unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. There is someone who thirsts for power so much that he seeks out those standards. Even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity. Such a person who wants to bring purity into areas that he is not obligated to do so. Such a person is that's a friend. That part who says someone who wants you in their life so bad that is willing to take on pictures in areas of ritual purity. That is hard. That he doesn't have to. That's a friend. That's a friend of the perhaps even listening to the higher level of the time talking, because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. Incredibly enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. So you're not going to put upon himself additional reasons because he wants power. That's the power. He wants purity. That's the friend of the Ribono Shel Olam. So the Gemara says, "Chover shenis yet l'gor le'edas." So chover dies. Chover dies, and after that, we discuss the basket of fruit. What's the issue? What's the issue? What's the issue? Is because you know whether or not they can time. So the Gemara says, even if not you just harvest them that day, or then the first person to turn it. Is it a chazaka? Ultimately, again, that they are properly timed. I was like, it's not like something that's real. Something was real. There was a one left percent of the case. Here's a case of a God. What's the God? What's the God? The certainty. The certainty was they were temple. That's it, right? There was 25 coaches. Those are why that about that. Because everything's got down as 25 coaches. So you have the fact that it was somebody. Something, maybe at the cover did time it, maybe he didn't time it. What do you see here? Because the something the most you did time it. And what do you see here? And ultimately, again, a something possibility that time it goes ahead and overrides the bad guy that it certainly was temple. So you see something once you do that, to which the Gemara says no. Muslim, God day is God day. It's not true. That's not something in God day. That's a God day is God day. The God day has to be. So versus the same way it was Teva, God day was Teva, shouldn't be it was Teva. And also God day that what? That we type it. Versus the Kenina Kosa, everything was Zeka al Hoher in the Motsi Dover Shakin and you take them with Hashem. Okay, that's what I remember. So again, interestingly, it's fascinating. The comment will say again, you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's something that you've done the right thing. You have to understand. So what does that mean to get to that level? When the halacha looks at you and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. Our Chamer does not leave unfighting produce in his possession. The moment it comes in his possession, he gets tied, and therefore there's no suffix in that guy, there's only that guy and that guy. Incredible. Levi said the other possibility is, Levi says, suffix. Take the suffix. Interestingly enough, maybe it's a suffix and a suffix house, so what does that mean? I've shown the other to the Moshe. Possible that the public can look to himself like a Moshe after earlier is, yeah? The honor, not in other parts we also. The Makus of the Moats Shalom, today Shalom, Shalom, I suppose that is an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a nice loophole. What's the type of loophole? Without being all taken out of this now, in order for produce to be subject to typing obligations, there has to be what's called the SPR bias, right? It has to come to the home, has to come to the home in normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicely exempt. Technically it's nicely exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no something that's nothing to do about that. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the cover tried it or not, it's also a suffix of what? If the produce was ever subject to tunis and osis. Why? Because it's possible that literally you're getting used in this legal loophole of bringing it through the window, and therefore it was not the subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, well, second, there ain't something nothing to do about it. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle. Like, the Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was, a suffix Moshe Midei Kata. Right? Ultimately, you have a possibility to not change the reality of a serpent. So that's really is that correct? You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to go, I'm not going to go, my submission also show not happening that days. Not as my submission also show not sick after Berino, very interesting case where there was once a story of a new serpent. And let's say now, again, we're going to, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi says over here, Gabra Aloma B'Yisrael, a very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Reno. Okay, what happened? She had given me about it. She had a miscarriage. And what's interesting enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, not to bury a makeup. But the interesting thing about it is, this is also a problem with it. In effect, which is in other words, in the non-discrete way, in general, what's in the halacha is you have to bury a makeup, you have to bury a miscarried baby from death. That's what do not bury it in a marked grave. You do not do that. Burying a rebel is not burying a marked grave. So the life teachings are also just from like a mental health perspective. It is unhealthy. That pathology is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be contained, did not want it to be on birth in life force. So how to say what happened? So she was carried, and she put the miscarriage in her. We both coined the pictures. According to the Lord, and obviously saw what had happened, and peered over the pit. Now, why did the tongue peel over the pit? Later, exalted in the Teva. So you drank the Pascha flour, the Lord of us, and the woman gives birth, and even after miscarriage, the holy and women miscarriage occurred. There could be too much labor. There could be ritual impurity associated with it. Now, the duration of too much labor depends on what? Boy or girl. So the Kohen peers over the pit in order to see was the neighbor, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. The God might say, what's the problem? The problem is, by peering over the pit, what did the Kohen essentially do? Too much alcohol. Too much alcohol. Remember again, too much alcohol was like to be contracted in two ways. You could be under a roof together with the waist, or you could leave the roof over the waist. So technically speaking, if there's a part, let's say again, I was standing next to a foot underneath the sky, so I lean over the foot, I am the whole. So here, the point where I had a moved over the pit to see if it was a girl. I would have to use myself with a hundred. This episode is on the coming. The tea and Rimu, the big chefs, the top and side days with food. And they're retired. They're retiring. Why are they retired? Because ultimately, this was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably took in this marriage. They probably took it and dragged it away. So, you might as well say, the back end, people may say, Suffolk Road, because he's Suffolk. It will mostly be bad. So, look at this case. Here's the case of bad guy. What's the bad guy? The shift of the woman having miscarriage, and she placed the baby in the bed. What's the suffix? Maybe the animal took him, and the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do we see from there? And yet, we see that the suffix trumps the bad guy. Right? The suffix changes the reality, even in the case of the bad guy, to the point that, again, you're asking, the calling is not punished. The calling is not punished. So you see here, that suffix can go ahead and trump a bad guy, which we know is really right. Even if you see in the bar, make for the bar, as a imam, it's too much to me and you call the bar. The Lord says, no. What happened over here is that the Holy sees the shift bar throwing something that looks like in yourself. In other words, that guy that should miscarry and placed the name of the bar. Rather than he saw what appeared to be a navel being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffix to begin with. So that's one second, but that's not what it says. How many things are him? So you understand that he got the kid over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl, to which the universe was occupied and to say, laid on, the universe is laid on, and what did he learn? He can make them with you. So first of all, he was looking at the book to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? And the universe said, no, effectively, just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, not that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. So first of all, looking over the body, see was it an AFL or not? If it's on an AFL, if it was an AFL, then did that. If it's on an AFL, labor exactly in the AFL. See was a boy. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Rabbi and Suffolk, right? Again, this was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the Suffolk, ultimately again, the animal took away. You might say, well, that's where it is. David said, well, the Bible is machine and Shan, not that down. The other possibility is no. Once you have a place, you're going to be the food and the harvest. That means these animals there, they definitely drag the way where everyone's excelling. Okay? So we'll say, this day, so there is the cash up. So again, so just pause on there for just a second. So just understand. Do you consider yourself a metrosexual? The Gemara essentially seems to say that that principle of each suffering must to be ultimately again falls. So in halacha, we accept this principle. In suffering, what do we do about it? If you have two pieces of information in front of you, one is a suffering and one is a Vadai. The Vadai piece of information determines the reality, and the suffering piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I say, just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why, how do we get into this? I find a piece of broken Avodah Zarah. So I find a piece of, let's say, idol or things that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, here I use it. So the answer is no. Why not? That's what I know. Why? Because I was that guy that this was Avodah Zarah. Second, maybe the uncle actively decommissioned it. And if I'm going to take you to that, the second, maybe the uncle decommissioned it, doesn't change the outlook. That guy that this was definitely Avodah Zarah. Rabbi says, just to point out how powerful this is so easy on a Catholic level as well. Because in something if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, like over the millennia, we have faced so many scapegoats. There's so many scapegoats. Like, will we survive? This is an existential threat. You know, all of the things that we so. So it is interesting that both of us were going to be on. I'm shouting about Pastor Rice. He said, there's so many beautiful things. One of the things I thought that was very shocking was he spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, even if existential threats to Kafar Israel. So to me that was shocking because for me much in mind I said to myself, there was never an existential threat. Well, it's scary, it's overwhelming, but obviously the rest of us doesn't. It takes out a totally different way. Over the years, over the centuries, there's been many mistakes. Like we've been faced with many moments of existence. And just such. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm? Just less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. We suffer much in the Vadai. What's the Vadai? In Spanish we say, as Am Yisrael is an Am Hametz. Am Yisrael, the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. And therefore, what holds us over even times of difficulty is suffering. Big words in the day. Suffering. What are the best? Suffering is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, the Hamas. It doesn't matter who the suffering is. There are so many scriptures that have presented themselves. Another suffering, only in Armenian Bachar.
You guys think we should do one more special treat right now?
Listen, another suffering always arises. Rest assured, in suffering, you'll see moving back. No suffering should undermine the Rabbi, the certainty of the eternality of Christ. That's ultimately when the source of our happiness. That's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our life. It's incredible. Incredible. Halachically, as well as counts. It's not even like that instinct. So says, no, again, embedded in all of this is this hypothesis of the local hypothesis. So here's what I know. And again, when we talk about this more in different moments, you can Shmuel hold desire, right? In other words, an atom to be mevatel his avodah desire. The shaila is how does he do it? The Rothschild says it must be what we call active bittul, and the Rothschild says even passive bittul works. That was now going back to our level A state. Others will come about others will come to others will come later, others do this. They also listen to this going on as well. You know, sorry. That's it. I'm sorry, thank you. I say, what's the time you say, thank you. What's the time you say, how it is, was it actually say, if you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, ultimately, again, it's also, so, Gemara says, why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. Gemara says, Amai, why is that? Hashvarim made it. So, say that's broken pieces. So, in other words, once again, this is a fresh up on the Turkish. You only ask them the Turkish. The 22, this should be totally different, right? Because once you find broken pieces, whether the atom actively broken or the atom broke on its own, the atom doesn't worship an idol. Like that, again, what's the other thing Turkish is logic? I know. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, say, what's going on with this? You know, say, no, it's very much more. They're not. I need it, they're not helping you out the seesaw. So this one, again, is what we said yesterday. You know, that's the case. The case of the hand in the foot is the case ultimately of a pedestal. And it's on a pedestal, and that is quite possible that is actually a it's like a self-sufficiency right now. But it's all type of idolatry. Okay, basically, ignore is not the fact. That's right. Or we can come to that out, or some shit up, or something. I don't know. So it's this one, some of this little. And we go have it. If we go back out, he's coming up with desire. And then come up again, we have a desire of his friend. Meaning, any athlete can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, it is so, opinion about the one is become so over the fucking. And also, it's such a good fact. So, there's a garage behind this. And what is the fucking? Actually places him. And so, does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. That's isn't that fascinating? Right? So, over can negate or decommission any form of idolatry. And the cell has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. I'm not dying. So we do this one, so I'm not. Have you got all this country stuff? Why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? That clearly again, but it's fucking should be but it's actually works. On the other hand, check out stuff. What's the case over here? The case over here is where we slow, then big, no people. What's an interesting thing with the US suggestion is it's not from a decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Breakage tension will be higher. And the straight up doesn't decommission. What's that? Pasta, Mahadi, Motias, Pasta, Cappuccino, Pasta, Butler. That's not true again. But again, if you get the idolatry, even though again, all of those idolatry states, is still present ultimately again. the عبادی زاره بابا همینجوری که پس بابی محمد اول پس Israel will God God ultimately you're right if the athlete goes ahead and defends the idolatry that negates it but if he's still against the idolatry that does not negate it and that's what Rabbi on another level is like you know what you trust in Israel now Rabbi which is very important to know let's like this in reality even when you stress against the Avodah children of Israel to the site, defending really is an act of colonization. Which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface idolatry should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you stress against it, it's okay. So what's this? Why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. Hello. Zera. There's a zera. What's the zera? Zera Makro. Therefore, having the right law, that's a good issue. In reality, and you still has the power of engagement, and you still does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. Obviously, negate idolatry, if he breaks it, if he bends it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say what is this about this to us? What they say that what is Israel going to do? He wants to be about Israel. So what does he do? He has about Israel. He lifts it up. Like getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, right, that's an act of Hadbar. What does Hadbar do? Hadbar acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of the Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of the Jew, the Avodah Biyad Yisrael, the Torah Avodah is no Chavim Biyad Yisrael. Aveda is Kira B'Lo. So let's say this is absolutely wild. It's actually wild. Let's say we are going to see exactly why this is the Gemara of Hasbach from now on the days. But again, right now we'll just quote the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So what's this happening over here? Any Yisrael technically you can decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How can you decommission it? You can break it, you can bend it, but Chazal said that the decommissioning of the Jew does not work. Why? What did he just say about? That in the process of decommissioning the Yisrael, can take it out. That could be like about Avodah Zarah specifically Hector. We'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah specifically Hector. He lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he is behind the wall, Avodah Zarah, right? Once he goes ahead and he acquires it, he becomes Avodah Zarah of the youth. Avodah Zarah of the youth ultimately cannot be you can't be medached, you can't be decommissioned. Therefore, again, ultimately, again, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, if we want to try to avoid these Jews entering Avodah Zarah, how does Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not very incredible. So everybody resonates today. So the Avodah Zarah is this whole idea over here of Avodah actually the book about it. It's like Akum Shehi Avodah Zarah. Let's say that Akum who brought stones from Marcos, right? What's Marcos? Marcos is the Avodah Zarah that essentially the Avodah Zarah was in stones formation. So an Akum takes stones from Marcos, and what does he do? If he got behind, drop him, he starts stealing some colors. So what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones, and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as papers. like his neighbors, and he's sitting at the street. So
special episode of Kill Tony where everybody's doing okay.
Allah, because the stones are mutter. Why the stones mutter? Because again, Allah so he's actively decommissioned.
From you as always.
Using it for everyday use. He's not saying about it.
So likable. I always
Most
say
people are not in the country of special use. But again, for Jews, take stones from mountains and use it into the road. Ultimately, again, it's not.
bars you go to, I know it's not salad bars.
You can't use that for you can't get one off because it's up. I'm not eating much of a water. You have a kind of stuff on.
I don't know, Ruby Tuesday salad bar.
So a lot of mistakes are getting so different as good. The truck is, why should we speak any worse ultimately again than a Holy Zara that broke on its own? And what if you try this at Holy Zara?
Famously always
That broke on its own ultimately is decommissioned. He wants to live in a hot banana piece of rubber. It was a stick of rubber set before rubber set essentially.
look at the ladies, all lose respect for
People are going to like you said the decommissioning of Holy Zara. Why not? Because once again you have this concern. So you have this concern for the process of decommissioning. The Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's a Holy Zara owned by a Jew. He wants that Holy Zara owned by a Jew that can never be decommissioned. And again, we'll see if we have that. Basically, there is a catch on. I think we'll probably shoot 5 on his probably cell phone. So we'll listen to this. This side. But we probably shoot 5 on his phone. Was here watching Kevin of Zara and you see that you have on your back.
Something cool happened last
So we'll say, so that's the things out there, for example, and I'm seeing and what do? I go and I take shooting. She's off of the apple, I'll do that shooting. So what's the status of the shooting versus the itself?
Yeah, you did. That's crazy.
If ultimately on the optimism first. So, right, he think the shooting's not the able to because he wants God and everything. Whatever it is, it's self-owned. Ultimately, he's doing it for himself. And he,
Look at this move.
in both the shavings and the tree itself, he's looking why. Because the action of taking shavings off the apple desire tree from the apple's own personal view. This is what is itself a decommissioning of the apple desire. Okay? However, it's self-wrong. If he's taking shavings off the tree, that's his tree, right? That's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's self-wrong. Ultimately again, then the shavings on the tree ultimately again is something. Then the tree is for us, she's a young part, but ultimately when the shavings will be water. The struck, as you see 5 hours per bottle, but if you smell, it takes the shavings, right? It takes pieces off of the tree. They itself hold, they itself hold, he the sheep will be happy. Whether he is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately again the apple is out of the tree itself and the shavings in the water. So it's going to be able to answer the subject. And now, how do you have all this? What problems for stubborn or why should we see any difference? Right? It's not funny. You should be no different than have all these other great science on. And when it makes sense on, you're going to. As they talk, if you said it's decommissioned, you sort of weird these things should be decommissioned as well. So it's for yourself, and then you figure that out. So let's say, what we keep on bringing up Rabbi. What did Rabbi say? So let's say, Rabbi is of the opinion, essentially, you don't want to do decommissioning of what is why? It's too much of a role of his life. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then Halacha L'Mesa, you end up acquiring it, and therefore again, it can never be. There's no place. Asia, you'll see Asia, but you'll see where Children's Israel of the Rock, and not to the actually our next mission. Our next mission that we're going to see this, Yossi says, or say, or two choices. So he grind it up. If you find the Zara, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. Not killing the young. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. There was one thing this is talking about. If you find that one Zara made up net, so what do? Grind it up, scatter it, scatter it to the wind, or throw it to the sea. You know, it says, I'm going to go. Actually, that's the way you can do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It become fertilizer. So it's what it says, it's still, when you've got the young family, you're not doing the process. Because really, you can't retain any parts of a design for your own use. Most of the night, there is one thing that I'm not going to ask for a night. The happy couple is to come to discover the level, but once again, why?
Stupid and not good at things, but this guy
even if a bugger breaks on its own, ultimately again it's decommission. In this case, a grinding it up should also be a decommission.
probably, I mean, like,
So
one of
he says even if it does happen, fertilizer, it's not that bugger solid fertilizer, which they was talking to the Rabbi. Once again, I will say keep all roads keep leading back to Rabbi. Ultimately, there is concerned that if the Jews involved in decommissioning, they lifted up first, acquired it, and what acquired by the Jews, but did not be decommissioned. They say that we have and the Sion Omer, Matza Tzuras Dako, the Losha Chato. What's an interesting case over here? Let's see if I the image of a dragon. And this is our next display. Now, we also want to see a dragon is one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. Head is cut off. So therefore, Suffolk Obico Habitato, Suffolk is all possible. Mutter, if I'm not sure, get a Jew decapitate the dragon, right? Or get it it's Mutter. Mutter, you want to remember them, that guy is all possible. Or also, but if you saw there's one cut off the head, it's also, you want to now, how they have all those go publish was standing there. I said, watch it to see any different. So it's a summit. So I should be any different than a case. So I can look again about. And guys are grow, honest, finally to do that. Once again, the Gemara says we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rabbi. So most like, I said this, we didn't receive the theme over here. We don't want Jews to talk about Zara, even if we just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. If a Chazal was not making a point, then even if you commission the Jews doesn't work out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create it, and create the problems going forward. A state, but you'll see over there. When you look those people saying, Shani, did they Shani be on those? That's fine. So it's an interesting case of yours. So this halacha is the following case. We're going to see this also over in John's So we'll see the halacha is in general both sides. About what halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath an shade tree. Underneath a shade tree. So during this summer, the problem is that the shade tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. As therefore, you can't plant in the summertime, however, this is in the winter, the rainy season. Ultimately, the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, you know, also this wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath a shade tree during the rainy season. But the answer says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? If it's Shanavia, the Sheretz Halim is what will happen. The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. I'm not sure watch the forming leaves be a after all. The other have almost a bunch of stuff in there. Once again, It's forming roots should be no different than what? Fallen idols. I would like to use rubbish if an idol falls and breaks on its own. It's bottled. So to a leaf falls off on the tree, it should also be bottled. Surely upon the full of as a fruit was a shiny hot sun, the Israel was the piece of former root why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the former root with that well, there's no identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You might as well say other days, no days of that means 42 feet. And Moses says, I, Nahar, Shikuya. What about this? Here's the shavings. That one right there, share tree shavings. We can have other stuff on the pyramids, but once again, the primary part of the other, i.e., the tree still exists. You can tell you, in that case, the most. So he said, good son of God, yes, he said that even in a case, it's ultimately again where you're feeding the tree for the benefit of the tree remains also. But ultimately again the shavings are the if you live with the tree honor, if you should eat, I will us for the problem the kingdom. Yeah, that's a good lesson. Ultimately, there was a simple reason because I don't know the zone. You can't be God cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off, that act cannot create a sense of negation on the which makes sense. And you want to say, it's in the luxury. This website. So up until now, all of these questions have been from the real very short. So on the website. Focuses on one simple case. And Avodah Zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zarah bottle or because negation of idolatry requires active negation. The shortage, yes, because even de facto negation. Right? But passive negation ultimately works. Up until now, this entire Amid has been a opener questioning the shortage. Now, we switch gears. Switching the rubbish of the opener. So it's rubbish as the cash on the opener. Nobody believes that. But here you go. Time should so you don't try this. Well, now you know that. Now the tree belongs to right, the tree wants to listen to the flesh. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's halacha? You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed riba. Really? You know how to speak Chinese? So, yeah. Do you know how to say I'll never apologize? She says, well, second half from the top of the Yamin. That's the Rabbi. She did get benefit. The Rabbi. But obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree. And therefore, if you did get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not riba. Fine. So we must let's analyze. But what about if the nest is on the top of the shade? The same case. I have a shade. On the top of the shade tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yaki's bakana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood. And then you can go ahead and you can benefit from the nest like that. Like that. So that's just what you know. Yaki's bakana. I'm sorry. Let's say Yaki's bakana. Yeah, you can't. Right? You spot a little bit, you can survive that. This is very interesting. So now, again, what can I do? I can't, you know, let's say in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is used
So that was you?
pieces of the tree. Oh, yeah, well, there's other tree, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and get back to the nest. Yeah. The man says, let's say, what is the bird building the nest from? And the assumption of it is the nest in the seriously is being built from wood or from twigs from the assyrian tree. Right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? Yet, that's what we're like. You can't scale the tree, but you can't get benefit from the nest. But that nest was made from broken pieces of the assyrian tree. What do you see from there? What do you see from there? That once a broken starlight breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommission. So the Gemara says, Kasara, that's about, you're going to shove on the minute 18, it is simple.
Say it one more time.
Because the assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. The Kakani,
Sounds like Jared, mate.
Yafis Bakana, and yet the nest is mutter. So
Great
here's what
story,
it's
so
called.
fun time.
This
Great
supports
attitude.
my
Thanks so much.
assertion
And here's a
that
big chunk.
broken up
Thanks for the...
Vodazar, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the
You guys
Vodazar.
ready to put a big ribbon on this thing,
No,
huh?
I've never seen what's the case. You go to the IC, it's in the Alma,
There's
the
only one way to end
Kinsabah,
an
not
episode like
necessarily.
this.
Let's
That's
not
where the
say I'm
goddamn
virgin age,
ringless
let's
young
virgin
man
age
is
nest.
playing with me this weekend to do. Sold out chills and theaters in Michigan. He's been
All
opening
the
for
time, but they
regular
often bring
regularly.
materials from other locations.
Headlining all around the country. This is the longest standing regular in the history of the
Recently,
show.
as the bird
Here
made
with a
itself
brand new minute
comfortable
for you
in
and
the
here
Assyrian
right
tree,
now. This is the Big Red Machine, William Buffett.
but it did not gather the materials for the nest from the Assyrian tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately again from us. They can only become very hectic, so what's this again? What's the lie for that? The lie for that is look at the hectic streets. What happened in this case? The hectic streets was what do you want to say about the bird's nest, or about the bird's nest? No nanny, or about the tree. No nanny, about the nest, sorry. No nanny, no more. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest, but if you think you do not so let's analyze this. The ice eats in the algae. Well, so we're talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately from materials to the belt. Right outside of the hectic street, you kind of got the hectic flow down into the wall. So then it makes sense. No nanny in the drabon. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefits from that nest. Right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectic tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But it's a drabana, and also, so there's no other Mizaraisa. If there's no Mizara, why is there no Mizara? Why is there no Mizara? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectic tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to the Mizara. That is in the middle of the Kinsabah and my Lomor and Hakabushi. And again, let's say Halakha Maisa, the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the hectic tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's hectic. Hectic ultimately again, and you're not allowed to benefit from it, and it's really what the Dalaisa, which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara suggests. The bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the hectic tree, which the Gemara says not necessarily. The Gemara says, so let's say maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, say in the hectic case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hectic tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest, the hectic tree, then why is that nest not us in the dog? Right? What's going on over here? To which the
The sweatpants are a shade lighter than my fucking sweatshirt.
The Gemara says, listen to this. What's the case over here? That might be a hard one to hear about the Akari Kast. Shabbos says, this is a fascinating situation to get.
How stupid do you feel
When
exactly?
you manage something, right? So obviously the item, but the item, is hectic. What about if that item loads things afterwards? Are those subsequent loads considered to be hectic as well? So what's an example of this? A tree. I'm not push a tree. You know, on Tuesday. And then 2 days later, these branches, are those new branches and growths subject to the hectic designation? Or not? That is a machlokes. That is called Gidulin Haboim La'achanikai. Growth which occurs after the death.
Sorry, I started working out.
So they would have turned out over here. The first shot I saw, and I was not
And I had to get off because I got dizzy in my chest.
the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when these branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growth. So the net moved the nest out of the new growth. And therefore, again, so now is the nest addition. Fine, that's enough focus. You know, see, because Sabar, they need to be given. And the author of this place and author of this Mishnah holds that the hectic designation only revolves upon the tree that you
I mean, they made it
at the time of the designation, but anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hectic, and therefore, again, the nest is ultimately raising the
wow, that's crazy. So the first time that you're working out
not
since
the
maybe
nest ground, and get benefit from the nest, that fruit. It doesn't mean the nest, it isn't the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is awesome. The nest is not very well because it's made of a shayla or because it's made of a hectic tree. Either way, it's awesome. So what can you get benefit from? The chicks. When you see knock down the nest, it means you get benefit from the contents of the nest. The nest is a little a sabbath that broken. You can become empowered. And you can apply it to both cases, both to the Ashura as well as the hectic trees. So in both of the cases, ultimately, or perhaps, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for saying it's as a case where the nest is being made from the hectic tree, or the nest is being made from the Ashura tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, they were one of the opinions that whatever grows in the tree is going to be hectic or hokizah. So what the case, why am I knocking down the nest? The nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The baits in can't the process. So let's listen to this. The shir says, for the chicks, it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be usher. And that's the why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is actually right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The dates and time that usher. The true thing that you learn, the dozer behind Rabban and Ka'al, you learn usher. So what's the logic of that? Fascinating. Eggs are usher. Why are eggs usher? Because eggs need the nest. The net needs the tree, and therefore A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C, which means that the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be us. What's isn't fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on here. But we were suggesting maybe in all these cases the nest is up. Why is the nest usher? Because we're talking about a case where the nest is made from the Ashura tree or from the hectic tree. So the nest is going to be usher. The nest is going to be usher. So what is it doing right? So it says take a stick, knock down the nest, and get benefit from the nest. It needs it. chicks in the nest. The chicks are water. But the egg is really problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest, and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So the benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. The eggs is the big thing comes out from the Rashi, that's broken, should switch on the iman, the gates double. It's very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are relying on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So which makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore a lot of ways on their father. So it turns out that over here with the sticks of the nest on top of the certain exit tree, the guys who can't scale the tree regardless. Right? By another guy was that like, what can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So you can get benefit from the nest because the nest itself is made from a share tree or from the heavy tree. But can you get benefit from independent chicks? Independent chicks, right? I work for myself, that is going to be water, right? There you go, right? Right? So, and get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, right, what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the lion young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. Let's stop with different ways, but again, let me just say the halacha l'maisa. So look, actually, let's say, tomorrow we'll pick up, we'll finish off with the halacha l'maisa, look at the truck. What are we doing that now for? So what are we passing it, right? And then the next one,
I like to think that he's thinking about perhaps the
continue to adventures in Abizera, Shvach, everyone. Right, and that's another great day.
That's why you might go, ladies and gentlemen. We did it again. Another unbelievably fun episode of Kill Tony. Listen to the world record pod, the world's funniest podcast on a hand from Brendan Wall. The Full Charge Power Hour. Follow him everywhere on social media at The Full Charge. It's at Fulltron, everybody. Thank you. How about a hand for the band, everybody? That's the Kill Tony Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Kill Tony Band. Great Mike Muehlling on guitar, Michael Gonzalez on drums, and D Madness on the bass. It's the Drive for Ryan J. Email. If you choose tonight's episode, you can print available at RyanJEmail.com. Thank you to this live audience for being here. Very fun episode tonight. There's merch over in the corner, and the official after party starts now. You can unlock your phones and hang out, drink more. Thank y'all. Good night, everybody. Thank you very much.
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. We give that person all of ours. Morning Turkey King, our annual chemical responsibility. This is from American Stuff. Dedicating all the process this year as its plus so follows and strong. Our chemical response is for the month of Av, our body will report us speaking of when we Tracy in honor of their parents, Israel Tracy, Juno Tracy, as in Moses' wife, in memory of Stanley Moses' wife from the Rambam. On the time of Abby and Joker, with appreciation, share the entire love for the violin and all of those sacrificing this spell. And mention the Goro Rush and the Holy Sponsors for today. Mention of the website of Ali Labor Ben Mertbat from Goro. All of them shows up now. We have a family in the from all of those things with Shadow Goro Code for Holy Israel. Which brought Usha Nefesh and bring home our hostages, the Shalom and the Karo, allow our holy soldiers to be successful. We'll say with that, let us begin our Hashem. We have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Membeis. Today's daf is Membeis. We have to pick up the rest of Hashem on Mem Aleph days 41b. And we left off the in something most usual. Adai, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 2, Well, that's the key. From the balance. Also, remember again, in yesterday's daf we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call cortisol. What's the two term? Slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't. No. Allah says that the Gemara says that if you find pieces of Avodah Zarah, essentially you still take the hand off them. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an akum decommission them or not? That Sunshine now, an akum, and we're going to discuss this more in detail. An akum does have the ability to decommission Avodah Zarah. Now again, there we have my focus of focus. Do you active decommissioning or can it even be passive? But again, we'll get that's our overarching method here. So the opening says it has to be active decommissioning. Rish Lakish says even passive decommissioning, not immediately if the idol falls over by itself and right. The opener is still an idol, according to Rish Lakish, has lost idolatry people. So let's say it again. So that's why we find pieces of Darth loss. If you find pieces of the slumming of an image, it's going to be winter. Why is it winter? Because it's a sex statement. What's the sex statement? Suffix number one is maybe it should never work. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, I guess even if it was worship, maybe it was decommissioned. So the ideal goes that we got trouble with that. Ultimately, again, well, it does not work. Because the Rothschild we say, these suffix mentioned is that. Ultimately, again, the suffix that maybe, the decommission doesn't go ahead and take it out from the project that he was. Having your questions, that principle. Maybe something more to be. Is that true? That a suffix, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality or facing uncertainty? What about following our time? Now, very much to do exercise. Cover shinies, if you have to burn away at us. Okay, cover diet. And again, we can still give you special ceremony to a member of our cheer from stuff. I didn't go through no good well, it's just through no. Another member of our cheer in Toronto. Or Hashem, we have a lot of not just in this case, but so he messaged me by no. I sent this cover a few days ago as uncovered. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rabbi, remember again, 2 days ago, go ahead and translate cover as a person who is careful with the laws of human Torah, to the point that he even eats his food with Torah. So even again, eating what we'll call non-sanctified food.
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. First and foremost, I'm very proud to say that I have completed one entire year, 24 hours a day, 7 days for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year of X Spaces on video. So if you're ever interested in watching my life live on X, just feel free in the X Space search to type in Rabbi, and you can see I'm live on 2 different spaces in addition to being in this one. Thank you so much for allowing me to contribute to that. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I share my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. And boy, don't you know we need it. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. When I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view the YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find them in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. I'm very proud to say that we're nearly at 3,000 members and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Shore program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. Most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Sunday, maybe the cover did target. Maybe you did target. What do you see there? Because this Sunday, mostly did target. What do you see there? That ultimately, again, a Sunday, a possibility that target goes ahead and override the guy that is certainly was Temple. So you see something multi-media target. Which is more as well. Awesome. God day is God day. No, it's not true. That's not something God day. That's a God day, God day. What is the God day absolutely? So whereas as I said, it was Temple. God day was Temple. Sunday it was Temple. And also God day, that's what? That he timed it. You want to do the thing that comes out, everything that comes out.
Yo, what up, MD Thrive? How are you?
So again, interesting, it's fascinating. We can cover one side again. Can you imagine?
Thank you.
Excellent. Doing well, my man. How are you?
No suffix, which is done the right thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want? Are you interested in my free social media strategy?
Yeah, certainly doing the right thing.
Do you want my free social media strategy? I can send it to you.
From the moment it comes into possession,
Yo, do you hear me?
there's only bad guy and bad guy.
Yo, do you want my free social media strategy? Okay. Okay. Are we friends on Twitter? Send me a message on Twitter, and I'll send it to you. Yes, sir.
As well as an interesting case, there is technically speaking a nice loophole, a tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? Without being able to alter the tithing now, in order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called redestination. Like it has to come coming to the home, as coming to the home through a normative, through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Technically it's nicer exempt. Now, again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no something that's nothing to do about that.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So even if you want to go with the fact that
On-
it's a suffix,
you sent it You sent it to me on Twitter?
Subject. Why? Because it's possible that we're going to get this legal loophole of bringing it.
You're good.
And therefore it was never subject. Okay. So the Gemara says, 1 second, there ain't something nothing to do about it. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle. The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was aim suffix motse midei bada. Right? It can all do if you get a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. Of a certainty. So really is that true? You know what it says, but when you learn, I'm not really done. Mike said Bishop Russell shall not cap of my base. Nice thing, Bishop Russell shall not take after Berino. Very interesting. So there was once a story of a maidservant. But let's say now again, one thing. This is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Gosh. She says over here, Gavra Alama B'Yisrael, a very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Remo. Okay, what happened? She had two neighbors about her. She had a miscarriage. And I will say, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury a neighbor. But interestingly, the halacha is, this is also about a little bit. You would put a neighbor in a pit. You just, in other words, in a non-script grave. In general, also the halacha is, you have to bury a neighbor. You have to bury a miscarried baby. But we do not have to bury it in a marked grave. We do not do it. To bury in the grave, but we do not bury in a marked grave. For a variety of reasons, also just from a mental health perspective.
Okay, I just saw it in Deep Thrive. Yes, sir. Excellent. I am about to send you my strategy. And it's amazing.
Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but as I wanted it to be contained, do not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So what happened? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a pit. What coin the pit is? A coin came along, and I was to saw what had happened and peered over the pit. Now, why did the coin peer over the pit? Later in Zaka in the Kiva, seems yet the pastor for her. And then again, when a woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, when the miscarriage occurred, there could be too much labor. There could be ritual impurity associated with it. Now, the duration of Tumas Linda depends on what? Boy or girl. So the coin peers over the pit in order to see was the makeup, I guess, was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. What's the problem here? The problem is, by peering over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Tumas Ola. Tumas Ola. Remember again, Tumas Ola also could be contracted in two ways. You could be under a roof together with a mace, or you could be the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I'm standing next to a corpse underneath the sky, but If they lean over the corpse, I am the Ohel. I am the Ohel. So here the Kohen went ahead and leaned over the pit to see is it a boy or a girl. And what happened? This episode came from the Chachamim. And they're retired. They're retiring. Why are they retired the Kohen? Because ultimately, this was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. Let's one second. The doctor had Tila made though. Suffolk Garu. Suffolk Garu. The Kasi Suffolk the most immediate island. So look at this case over here. Here's the case. What's the Dadai? The ship when you have miscarriage. And she placed the baby in the bed. What's the Suffolk? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do we see from there? And yet, you see that the suffix trumps the Vadai. Right? The suffix changes reality even in the case of the Vadai. To the point that, again, the fasting, the Kohen is not coming. The Kohen is not coming. So you see from there that suffix can go ahead and trump a Vadai. Which the Gemara says, what happened over here is the Kohen sees the ship throwing something that looked like the in other words, that she miscarried and placed the Metal in the bar. Rather than he saw what appeared to be a Metal being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a secondary universe. What's like this? That's not what it says. How many things I can do? But the Gemara said that that's the pure order in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. Which the Gemara says, how to to say. Linda, the Gemara says, Linda, in Rothschild, in Metal. So first of all, we were looking into the thing to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or the so we're looking at this means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, left that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. Some other discharge. See, first of all, see, was it an April or not? It's an April. Was it an April? In Giza, it's an April. It's in Zafar. See, was it going to so in fact, this wasn't the case of Zadai and Zadai. Again, it was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried a baby, like what was a miscarriage or not. And then again, compound that with the Suffolk. And ultimately, again, that the animals with the Levites and their possibilities, they don't shut all the Bibles, material shut, not that guy. The other possibilities, once you have a place, we know that there's a program of harvest, that these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled from this place. Okay? Where is the pastor? So just we'll pause on this just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of doing something ultimately again holds. And in Halacha, we accept this principle. Any second quote that you get by that. That if you have called two pieces of information in front of you, one is a suffix and one is a Zadai. But Zadai is information determines the reality, and the suffix piece of information does not undermine that which. Yes, that's why once again, just kind of be orienting ourselves a little bit. That's why how do we get into this? I found a piece of broken outward result. Like, so I find it useless unless I either or things that I know is definitely worshipped as idolatry. Now, I find the piece, can I use it? Can I use it? The answer is no. Why not? It's not why. Because I have a bad guy that just was Abel Bizarre. Second, maybe you decommissioned it, and if I can't use it right because the something, and then you got to decommission it, doesn't you? You have to the bad guy that this is definitely Abel Bizarre. And so, just to point out how powerful this is so traffic level as well. Because in something multimedia bad guy, you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny in one phrase, this is it. Over the years, like everybody already knows, we have faced so many struggles. So many struggles. Like, will we survive? This is an existential threat. You know, all of this was so interesting. So interesting that those of us who presented here on Shabbos with Usher Weiss, he said, so many beautiful things. One of the things that I found very shocking was...
Yo, can you hear me? Yes, sir. What's good, son?
So to me, that was shocking because for me, in my mind, I said to myself,
Okay, so I sent you a list of what to do, and you do that, and then once you're done with it, come back to me, we'll look it over, we'll make sure it's good, and then we'll work on your pitch in different spaces so that you can say to people, hey everybody, my name is MD, I am a social media marketer, I'd love to promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms. If this sounds of interest to you, send me a DM, I'd love to help you get more people interested in your project, more people buying your coin. I'd love to help raise your vision of where you stand in social media, on search engines, and in AI. And I'd love to do business with you. That's what you want to be able to say to people, right?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent. Okay, well, do what I said in that list. And if you don't know what to do, just copy the message, put it into ChatGPT, and say, simplify this for me. And it will tell you exactly what it is. But it's pretty simple right now. You just go to the first message and you just follow the steps, okay? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm here if you need my help, okay?
Sure, try that.
Yes, my friend.
we are in total That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty? Well, there's something was needed. Something. The word about something is the Babylonians. Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter who the suffix is. There's so many statements that have presented themselves. Another suffix. Odin Alenu Bakalos, another suffix always arises. Rest assured, a suffix noting needed bad. No suffix can undermine the bad certainty of the eternality of God Israel. That's ultimately the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. Practically, as well as Hashkaf. It's not even those that they say, so let's remember again, embedded in orbit. This is my favorite trip to the open structures. So here's what I know. And it's, we're talking about this more in just a few moments. You can be to this. The Shaila is how does it do? But Yochanan says it must be what we call active. The Torah, and which what he says, even passive. So let's now go back to say, oh, they from the battle, I've always got published on the shop, I know this is this. They also, there should be some English money on as well. Sorry. I'm sorry, thank you. It's a much of happiness that I've got you. It's a happiness that I've described out. I didn't ask you, was it back from the show? What do you say? If you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, ultimately again, it's also, so you know, says, you know, security behind it, because at the end of the day, that was a funny image that people worship. She wasn't, am I? Why is that? Well, sure. So say that's what you see. So in other words, once again, this is a concept in the book. The opening aspect of Turkish. The Turkish is crazy. This should be probably looked at. Because probably Turkish, you find broken pieces, whether the apple is broken or the apple broke on its own, the apple doesn't worship an idol like that. You know, again, what's wrong with Turkish's logic? I don't. If yourself are being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help. And therefore, again, so what's going on? Because the U.S. is not taking much more, but not. But not helping you out with CISA. Position American is what he said yesterday. What is it? The piece of the hand in the foot is the piece ultimately on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, and that it's quite possible that that is actually a self, almost like a self-assessment. This is the wrong word. But it's own type of idolatry. Okay, basically, Lord is not the contract. All these people from the Bible. From the Shalom Bishop, I made a place which was a small disorder. People probably use the backbone on that whole desire. And ultimately, again, the whole desire of respect. Meaning, any who can ultimately, again, negate and thereby issue any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Israel, you know about all this will come to all of it. There's a Jessica Jackson will see the logic behind this. The Novico coven, actually, and Israel does not have the ability to negate anything from idolatry. This isn't that fascinating. They say, Novico coven can negate and decommission any form of idolatry, and Israel has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. I'm not dying. So what's this? Amai. Why did the host come to the side of the house? Why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? That could be. Yeah, according to Rothschild, you should do according to that should work. Rabbi, Shepascha, what's the case over here? The case over here is where the Israel can give the obey from others. So it's interesting up in the US is that bending is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Bending with the entire item is still intact. It doesn't decommission. That's what's happening. The pasta, my hobby, option, pasta, appreciable pasta, but again, if you get an idolatry, even though again, all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, the apples and sours bottle, how do you need the pasta of the common, and our husband sorrow bottle, ultimately the rest of like, if your apple goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if you so dents the idolatry, that does not negate it. So Rabbi, on the level of says, you don't know, he must be something like that, so it's very funny to us. So this is like this, in reality, even when you spell dents the apple desire, it goes into the little side, denting, the really is an active form of Which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be the proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you strong, then say it's okay. So what's this? Why do Chazal say that it's not faced to this? Because Ella, Selah, is what's the Selah? Dilma man below the Hadim Ratala. So what's the issue? In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? A Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he dents it, that also wrong. So why do Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Is this? We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah, removes it up, but getting ready, let's say, to smash it, or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, right, that's the actual Hagbar. What does Hagbar do? Hagbar acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Avodah will come the Yad Yisrael. The Chol Avodas will come the Yad Yisrael. So they say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. They will say we are going to see exactly why this is a Gemara in 10 blocks right now on good days. But again, right now we're just going to the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So watch this happen over here. Can we install, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How can you decommission it? You could break it, you could bend it, but Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, Yisrael's going to pick it up. Not thinking on Avodah Zarah specifically hefker, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah specifically hefker, she lifts it up, she acquires it. Once he acquires it, once he goes ahead and he acquires it, becomes Avodah Zarah of a youth. Avodah Zarah of a youth ultimately can't be back on it. You can't be commissioned. Therefore, again, ultimately, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, we want to try
Yo, big dog, come to my Discord.
of Avodah Zarah. How do you Chazal that by simply going ahead and saying you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately again it is not going to. Oh wow, incredible. Jeffrey Mercer say, yeah, but in the Annapolis, the people behind the corruption, this time fields, so let's say, just by the way, there's this whole idea over here of actually we'll look at it. First is us. Apple, should we have on your heart? Listen to this. So let's say you have an apple who blocks stones from Marcellus, right? What's Marcellus? Marcellus is the Avodah Zarah that essentially the Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So an apple takes stones from Marcellus, and what does he do? To pick up and drop them, the cartiers to Paris. So what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones, and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use, uses them as pavers. Like the pavers, and uses them to make the street. So what's Allah will tell us, the stones are what they're. Why the stones are what they're? Because again, Allah is asked to be decommissioning them through using them for mundane use. Don't show me about the people and blocking the ideals. I see this. But again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcellus and puts it into the road, ultimately, again, it's not decommissioning. You can't use that road. You can't get hung up because it's Avodah Zarah. I might be merciful. Why is that? Let's go fuck this. So why do we say it's okay? So look, let's say it's Turkish. Why should this be any worse ultimately again than Avodah Zarah that growth on its own? And according to the Talmud, Avodah Zarah that growth on its own ultimately is decommissioned. To which the Gemara says, no, Hachanan Kibbe Rabba. It was just as Rabbi said before. Rabbi said essentially, a Jew can't decommission Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. See why we have this concern? When the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see if it actually means never. Basically, what is the catch on? Only for publishers. Shiva Boris for public example. So we're going to listen to this side. Only for publishers, Shiva Boris for public. What's the name of the publishers? You have Avodah Zarah, and you shouldn't have never. So this is, so that's for example, for example, a shade tree. A shade tree. Right? And what do? I go in it. It shavings off of the shade tree. So what's the status of the shavings? The verses with Sarko, if ultimately the Adam is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah because he wants to, I don't know, make a back whatever it is. With Sarko, ultimately he's doing it for himself, and he is recovered. Then both the shavings and the tree itself become okay. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah tree for the Adam's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah Zarah. Okay? However, with Sarko, if he's taking shavings off the tree, that is pruning the tree, right? And that's what is benefit of the tree itself. So Sarko, yes, the shavings ultimately again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately again, sorry, yes, right? The tree is still also the sheep, yeah, we talk ultimately the shavings will be but if he still takes the shavings, right, takes pieces off of the tree, bringing itself home, whether the Israel is doing this again for his benefit or for his benefit, ultimately again, you have Avodah Zarah, the tree itself, and the shavings remain with them. So what's going to be open hands to the published by 9. Yeah, I'll be happy with this go publish this background already. Why should this be any different? Right? It's not according to you. This should be no different than an Avodah Zarah that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, the open breaks on, she said it's decommissioned. So it will be in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. So which the US half and Rabbi, keep the Rabbi. So once again, we keep on bringing up Rabbi. What does Rabbi say? So once again, Rabbi said the opinion, essentially, we don't want Jews decommissioning Avodah Zarah. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? In halacha l'maisa, right? You end up acquiring it, and therefore again, it can never be beautiful. Ace said, the Yossi Omer, Shilchim Bizarre of the Rock. Oh my goodness, what's actually our next mission? Our next mission that we're going to see, Hashem. So Rabbi Yossi says, so I'm saying, too much nicer now. Show me if you find the Avodah Zarah, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. Oh, or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. And also, we're going to see this talking about if you find that Avodah Zarah made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, scatter it. So the wind or throw it into the sea. Gemara says, Amuro, Ashkenaz tell when you can do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, it's going to become fertilizer. So Gemara says, it's said, well, you got the yoke from the process says, really, can't retain any part of our design for your own use. Maar ze verhaken dus en wordt ze dan ook een aspect van die schap. Nee, de habitat is begaan, dus daar dan heel erg gewoon ze in water, such pretty is defined, especially if like this, even if the motor breaks on its own, ultimately it is decommissioned. In this case, a grinding up should also be decommissioned. So who cares even if because I use fertilizer, it's not a wholly solid fertilizer. To which they must often honey to the rubber. Once again, I will say, keep all roads leading back to rubber. Ultimately, the end is sure that if the Jews involved in decommissioning, meaning lifted up first, acquire it, and work to acquire it by the Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. So they say, Rabbi Yossi, that if you see an Omer, not since you has that point, the Rosh Hashanah, which was interesting. Okay, so let's say you find the image of a dragon. And this is our system. Now, yes, so when you see a dragon is one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, that the head is cut off. That is cut off. So therefore, something only for something is all for mutter. So if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon? Right? Or did Akum, mutter, you want to on the other hand, that guy you saw also, but you saw so. He's going to cut up that. It's also, he says, I'm not. How they got mothers will come to stand on the area. I said, watch it, it's here. So that should be any different case. Ultimately, again, the whole design that grow on its own. Once again, the says we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rothschild. Essentially, we get to see the people here. We don't want Jews to talk about Israel, even with the commissioning out of Rothschild. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. Different Chazal was not. To the point that even the decommissioning of the Jews doesn't work out of concern they pick it up, acquire it, and create the Jewish Rabbi Yossi, after you have those people say, Shamir, if they Shamir, you have no Sharet's behind, so it's an interesting piece of here. So this halacha makes the following case. We're going to see this also all these translations here. Halacha is in general both sides that about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath an ashera tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the ashera tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. As in the summertime, however, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the Gemara wants to stress, the Mishnah wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath an ashera tree during the rainy season. But the Yossi says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? It makes Shanabiyah in the Sharet's happening. Because what will happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So I'm not about to watch forming leaves be a problem after all. Now they have all this countries rather than Elaha. Once again, reflecting forming leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. Every country of this can either falls and breaks on its own. It's buffer. So to a leaf falls off of the tree, it's not something but so surely the public fertilizer, which the rest of the shiny was some, to take care of all this will come in Kayanis. So in the case of the forming leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the forming leaf with a type of result that can even not just roll on the tree. You must also to other days, one day that is 42 of these. The Gemara says, Shibuya. What about the case for shavings? Like your shave tree shavings, we have on it for having higher but once again, the primary part of your ways are i.e. the tree is still in existence. We have heard that Yaakov is outside. He said, it's our fault. Yes, you are the He said that even in the case, ultimately, again, when you're feeding the tree for the benefit of the tree remains also. But ultimately, again, the shavings are better. The figure that the tree honor, if you shave it, and all that's going to come in the tree, Sarah, you do also. Ultimately, also, for the simple reason the price and the vote is up. But you can't negate the vote, and the vote does not be negated with it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. The Gemara says, "Hey, today, Shem and Luxury." Okay, so it's like, so up until now, all of these questions have been from the real. Focuses on one simple case, and our Avodah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah bottle or not? Of the Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes. Because even de facto negation, right? What passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire argument has been a Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. Now, we switch gears. Research and love is a Yochanan, so Reish Lakish asked the question. And the Yochanan really go, functionally, so you don't have this, but many normally, because it's thinking, so if you have a tree, now the tree belongs to this, right? The tree belongs to this in the pitch. What happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds make a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? Meyamin Kolomar. You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not created the milah. That was that saw again. Rashi says over here, second Rashi from the top, no nanny, plus the Zavala. So you can't get benefit, with Zavala. Kolomar. Right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you do get benefit from the nest, again, it's not the milah. Fine. So you know, so that's not right. But what about if the nest is on the top of an Asherah tree? The same case. I have an Asherah tree. On the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from a bird's nest, so what can I do? Yaakov Bekana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood. And then you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. Like that. So what's this? You know, so Yaakov Bekana. I'm sorry. Rosh Hashanah Yaakov Bekana. Asar Hadaitcha. You guys use for the way it seems to be kids about. And that was interesting. Okay, so this is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't say in both cases. I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is uses of the tree. But with the Avodah Zarah, interesting enough, what can I do? Because they were knocked down the nest to get over there. Now, you might say, what's this guess? What is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Asherah tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Asherah tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from there? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, you can't The assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from which broken pieces of Yeshish. Very true. The Katani, Yat is Bakana, and Yat, the nest is Mutter. So here's one says, oh, this supports my issue. The broken up of the Zara, even if not intentionally broken, what the decommissions the Abba Zara. The person no. However, I say what the case, to go to ICH in the armor, the kids survive, not necessarily. That's not necessarily how birds make nests. So birds make nests. Birds make nests all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. The case over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the shade tree, but it did not gather the materials for the nest from the shade tree. And they gather the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They cannot become very hectic. So again, what's the lie for that? The lie for that is make it the hectic case. But in the hectic case, what do you want to say about the birds now? About the bird's nest? No nanny or about the tree. No nanny, not the net. Sorry, no nanny, no more. So again, you can't you should not get benefit from the nest, but if you do, you do not commit neither. So what's analysis? On the Bishara, the ICH in the Alma, simply talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials in the belt, right? Outside of the hectic tree, and I need to kind of got the hectic going down the below of it. So then it makes sense. No nanny in the Rabbi. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefits from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectic tree, and we can see how accident you may come to scale the tree. But it's Rabbi, and also the more of it in the Daraisa. So there's no Mila. Why is there no Mila? Why is there no Mila? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectic tree, but from the outside, right? The nest itself is not subject to Mila. Right? Yeah, let's say the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from ribs from the hectic tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's hectic. If it's hectic, ultimately again, then you're not allowed to benefit from it because I saw, and it's medium of the Daraisa, which the Gemara says. So everybody was suggesting it seems to be clear that Allah Christ were doing both cases in Yeshua. And in the hectic tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Yeshua tree and not from the hectic tree. Which the Gemara says not necessarily. The Gemara says, oh, so it's a little it's actually quite so that in both of these cases, ultimately, in the hectic case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hectic tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hectic tree, then why is that nest not us in the dollars? Right? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. So what's the case over here? That might be a hot question to do about the Acharitas. So this is a fascinating situation. When you match something, right? So obviously the item as it is hectic. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hectic as well? So let's give an example of this. A tree. I'm not fishing tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's new branches, there's new growth, are those new branches and growths subject to the heritage designation or not? That is a machlokes. That is called Gimel Hagoim La'achim, growth which occurs after the designation. So the next thing we're talking about over here is the bird. So I just saw that now. Not just the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twig. It's from the new growth. So that made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest addition. That's an approach. That's the mercy. Because Sabar ain't either individual. And also this price or also this mission holds the Rothschild, they had this designation only developed upon the tree that they at the time of designation. But anything that comes afterwards is not subject to that. This can therefore again the nest is okay. Because Rabbi Avo on the local on my yacht is ultimately what does it mean? What does it mean now? What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That's broken. It doesn't mean the nest, it doesn't mean the nest itself. It's just that the nest is us. The nest is us and both. It's because it's made of a shayla or because it's made of a heritage. Either way, it's us. So what can you get benefit from? The chicks. But when we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest. The nest is a hammer, the upper, the union, but the hoofa, a sabilacha that broke in. It can become part. You can apply that to both cases, both to the shayla piece as well as to the heritage piece. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the heritage tree or the nest is being made from the Asherah tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, they were going to be opinions that whatever grows from trees is going to be heritage or avodah. So what the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks, or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter.
See, what's weird is I think Jeff will actually do
the basic kind of premises. Let's listen to the machine says. You know what it says? For the chicks, it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately, it's going to be us. Like I said, why are the eggs us? Actually, quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is actually right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The basic kind of us. So what's next? Super fascinating. Eggs are awesome. Why are eggs awesome? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A equals B and B equals C. Then A equals C, which means that the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be asras. Isn't this fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over here. But you were suggesting maybe in all these cases the nest is asr. Why is the nest asr? Because it doesn't have a case where the nest was made from the Asherah tree or from the hektish tree. So the nest is going to be asr. So what does it mean when the Brisa says, take a stick, knock down the nest to get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. Chicks are mutter, but the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So they benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the egg. Eggs. You know, since the basic time comes from Rashi, floating. Chicks will come with Iman to gates and double. This is very interesting.
Sharon Nathan with a brand new
chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore halacha l'maisa only called that. So it turns out that over here with this case of the net on top of the short tree anchorage tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless. Right? By the other by what can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So maybe you can't get that into the nest because there's a concern that the nest itself is made from the short tree or from the anchorage tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks. Right? And after I said that is going to be mutter, right? Right? So, you get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. But let's stop over for here. Again, let me just say the halacha l'maisa. So look, actually, let's say. Tomorrow, actually, right now. Tomorrow, we'll pick up. We'll finish up. Okay, I love comments on the opening like, what are you doing that, my focus? What are you asking, right? And then the answer show what you do, that's Hashem, adventures in Avodah Zarah. All right, everyone, remember, great day.
And I love the way this is. I think more people would get them if they were advertised like that. It actually took you so long to say the word abortion that in the time you wouldn't be allowed to get an abortion by the time that you got Jared Nathan, but you can do it for fun. I heard a rumor that you went to the Red Rose last night. Is that true? There was a sighting of Jared Nathan at the Red Rose. Is there any truth to this? Oh, you great moms watching right now. Oh my goodness. So how long were you there? Tell us about your trip. You go off the mic for this one. How long have you been on the trip? Yeah, very famous trip up there. What time did we send you home last night? Around 12? Really? How long were you there? Shut the fuck up. I can't believe you're afraid of right now. How much money did you spend at this trip? What is going on right now? It's 15 minutes
All right, so let's say good morning, let us begin by thanking all of our just for this morning trip to thank out for any more chemical responses. The person who's talking about stop dedicating all the instructions this year as a course science scholars and the strong. Our particular responses for the month of Av are probably the focus season when raising the annual of their parents, Israel raising, teenage raising, as in Moses White, and memory of spending Moses White and the Rafa. Are we learning responses avenues of Hirsch? We can share the entire below for the violin, especially the violin of all of those sacrifices and Maish and Gvaro. The word of Shem are the only sponsors for today. Make sure the Yosef of Haye Leiva, then what the American from Torah. All of them show us how to the family. From all of those who were shadows but were close to police from the Scottish Memphis and the Homa has to show and the Faros allow our police soldiers to be successful. The call on us. But so that let us begin off with something a lot of today. Today's cap is meditate. Today's cap is meditate. We have to have yes, I said on Melchizedek's days 41 years, and we left off the E suffix most of the Shaddai, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, about 15 words of Shaddai. So remember again. In yesterday's daf, we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call avodah zarah. What's the difference between those two terms? Slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Avodah zarah was the finished image. It's halacha. The Gemara says that if you find pieces of avodah zarah, essentially you still have to take it on off. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an akum decommission them or not? That's our side now. An akum, and we're going to discuss this more today. An akum does have the ability to decommission the avodah zarah, but it has now. Again, then we have makot no kodesh. Do you need active decommissioning or can you even be passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back to this guys over. That's overarching makot. So here, the real term says it has to be active decommissioning. Says even passive decommissioning, not to me would be if the idol falls over by itself and break. So according to this focus, it was idolatrous. So we'll say that again. So that's why the point pieces of regardless of if you find pieces of it's going to be what? Because it's a sex statement. What's the sex? Well, subject number one is maybe this is never going to and number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worship, maybe it is decommissioned. So the idea of bringing coming back trouble is start for just a second. The reason why ultimately again I have Zorah, it does not work, is because a lot of license say suffix what's in the ultimately again the suffix that maybe the decommission doesn't go ahead and take it out from the contact that he was avodah zarah. Now there are questions that was made something was in the contact. Is that true? That a suffix possibility cannot go ahead and change the reality of facing certainty? What about five on time? They're very interested in that suffix. Cover shinies, we have to go over it. What's that? Cover died. And again, we pretend that we know a special ceremony to a member of our year from South Africa. I thought her name was Ian Nelson, who I was just introduced to Melbourne. Another member of our share in Toronto, also Shani, about two tabernacles in this business that spent about half the world. So Ian messaged me by a note, a translation from cover a few days ago as uncommon. The truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Not to remember again, so what is ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the laws of Tumah and Tara, to the point that he even eats his food with Tara. He even eats his food with Tara. So even again, even though not unsanctified food, he is not going to eat in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with sinus. So that's the definition of a cover. So it's interesting for being asked, this is why, so how do you call a cover? A cover means friend. We kind of watch Russian chat with that. So perhaps these songs like this. He's a cover. Cover is someone who's just looking and searching out for extra qualities. He's looking for extra pure. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is the As Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat kodesh in a state of kara. You don't have to eat in a state of kara. You're not obligated to eat. the unsanctified in the state of ritual purity. The cover is someone who thirsts for Taros so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not competent. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a person who wants to be purity in the areas of his life that he is not obligated to do so, such a person is a friend of the people. That's a friend. That was Baruch who says, somebody who wants me in their life so bad that he's willing to take on scriptures areas of ritual purity, not the power that he doesn't have to. That's a friend. That's a friend that will be close. Perhaps even to a certain degree higher level than the Talmud. Because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. Certain knowledge puts upon himself conditions, reasons, and teaching. So he wants power, not the power. He wants purity. That's a friend of the people. So the Gemara says, "Chover shemiski yet the girl there does." So Chover dies. Interesting case. Chover dies, and he left because it's a couple of years of basket of fruit. What's the issue? What's the issue? The issue is you don't know whether or not they can time. So the Gemara says, even if not you just harvested them that day, or again the Cheskas Mitzvah is a chazaka. Ultimately, again, that they are properly timed. I was that is that I see something that's something worse than it. Let's analyze this case. Here's a case of God. What's the God? What's the God? The certainty. The certainty was they were Kevin. That's for sure, right? Kevin. Untied produce. So why is that about that? Because everything starts out as untied produce. So you have the dry that is untied. Something maybe the cover you tied it, maybe you didn't tie it. And what do you see here? Because I see something the most you did that. And what do you see here? That ultimately again is something possible. You have tied the book is ahead and override the guy that it certainly was Tefah. So you see something wants to be the guy, which the Gemara says no. Also, guy is not there. That's not true. That's not something about that. That's a guy is not that. What's the case? The guy asks me. The Gemara says it's everyone is Tefah. Guy is Tefah. So here is Tefah. And also guy that's what? That you talk. You want to give it a minute for the Zaka are covered in the Motsi, Dover, Sheffield, and we took up in the past. So again, interesting, it's fascinating. With the cover of what's again, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffering that you've done the right thing. So you have to understand, what if you can get to that level? With the halacha looks at me, and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. Our chaver does not leave untied produce in his possession. For the moment it comes in his possession, it gets tied. And therefore, there's no suffering. The bad guy, there's only bad guy and bad guy. Incredible. The Levi's another possibility is, it says suffix to suffix group. Interestingly enough, maybe it's a suffix and a suffix house, so what does that mean? I've shown the other Kinaboshia. Possible that the father not to himself like the Rothschild. That's the early Rothschild. The other Ma'adim Adam Artu also, the Machnis of the Motes Shalom. As well as an interesting case. There is speaking a nice loophole, a tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? Well, without getting into all technicalities now, in order for produce to be don't get to tithing obligations. There has to be what's called Rias Neabayis. Right? It has to come into the home. Has to come into the home through a normative. Through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say you go and not through the door, technically it's nicer. Technically, it's nicer exam. Now, again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no something that's supposed to be about that. Why? Because it's actually impossible. Even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the father tried it or not, it's also a suffix. What? If the produce was ever subject to two semesters. Why? Because it's so that literally is getting used in this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window. So, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, what's that erased? Something left in the divided sources. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle. Right? The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was, Ein Safek Moshe Midei Tadash. Right, that ultimately you get a possibility to not change the reality of a certainty. Of a certainty. So really is that good? So you are Zenzra, and you learn, I'm not really done. My submission plus our shell not top of my base. Not at my submission plus our shell not again. From the very interesting case where there was once a story of a maid servant. I will say now, again, we're going to, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi says over here, Gabra Alama. He's a very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Remo. Okay, what happened? She had two people about it. She had a miscarriage. And I will say, you just didn't know. It was common that everyone can have a miscarriage. You have to carry on yourself. But if you just don't have it, this is also a powerful little word. You put an insult in a pit and just order it in a non-discreet. In general, what's in the halacha is you have to carry a weight, but you have to carry a miscarried baby from the foot to not carry it into the mouth. You do not do that. Carrying the grandma, you do not carry the mouth. So the variety of reasons, also just from a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy, the pathology is unhealthy for parents to develop an people in attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's but Chazal wanted it to be continued, did not want it to be ongoing life loss. So how the same thing happens if she miscarried, and she took a miscarriage in. The whole point of it is, according to the Lord, and obviously so when it happens, and threw over the pitch. Now, why did the plane throw over the pitch? Look at himself in the Jacob, so he's not the pass the far, they're going to get us over the Egypt, and even after this cut. But depending on when the miscarriage occurred, they could be too much later. They could be written in dirty associated with it. Now, the duration of too much later depends on what? Boy or girl. So the coin spills over the pitch in order to see what's the info. I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. The 12 months of income, I won't say that's the problem. The problem is that by spilling over the pitch, what did the coin essentially do? Too much oil. Too much oil. Remember again, too much oil. Also, it could be contracted in 2 ways. It could be under a leaf, together with the leaf, or it could be the leaf over the base. So technically speaking, there's a part, let's say again, I'm standing next to a porch underneath the sky. But I really only works, I am the Ohel. I am the Ohel. So here the point when I had a new dog is okay. The scene is what I do, you don't like to make a running. This episode came from the coming. You tell me, you think you're full of the five days materials. And they're retired. Every time, why are they retired before? Because ultimately, again, this was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. Because was that Baha'u'llah, the guy that accumulated something very something low, because it's something that was in the divine. There's in this case over there. Here's the case of the bad guy. What's the bad guy? What's the bad guy? The shit called the woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the grave. What's the suffering? The animal took it in the animal didn't even. And yet, what do we see from here? The Gemara says, and yet we see that the suffering trumps the bad guy. Like the suffering changes the reality even in the face of the bad guy to the point that again, the fasting, the calling is to not coming. Coming is not coming. So you see from here that something can go ahead and trip a bad guy. In which the Gemara says, no. Even if you do the bar, make the bar LA law, the clear to me and your color bar. The Gemara says, no. What happened over here is opposed to the shit part, really something that looked like being felt. In other words, what a bad guy. That's in this category and placed the main part of the bar. Rather than well, what appeared to be a rebel being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffix to begin with. What's that? But that's not what it says. Mahalayvins are indicatable. But the Gemara said that he got to appear in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. Which the Gemara says is the same. And what did you love? In makeup, if you love. So first of all, he was looking into the grave to see what did she miscarry. She miscarry again, and did she miscarry a baby? Or the other say, look at this means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, not that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. So first of all, looking over the bed, see was it an AFL or not? If it's on an AFL, if it was an AFL, then did that. If it's on an AFL, it's later in Islam. You see, it was a brother. So in fact, this wasn't the case of bad guy and something that again, it was a case of something. So again, something whether or not she miscarried a baby. Like what was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, contact that would be something ultimately again that is the animal taking away. You might say the other possibility is they themselves hold their body, which we see in Shun, not that value. The other possibility is once you have a place where there's a whole other possibility that these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled. Okay, so what's the ace way? So there's the Kasha. So just one more time, just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that that principle of being something mostly being bad guy, ultimately again holds. But in Halacha, we accept this principle. Ain't something what but if you have what we call two pieces of information in front of you, one is a suffix and one is a bad guy. The bad guy piece of information determines the reality, and the suffix piece of information that does not undermine that reality. That's why I say again, just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why how do we get into it? I find a piece of broken apple Sarah. Right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's also find out why. Because I have that this was Apple Desire. Something maybe the Apple actively decommissioned it. Decommissioned it, and then I'm going to take you to like the something, and maybe Apple decommissioned it doesn't change the reality of the fact that this was definitely Apple Desire. That was like, just to point out how powerful this is so is an astrophic level as well. Because in something multimedia bad guy, you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this over the years, like over the millennia, we have faced so many statements. So many statements. Like, will we survive? This is an existential threat. All of the journalists that it was so interesting. First of all, was up to do a chat with Usher Rice. He said, there's so many beautiful things. One of the things I thought that was like very shocking was spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, giving an existential threat. So to me that was shocking, because for me in my mind, I said to myself, there was never an existential threat about Israel. It was scary to woman, but obviously, so that's like, so as he's going to sell, it takes on a totally different, over the years, over the centuries, there's been many statements that we faced moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm just less than a century ago? It put us in ovens and gas chambers. It was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffering, makes it a bad guy. What's the bad guy? The response says,
Justin O'Donnell is here. For Justin, everyone.
and Israel is in our hands. And for the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. And what holds us over even times of difficulty is suffering. Suffering. What was that suffering? The Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the suffering is. There's so many statements that have presented it. So another suffering, open our radio battles, and another suffering news arises. And let's be sure, this suffering makes it really bad. No suffering would undermine the fact that the certainty of the eternality of Christ. So that's ultimately the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible, harassingly, as well. It's not even like what's bad. It's scary. So it's going again. Embedded in all of this is this method that you're going to talk. So here's what I know. And it's, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission your whole desire. Right? In other words, an action. Apple could be my backup is Apple desire. The shiner is, how does he do it? But your concept is, it must be what we call active crypto. Henry Rothschild says, even passive crypto works. Now let's now go back to that a little bit. Say, all the people coming with Apple. Let's go up and see the shop. I hate all this. They want to see this in English money as well. Sorry. Yes. I'm sorry. Hey, say, what's a copy? Yes, thank you. What's the problem is that we have this right now, but it last year, so that's the mission, what the mission says. If you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, ultimately again, it's also, so the Gemara says, "Within Shikiyotzi behind that, why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, Amai, why is that? Hashmara. So we'll say that's what the pieces. So in other words, what is, again, this is a construct on the Turkish. You're not going to ask on the Turkish. The Turkish, according to you, this should be totally different. Right? Because according to Turkish, once you find broken pieces, whether the apple is actively broken or the apple broke on its own, but apple doesn't worship an idol like that. You know, again, what's the only Turkish is logic? Idols. If you can't see if someone being broken, the chances are what? You're not much help to you. You're not much help to you. And therefore, again, so what's the wrong with this view? Because you know, take what's wrong, but not only on the season. So this is one of the things we said yesterday. That's the piece of the rendering the phone is the piece ultimately on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, and that is quite possible that is actually a self, almost like a self-process. But it's own type of idolatry. Okay, basically, Mary is not the council, but we can come to that those from Shura, which are having this was a small mistake. It will be no problem. Taking the taco, this level is all right. And it's what you're doing, Zara of this friend, meaning any can only to again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's this idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. I don't know if you sell, even though back by all this, but I'm sorry.
Okay, what's interesting about you just never followed you
So it's actually quite fascinating. You see the logic behind this. Israel does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. But isn't that fascinating? Right? So only Kohabim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry. And Israel has no power on the issue over idolatry. Fascinating. I'm not lying. So the sources are not. To have the Baruch comes from Shalom now. Why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Now, clearly, again, according to the talk, you should be according to actually what? Rabbi Shepasva. What's the case of the case of here is where the Israel can create the open public. So it's interesting that the most interesting is bending is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage, bending with the entire item still intact. Doesn't decommission works once I keep our stuff. My hobby, Rothschild, Hasfa, Apapishua. But that's not true. We learned that again, if you dent in idolatry, even though again, all of the idolatry just material is still present, ultimately again. Yeah, but this is bottle. I need to read the bus called it Pablo. About hustling, so I'll go back. Ultimately, the rest you right. If the apple goes ahead and against the idolatry, that negates it. But if you sell against the idolatry, that does not negate it. So Rabbi, I'm a Rabbi says, keep hustling, son of Rabbi says, very important to that. But this is in reality, even when Israel against the Avodah Zarah, it goes into the full of the says, that thing really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So even if he's strong, they say it's okay. So what's this? Just why did Chazal say that it's okay? Listen to this. What's Ella say? This is it. What's the zero? Double mark below the hundred of Akron. What's the definition? A Yisrael has the power of negation, right? The Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he then says it all should go. So why would Chazal say it doesn't? What are we concerned about? This today. We're concerned that what is Israel going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, like getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to deck it. Afterwards, what's the problem? Once he lifts it up, though, so he gets an act of Hagbar. What does Hagbar do? Hagbar acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, Avodas will come in the Yad Yisrael. Therefore, Avodas will come in the Yad Yisrael. So we'll say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I was saying we are going to see exactly why this is. We have already come right from now on good days. But again, right now, we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So, what's the time? Can we start technically speaking decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How can we decommission it? They break it, we detect it, but Chazal said the decommission of a Jew does not work. Why? What are you concerned about? But in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to figure out how to hear it. About the Avodah Zarah considered to be hefker, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. What makes sense to have done? He looks it up, he acquires it. Once he finds a way, but not Avodah Zarah here, right? Once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the youth. Avodah Zarah of the youth ultimately cannot be. You can't do the backwards, you can't decommission it. Therefore, again, ultimately, again, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, we want to try to avoid this Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How did Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going for what? It's incredible. Definitely resonates today. After we say, yeah, one of the miracles, if you talk about them as doctrine, it's ideas. So let's say, just by the way, there's this whole idea of okay, we'll come back to it. Present thoughts. Apple, Shahidi Abani Amal, listen to this. So let's get an apple who brought spirits from Marcos, right? What's Marcos? Marcos is an Avodah Zarah that essentially Avodah Zarah was a stone from it. So an apple takes stone. So Marcos, and what does he do? He got the hand dropping the tortillas in forest. And what does he do? He goes in and he takes the stone. He takes the stones and he breaks them into loaves. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers, like the pavers, and he uses them to make the street. So what's that about? He tells us the stones are mutter. Why the stones? Because again, Allah is actively decommissioning them through using them for mundane use. It's not saying that but again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcos and puts it into the road, ultimately again, it's not decommissioned. You can't use that road, you can't get it out because it's Avodah Zarah. I might be merciful. Why is that? The Havik Avodah Zarah from Mishkan So why don't we say so again? So we're going to ask you, Turkish. Why should this be any worse ultimately than a whole Zara that broke on its own? And confused, I wish I would have that broke on its own ultimately is definition, which the one says, never know how can I do the Rabbi. Just as Rabbi said before, Rabbi said essentially, a Jew can't decondition of a Zara. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. See, we have this concern in the process of deconditioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's a Zara owned by a Jew. And once they have a Zara owned by a Jew, that can never be deconditioned. Incredible. Then again, we'll see what that actually means together. Exit emerges the caption. Open to become Shishiba, open to become Tzedakon. So we're busy to this. Let's open to Shishiba, open to become. So here you watch this. You have a Zara, and you see that you have all the Zara. So we'll say, so actually points out, for example, a shade tree. A shade tree. Right? And what do I do? I go and I take shavings off of the other. Of the shade tree. So what's the status of the shavings? Much as with Sarko, if I go here, the alchemy is doing for so, if you think the shavings up here, because he wants that, I don't know, the backfire, whatever it is, with Sarko, ultimately, free for himself and he, the sheep will get out returned. Then both the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of taking sheep things off the Avodah tree and the act of his own personal use is what? Is itself a deconditioning of the Avodah. Okay, you know, says, however, it's far, if he's taking shavings off the tree, that he's pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's far. Yes, the Shikuya Mutari, ultimately again. And then the shavings and the tree ultimately. Again, sorry. Then the Yasura, the tree. He is still also the Shikuya Mutari, ultimately the shavings will be more. The straw should follow us for others, but if the straw takes the shavings, right, takes pieces off of the Ashera tree, being with Sarkov, being with Sarkov, keep the Shikuya As. Whether the straw is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately, again, we have both the Zara, the tree itself, and the shavings, the main water. So what's going to be up as switch like this. And now, they have the type of this apartment switched up. Why should this be any different? Right? It's always according to you. You should be no different. You guys have all these are that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, you know, but it breaks like if she said it's deconditioned, the social media in this case should be deconditioned as well. Which you know, so how can that be? Keep the Rabbi. So listen, once again, keep on bringing up Rabbi. What is Rabbi? So let's say, Rabbi is of the opinion. You don't want to do deconditioning of a desire. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? You end up acquiring it, and therefore again, it can never be, it can be as no filter. Ace of Yossi over Shulchan Bizarre Omati. So what's actually our next mission? Our next mission that we're going to see this Hashem. So Rabbi Yossi says, or say, or too much mention that, show me Bizarre. If you find them on the Zara, you can grind it up and scatter it through an all maximum young. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. And once we're going to see this is talking about if you find that on the Zara, made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind. Or throw it into the sea. You know, it says, Amuro, after that's out, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It can become fertilizer. So it's what it says, it's it. So you've got the young from the causes. Plus, it says, really, you can't take any part of our design for your own use. And I said, but I'm not. It was once again a different aspect of Turkish. I'm not. The heavy capitalist becomes the Shtar and the Irama. But once again, why? It's not 20 you should be fine. 20 Turkish, even if a body breaks on its own, ultimately it is decommissioned. So, this case of drying that should also be a decommissioning. In this case, even if it does act as a fertilizer, it's not a holy cell of fertilizer, which we would once again, I will say, keep always keep feeding back to the Rabbi. Ultimately, man is concerned that if the Jew is involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up. First, acquire it, and once it's acquired by the Jew, it cannot decommissioned. So they say that they'll see that you see not such less darker. The Rothschild was interesting. So yeah, let's see, we find the image of a dragon. And this is our next mistake. Now, we also want to see it. Dragon is one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. Head is cut off. So therefore, suffering will be suffering Israel mutter. So if I'm not sure whether the Jew declared the dragon, right, or the Akum, it's mutter. Mutter, you want to run on the head, God by Yisrael cut, so also, but if Yisrael is one cut off there. And it's also, you want to Zanai, how they can hold us with how you start in the area, how I said, what, if it's be any different, or it's the second case, so I should be any different than a case, ultimately again of a body. Rather grow on its own. Once again, because we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rabbi. So let's say, essentially, if you begin to see the theme over here, no one choose involved in the Israel, even with the decommissioning of the Israel. We just want to choose to stay away from idolatry. Chazal was not making a point that even the decommissioning of the Jew doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. Ace Day, Yossi, and that afterward, we are supposed to be Moshe Shami, Nation, if you are no Shara Spine, what's an interesting piece of the So this halacha mentions the following case. We're going to see this also. So all these understands or see you on. I love this in general side that about what is our for concerning planting vegetables underneath on a shade tree. Under a shade tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the shade tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial obviously to the vegetables, to the produce. That's different in the summertime, however. In the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So different. Wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath a shade tree during the rainy season. But the essence says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath during the rainy season. Why not? Because Shanavia Nasharas Alec is what happened. The leaves of the tree fell off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. I'm not about to watch it. Once again, it's forming leaves. Should be no different than what? Fallen idols. When you come to it, an idol falls and breaks on its own. It's bottled. So too, if a leaf falls off from the tree, it's also been bottled. Surely, if I'm a fertilizer, to experience a shiny awesome, the acre of all is not having No, in the case of the fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that whole result. Like Anthony, even after it's no longer like the tree, you know, what's the other days? There's 42 trees. You know, it says, no. Oh, Shikuda. What about the case of the shavings? That one, right? The cherry tree shavings. Recap all that stuff up in Pioneers, but once again, the primary part of the other is, i.e., the tree is still in existence. You can tell you that nothing's almost like you said, with Sarkar. Yes, so the Shikuda. He said that even in the case, ultimately, again, when you're taking the the tree for the benefit of the tree remains awesome. But ultimately, again, the shavings are better. If we would do the Shua Amar, if you should eat, and all that's going to come in the Kula,
So the tree was abolished.
it's a simple reason because an Avodah you can negate an Avodah cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create this sense of negation or reality of negation. It makes sense. You know, it says, show you up on this website. So until now, all of these questions have been from the Yochanan so now again, website. Focuses on one simple case, and Avodah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah bottle or not? From Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Yes, because even de facto negation, right, or passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire Amid has been a Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. Now we switch gears. Hey, switch to what is a Yochanan. So Reish Lakish asked the question, "Oh, the Yochanan, here we go. Answer it." And so we learn to have fish, but now you know more. So there's two things. You have a tree, the most practice. Right? The tree knows what it's in the question. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So first, it's made a nest on top of the tree. That's halacha. Me'nayin v'lo. You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not created mitzvah. I will say so again. Rashi says over here, second Rashi, the top one, that's with Rabbi. So you can't get benefit, with Rabbi, right? But obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you do get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not mitzvah. Fine. So you know, so that's not right. But the relationship what about if the nest is on top of the Ashera tree? It's the same case. I have an Ashera tree. On the top of the Ashera tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and therefore you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. So what says you know, so Yaakov Bakana, let's say Yaakov Bakana. Hassan Alaika, he goes to this one and it seems to be so I never say this. So now, again, what can I do? I can't, let's say in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree reduces of the tree. So yeah, but we're going to see interesting enough what I do. Just look at this and whatnot. Telling the rest of the people on the next. Yeah. You might say, let's look at what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest in the carrot tree from twigs from the Ashera tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Ashera tree. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? That once a broken Zara breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, "Kasara, you're going to shove on the way it's in Sabai." The assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Ashera tree. The Hakani, is bakana, and yet the nest is mutter. So his one says, "Oh, this supports my assertion that broken up all the Zara, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the other Zara." You want to know how can I say what's the case? You're going to Ice Age, as in the Alma, the tree supply, not necessarily. That's not exactly birds make nests. No, birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring sort of from other locations. So the base over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the shade tree, but it did not gather the materials or the nest from the shade tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately then from us. They can only become hectares. Once they say again, what's the last step for that? Right, look at the hectares case. What happened in the hectares case? In the hectares case, what did we say about the birds? Or about the bird's nest? More learning or about the tree? No learning about the nest, sorry. No learning, no more. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest, but if you do not make you know what I'm discovered the ice age in the Alma. We're talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately from materials in the belt. Right outside of the hectares tree, and any becomes that the hectares going on in the remote. So then it makes sense. No nanny is like so as I said, we really don't want you to get benefit from that nest. Right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectares tree, and we can see how accidentally we may come to the tree. But if you grab on it, and also, the Rabbi, then the Raisa, but there's no Megillah. Why is there no Megillah? Why is there no Megillah? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectares tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to the Megillah. However, I'm the Shava eats in the middle of the King Sabahan, and my home or in hot condition. And again, once they come up with a Raisa, the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the hectares tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's hectares. If it's hectares, ultimately again, then you're not allowed to benefit from it, the Raisa, and it's making you the Raisa. Which the Gemara says, so we have the Gemara suggesting it's to be clear that Allah provides the green oak pieces in the Ashera tree and in the hectares tree where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Ashera tree and not from the hectares tree. Every state, every frog, every lizard in our great community. Which the Gemara said, not necessarily. The Gemara says, easy area, how come did you do the have you all been able to figure this out yet? Is it safe? So what's a mini math? It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, say the hectares case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hectares tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hectares tree, why is that nest not us and the dogs? Right? What's going on over here? So which the Gemara says this. So what's the case over here? So let's say this is a fascinating situation. when you're makdish something, right? So obviously the item as it is hektish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent considered to be hektish as well? So what's a good example of this? A tree. I'm not dish a tree. On Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's all new branches, there's new growths. Are those new branches and growths subject to the hektish designation or not? That is a matter. That is called Zilul Haboim Lachem. Which occurs after this designation. So the most they would come out of the year, the bird saw now, not just the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So the bird had maybe passed out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now it is the nest at that's not focus. The Gemara says because Sabar ain't even the Bidulin. And the author of this price or author of this Mishnah holds that Allah the hektish designation only devolves upon the tree that is different from the primary designation. But anything that grows afterward is not subject to hektish, and therefore again the nest is incredible. Rabbi Rabbi open on my yak is ultimately, what does it mean? What does it mean now? What does it mean when it says you cannot put nest down and get benefit from the nest? Therefore, it doesn't mean the nest, it doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is us. The nest is us in both cases because it's made of a shela or because it's made of a hektish tree. Either way, it's us. So what's mutter? What can you get benefit from? The chicks. But when we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, and not the nest itself. I'm going to react on the Yuri about that lupa. A sabbath that frozen, you can become a power. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashera piece as well as to the hektish piece. Both of the cases ultimately there, perhaps, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially if you're setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the hektish tree, or the nest is being made from the Ashera tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, they were only the materials that whatever grows in the trees may be hektish or avodah. So what's the case? Why am I not pushing down the nest? Not for the nest material, but talking what? For the chick. Or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The bait. So, kind of Christmas. Let's listen to the machine size. Well, it says, for the chick, it's going to be mutter. But for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be awesome. Like I said, why are the eggs awesome? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The Beitz and Kandak by Asher should strengthen. You know, the Gaza behind Rabbanim Ka'al even awesome. So it's actually quite fascinating. Eggs are awesome. Why are eggs awesome? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A equals B, and B equals C, then A equals C, which means that for myself, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be up. So isn't this fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over there. But you were suggesting maybe in all of these cases the nest is us. Why is the nest us? Because depending on the case where the nest was made from the Ashera tree or from the hektish tree. So the nest is going to be us. The nest is going to be us. So what does it mean when Brisa says, take a stick, knock down the nest and get benefit from yes, it means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are what? But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can affect ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. The reason comes down from Rashi that floating chicks from the iman the dates and double. It's very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore Allah makes them make all that. So therefore, it turns out that over here, in this case of the nest, on top of the Asher to the tree, the gods can't still between the darkness. Right? By the way, what can you do? You cannot be down the nest. But why are you not down the nest? So you can't get benefit from the nest. Because there's a concern that the nest itself is greater than the shared tree or from the extra tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? Allah said that is going to be mutter, right? There you go, right? So, right? From independent young birds, right? Or also but if you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the lion young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree. It's like, well, let's say, we'll stop over here, but again, let me just say the halacha myself. So, actually, let's say, all right, we'll do tomorrow. Tomorrow, we'll pick up when we'll finish off with. Yeah, I love comments and opening stuff. Like, what are we doing that much for? What are we asking, right? And then the next Hashem will continue next Hashem. We can benches and have all these other. Everyone. All right, have a great day.
This week, literally dripping off of his eyebrows and off of his eyes onto the lower part of his face. We watch him every week. We put him to see anything like this. I don't literally maybe days away from a massive heart attack. I actually started doing cocaine again. What the fuck? People cheering for that. That would be very bad. They think you're gonna die here tonight. Is that what people are cheering? Yeah, it's almost surprising how much as well. Look at that drop. Feel it. Did you see that? It's insane. Literally, it looks like Niagara Falls up there. My whole body is sweating. What did you do differently this week? Definitely your body is trying to tell you something.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip. Thanks our we will come for this person. This is Rothschild itself. Dedicated the overseeing the Rothschilds this year as its plus for the Soros Fellows and the Swell. Our global sponsors for the month of our following is over speaking already. In honor of their parents' physical occasion, community of the Roses White in memory of Stanley Roses White and the Rothschild. Are we current sponsors Abby and Joe Hirsch? Appreciation. Share the entire Zero. All of those sacrificing and Rachel the Gold Award is continuing our Gatsby sponsors for today. Rachel the Yard Cycle Shadi of the Lake and all the things from the South and the families in the from all the nation with the Gatsby for the folks only is for the property. The Rachel the Gold has to be someone in the club without properly focused and successful. The follow up Nasi. that must be involved in training about what to do today. Today's daf is Membeis. Today's daf is Membeis. We have nothing else on Mem Aleph Beis 41b, and we left off the something most needed. Our night is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, about 15 terms of Fundamentals. So remember again, in yesterday's document, the fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call Avodah. What's the difference between those two terms? Slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Avodah it's a lot more myself. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an atom decommission them or not? That's our side now. An atom, and we're going to discuss this more in today's daf. An atom does have the ability to decommission that whole Torah, but it has to now again. Then we have Mahot do you need active decommissioning or can it even be passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back into that a little bit. That's what overarching number is in here. But the Yochanan says you have active decommissioning, which says even passive decommissioning. Not community would be if the idol falls over by itself and break. The Yochanan still an idol, according to the Rothschild, has lost its identity. Knowledge is equal. So we'll say it again. So that's why each one of the pieces of Lord. If you find pieces of slumming on an image, it's going to be worship. Why is it worship? Because it's a stuck statement. What's the stuck statement? Suffix number one is maybe it's never. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worship, maybe it was so the idea going coming back to Avodah Zarah is just a second.
We are the number one live podcast in the world.
Because ultimately, so you say, in suffix mostly means ultimately, again, the suffix that means suffix that means decommission doesn't go ahead and ultimately was nothing but questions that reasonable. Maybe something mostly means okay, is that true? That a suffix, a possibility, not go ahead and change the reality of facing uncertainty? What about time? Our time, not very much to do that suffix. Cover shalish, but yet we go in the way of us. So it's their cover. Special to a member of our student from South Africa by the name of Ian Nelson, who are Ian Nelson, another member of our here in Toronto, so Ian messaged me via note. I sent it to the cover a few days ago as so the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Not true. Remember again, a few years ago, we had how to translate cover as a person who is careful with the laws of King and Tara. See, again, even though it's so not sanctified, he is not completely in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with his innocence. So that's the definition of a cover. So his increase for me to ask this. So how do you call a cover? A cover means friend. You what's the shot of that? So perhaps the soldiers are fierce. He's a cover. Cover is someone who's just looking and searching out for extra talents. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. And the end of the day, what is what Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat kodesh in a state of talent. You don't have to even stay in the power. You're not obligated to eat the sacred by eating the state of ritual purity. However, is someone who the power so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a person who wants to bring purity into areas that is like even he's not obligated to do so, such a person is a friend. That's a friend. That Baruch who says someone who wants you in their life so badly that is willing to take on scriptures in areas of ritual purity. That's the power that he doesn't have to. That's a friend. It's a friend of the perhaps even to a certain degree higher than the top level. Because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. It's learning. Once upon himself, additional stringency because he wants power after power. He wants purity. That's a friend of the Lord. So the Gemara says, Chover Shabbos, we have to go their house. So Chover dies, interesting case, Chover dies, and I think that is asking what's the issue is you don't know whether or not they take time. And the Gemara says, even if not making such harvest again that day, or again the best must be 220. This is Chazaka, ultimately again that they are properly timed. I go second. The guy that shooting something. Something was similar. Someone said, let's say what's the case. Here's the case of God. What's the God, right? What's the God, right? The certainty was they were tested. That's for sure, right? I'll say, why is that? Everything's tested. Okay, as untied closes. So you have the bad guy that it was untied. Sunday, maybe the cover you tied it, maybe you didn't tie it. What do you see here? It's our houses. Sunday, the most you did not that. So what do you see here? But ultimately, Sunday, much more ties it, goes ahead and overrides the bad guy, and it certainly was several. So you see something. Most of you do that, which the Gemara says no. Plus some bad days and sad days. That's not true. That's not something bad day. That's a bad day and bad day. What is the bad day has to be? The Gemara says and also bad day that what? That we call it. What we do in the Zaka al-Khabar she'il al-Munshi Davar she'il al-Mitoka so again, it's just it's fascinating. The cover looks like again, reading yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing. You have to so what does it mean to get to that level? The halacha looks at you, and the halacha says, this guy certainly is doing the right thing. Our Chaver does not leave untied produce in his possession. From the moment it comes in his possession, it's tied. And therefore, there's no suffix with that guy, there's only that guy. And the bad guy. Incredible. Levi's the right last story is. Levi says, suffix to suffix. Interestingly enough, really is a suffix in a suffix house, so it's Rabbi. Hashem, the Abba, in the Moshe. Hashem, that the Papa did not to himself like the Moshe, like the earlier is, the Amar, Nahadim Adam Alti also. Nahusha B'not Shalom, Kedisha, 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 all pilots extraordinary nice. I suppose that is an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a nice loophole, a tiny loophole. What's the kind of recall? Without being also the kind of Israel, in order for produce to be subject to timing obligations, there has to be what's called the yes and no diets, right? It has to come into the home, through a New York material, through a water to the entrance. Technically speaking, if you bring your babies in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically, it's nicer exempt. Technically, it's nicer exempt. Now, again, the limitations on that also, but the Gemara says over here, there's really no stubbornness notion about that. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix just to cover private or not, it's also a suffix of what? Just the produce whichever subject to the semesters. Why? Because it's possible that literally getting used in this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so you might say, well, it's like there ain't something nothing in your life, so it's so remember, the Gemara is questioning this piece, but the Gemara put out like a law, a principle. The principle was any suffix must say midday bada. Right? So ultimately, again, possibility to not change the reality of a certainty. Of a certainty. To really is that cool? You are said that I'm not really that nice edition muscles shall not tap on the face. Not a nice edition muscles shall not stick out on the window. Very interesting case where there was a story of a nation. Servant. I will say now, again, we're going to, this is a Jewish woman. Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi says over here, Gabra Alama Bisha, a very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Remo. Okay, what happened? They tell me for the body. She had a miscarriage. And I would say, interesting, it was common that if you're woman had a miscarriage, you have to carry a male. But the interesting thing about it is, this is also a powerful little thing. You put a male in a pit. You just get a little in a nondescript way. In general, what's the halacha is, you have to carry a male, you have to carry a miscarried baby. But with that foot, do not carry a baby mom. You do not do that. Carrying the young is not very much. There's a variety of reasons. Also, this is from a mental health perspective. It is unhealthy that has also been unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be continued, did not want it to be a mindful in life loss. So what happened? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a pit. The whole point of the pit, according to the Lord, and obviously someone that happened, and he entered the pit. Now, why did the pit go over the pit? Because himself in the table. See, here, the pastor said, the lady of the woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, the pit. And miscarriage occurred, it could be too much labor. It could be between a year to associated with birth. Now, which should have too much labor, depends on what? Boy or girl. So before you peers over the pit, in order to see what's the recall, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. Before my severe comment, let's say I won't post the problem yet. The problem is, by peering over the pit, what did the coin supposed to do? To must hold. Remember again, to must hold looks like pretty attractive in two ways. You can be under a roof together with a race, or you could be the roof of a race. So technically speaking, if there's a call, let's say again, I'm feeling it. You throw into a corpse underneath the sky. But I am the only corpse. I am the Ohel. I am the Ohel. So here, the 20-minute Halloween, who over the gate to see is it a boy or girl? Showing up, you got my son, this episode came from the comic. The Tiamu, the patient who brought me hard to listen to each other. And they were retired. They were retired. Why were they retired? Because ultimately, I think this was a place where they were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably fought in this garage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. Because there's that the back and even make that something something logo. The cost is something that was in the in this case, so yeah, here's the case of that. What's the that? What's the that? The shit comes when you have these guys and she goes to be in the day. What's the suffix? Maybe the animal took it and the animal didn't take it. Yeah, what do you see from there? You want to say something. And yeah, you see that the suffix, a trunks of that guy, like the suffix changes the reality even in the case of the matter to the point that again, the costume, the calling is not coming. Calling is not coming. So you see from there that suffix can go ahead and shrug a line. Guy, it's the worst of the universe. Don't even if you live abroad, think of LA law, the creative community of abroad. The US says no. What happened over here is the police sees the ship throwing something that looked like the itself. In other words, not a bad guy that she miscarried and placed in the car anymore. Rather than getting to saw what appeared to be in the car, being placed in the car by this woman. So it's a suffix. What's the most accurate? But that's not what it says. How many things are happening to you? Because he might have said that he got appeared over and over to see if it was a boy or a girl. Which he was just how to come to say, wait up. So first of all, he was looking into the group to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or you're about to say, this means maybe she just expelled something from the pulse from her body. In other words, last that she expelled this carriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. So first of all, see, was it an ACO or not? If it's an ACO, was it an ACO? They did not. They did know an ACO to lay down stuff that they did. See, was it what it was? In fact, it wasn't the case of Rabbi and stuff like that. Again, it was a case of suffix. So again, suffix whether or not she miscarried a baby, like was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the suffix ultimately again that the animal took it away. You guys said what about let's machine the shot. Not that guy. The other one's where these go. Once you have a place, you know there's a full bill of arguments that when these animals there, definitely drag away whatever was expelled. Okay? So there's a snake. There's the catch up. So this one number is exactly. Just understand. The Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of something versus that guy ultimately again holds. That in halacha you accept this principle. Any something versus the bad guy. But you have what we'll call two pieces of information in front of you. One is a suffix and one is a fadai. The fadai piece of information determines the reality, and the suffix piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why once again, just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why how do we get into this? I find a piece of broken apple over someone. Right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an iron or an image that I know was definitely worship as idolatry. So I find a piece, can I use it? Can I use it? The answer is no. Why? And I was also find out why. Because I was not that this was Avodah Zarah. Second, maybe the apple absolutely definition is, and if I can't use the right word, the suffix, but maybe that the definition that doesn't change reality of the fact that this was definitely Avodah Zarah. Never say, just to point out how this is so catastrophic level as well. Because in suffix multimedia Vadai, you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history. We invested in one phrase, this is it. Over the years, at Brooklyn Radio, we have faced so many staples. Faced so many staples. Like, will we survive? This is an existential threat. You know, all of these things are so interesting. So interesting that most of us will social media and channel and like, that's why I'm Usher Weiss. So, it's so many beautiful things. One of the things I thought was like very shocking was spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, the existential threat. I call this threat. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind I said to myself, there was never an existential threat. Well, this threat. It was scary to look at. But obviously, Rothschild says he's an anti-threat. The takes on a totally different thing. Over the years, over the centuries, there's been many statements, faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm? This less than a century ago, it put us in upwards and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. What holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. We suffer not to waste. What's the Rabbi? The response who says, and Israel is an antagonist. And to the Jewish people, we are in eternal condition. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. And it's for what holds us over even times of difficulty, we suffer what we do. Suffering. What about suffering with the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the suffering is. There are so many statements that have presented themselves. Also, my God, another suffering, only another suffering always arises. Around the church, and suffering no suffering, but underlying the fact that the certainty of the eternality of God's that's ultimately the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what fuels our reality. Incredible. A lot of people are working on it. Goes back, they say, once again, including all of this, is my focus on the local sluggish. So here's what I know. And again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission your whole desire. Right now, there's an action that in the background is whole desire. The shayla is, how does it look? And your friend says, it must be what it's called. Active, and Rothschild says, even passing the worst. So let's never go back to that. أول تخمن بعض أبغى يسقط من شيء بشكل. هذا لو بس بس. أنا نسيت مش مشكلة as well. Sorry. Yes, yeah. I'm sorry. Basically, what's it happening is that what's it happening is that this right now, how it was so that's in this what it was. Okay. If you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, ultimately, yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. So the Gemara says vacation. If you look at it in that why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. It was a why is that? Hashemah. So we'll say that's what the pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a construct of the instructions. This is the open mask of the instructions. So the instructions according to you. This should be thrown in the water. Right, because the instructions, once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actually broken or the apple broke on its own, apple doesn't worship an idol like that. And again, what's the older instructions logic? I know, if you can't save yourself from being broken, the chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? Because we must say, look, there's much more than I needed to out the season. So this is what we said yesterday. What the piece of the hands in the foot is the piece ultimately on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, that is quite possible that is actually a almost like a self-sufficient, but it's own type of idolatry. Okay, AC ignores the culture, or the pues decimos que se ve, pero dijo Javier, que el tanto es como una bolizada, no es lo que había bolizada. Any ultimately and thereby decreasing any form of idolatry, whether it's idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry, however it is so. Ellos le dan valores por pensar algo. It's exactly like that. As the receiver logic behind this, in order to happen, actually, this is Israel does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Because isn't that fact? They say, only for having can negate that decommission. Any form of idolatry, as Israel has no power of reduction over idolatry. That's it. I'm not buying it. So we're doing this also, so I'm not. So how do you get all this conscience out of that? Well, why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? That clearly, again, according to instructions, according to actually work. On Rabbi, what's the case over here? The case over here is where the Israel can be the open problem. So it's an interesting method we're suggesting is bending is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Bending where the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission. Vice versa. Pascha, Ma'ari, Matnan, Pascha, Hapishin, Pascha, Matla. That's not true again. But again, if you bend in idolatry, even though again all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, level desires bottle. How do you read the Pascha of the Muhammad? About Pascha Israel Robot. Ultimately, it has to be like if an apple goes ahead and against the idolatry, that negates it. But if he's so against the idolatry, that does not negate it. You know, so Rabbi says, we all know, he touched the Son of God, but it's very important to know. So this is like this. In reality, even when we Israel against the Avodah Zarah, it goes in the gears. In other words, it will say, then the really is an active form of Hebrew. You literally like anything you do to deface the idol should be proper form of idolatrous Hebrew. So really, even if you still against it, it's okay. So let's teach this. Why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. Because Ella, Sira, there's a zero. Zero. Dilma not below the Hadim of Akalon. So here's the issue. In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation. Right? A Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he bends it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Is to this. We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, like getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, let's say, that's an act of Hagba. What is Hagba? Hagba acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Avodah Zarah of Yad Yisrael. The Avodah Zarah of Yad Yisrael Eina B'Kila Zero. So we'll say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. And let's say we are going to see exactly why this is. This is even another 10 blocks from now, 100 days. But again, right now we'll just quote the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So that's what's happening over here. Can we start, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How can you decommission it? You can break it, you can bend it. As Chazal said, the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to pick it up. Technically, Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker. He lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the Yid. Avodah Zarah of the Yid ultimately cannot be can't be manufactured, it can't be decommissioned. Therefore, again, ultimately, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, what we want to try to avoid is Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How does Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. It's never immersive in today. Happy showing the Avodah Zarah is the people behind the drop and Yitzhak. So let's say, just by the way, this whole idea over here of Avodah, okay, we'll go to that too. Let's just ask, Apple, should we have listen to this. So let's say an Apple who drops things from mud. Right, what's Marcus? Marcus is an Avodah Zarah that essentially the Avodah Zarah was his stone formation. So an Apple takes stones from Marcus, and what does he do? The people behind dropping the tortillas with us. And what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as papers, like these papers, and he uses them to make the street. So what's that law? You tell us, the stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, halacha l'meisa is actively decommissioning them through using them for mundane use. The assumption of Adam and Ava is people and dropping the tortillas as but again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcus and builds it into the road, ultimately again, it's not decommission. You can't use that road, you can't get the road because it's about Zarah. I might even must, but why is that? To how they have other So why don't we say it's Sogel instead of asking it's Rothschild? It's Rothschild. Why should this be any worse ultimately again than Avodah Zarah that broke on its own? And according to the Rothschild, Avodah Zarah that broke on its own ultimately is decommissioned. To which the Lord says, no, Hakanami to the Rabbi. The Lord says, just as Rabbi said before. Rabbi said essentially, with Rabbanon, a Jew can't decommission Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern, we have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he applies it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see if never actually means never. Agent. You know, as the cat shows, all the Kohanim Sheshifa Avonis Kohanim Tzanko. So listen to this. This side. All the Kohanim Sheshifa Avonis Kohanim. Supposed to hear about the Shem Avonis Zarah, and you shave it. Yeah. Avonis Zarah. So we'll say, so Rashi points out that, for example, an Asherah tree. An Asherah tree, right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the Asherah tree. So what's the status of the shavings? In verses Litzarcho, if ultimately when the Akim is doing it for himself, right? If they just shave up the Avodah Zarah because he wants to, I don't know, make a bonfire, whatever it is, Litzarcho, ultimately he's doing it for himself, then he then both the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah tree for the Akim's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah Zarah. Okay. You know, it says, however, the Tzarkah, if he's taking shavings off the tree, because he's pruning the tree. Right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's our heart. Ultimately, again, when the shavings and the tree ultimately again, then the tree is still also the shipuya mutar, but ultimately the shavings will be mutar. The Yisrael sheshiva avodas kohanim, but if the Yisrael takes shavings, right, takes pieces off of the Asherah tree, whether the Yisrael is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately again we have Avodah Zarah, the tree itself, and the sheep. Feedings the main mother. So once again, we have to ask space like this. And 9. Okay, how do you have all this Kohanim Shestabra now? How should this be any different? Right? When such according to you, it should be no different. Then I have Avodah Zarah that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, it makes like she said it's decommission. The circle of the space should be decommission as well. So which the US help and money to do that. So what's the one thing that we keep on bringing up Rabbi? What is Rabbi say? So what's like Rabbi's like the opinion. Essentially, you don't want to change the decommission of Avodah Zarah. Why? There's too much of a roll of the dice. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then halacha l'maisa, you end up acquiring it, and therefore again it can never be. There's no portal. Ace you'll see. But you'll see that she'll take the Zohar and Rach or Makhliyah. So it's actually our next Mishnah. Our next Mishnah that we're going to see Yes Hashem. So Rabbi Yossi says, or two Mishnahs, show me the Zohar and Rach. If you find it on Zara, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. Oh, Maktil Miyam. Then you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. And also, we're going to treat this talking about if you find that Avodah Zarah made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind, or throw it into the sea. You know, it says, Amuro, he knocks his head on when you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, what can happen? It can become fertilizer. Here's what it says, you see, well, you got not from the Pasuk says, meaning, you can't return. any part of a desire for your own use. But I'm not doing this. Or once again, if you're going to ask me, Amai, the heavy Kabbalist becomes Nishtara Me'eleha. But once again, why? It's not according to you, should be fine. It's according to you, it's like this. Even if Kabbalah breaks on its own, ultimately you're going to decommission. So in this case, a grinding that should also be a decommissioning. So who cares even if it does act as fertilizer? It's not a holy solid fertilizer. Which they must talk and honey to the Rabbi. Once again, I will say, keep all roads keep leading back to Rabbi. Timothy was concerned that if the Jews involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by the Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. So it's very Rabbi. See, then you see on Omer, Motzi, Shviras, Dako, Velo Shachato, it's supposed to be interesting. Let's see if we find the image of a dragon. And this is our next mistake. Yeah, so we're going to see a dragon as one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. The head is cut off. So therefore, Sopek, Obi Kocham, Kotcho, Sopek, Kisol, Kotcho, Mutter. So if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right? Or did an Akum? It's Mutter. It's Mutter. You know, so on the other hand, Vada Yisrael Kotcho, also. But if Yisrael is the one who cut off the head, it's also. You know, it says, I'm not. You have the Kabbalah, Kocham, Shvishtan, and I understand why to this here. Any different, or it's the second piece. So that should be any different than a case. Ultimately, again, the whole desire that broke on its own. Once again, the says we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of love. It's almost like, essentially, you begin to see the thing over here. We don't want Jews involved in the whole desire, even with the commissioning of the whole desire. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. Therefore, Chazal looks not to the point that even the decommissioning of the Jew doesn't work. Out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, he may even create the problems going forward. He states, but we see Omer. After you love those people, like Shane, they shine the deal in this. Charlotte's fine. So it's an interesting piece over here. So this halacha is the following case. We're going to see this also over these understands that we'll see later on. Halacha is in general both sides that about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables leaves in a shade tree. What is a shade tree? So during this summer, the problem is that the shade tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. And so therefore, you can't plant in the summertime, however, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, Chris Mishnah wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetables underneath a shade tree during the rainy season. Rabbi says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? It makes Shanavia in the sharp press already. Because what could happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So I'm not going to say watch the forming leaves be a problem. After all, to have a carbon will come from Shabbat. Once again, in Turkish, forming leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And quite here, tradition, if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's buckled. So too, if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be buckled. Surely, if I'm a fertilizer, such as another shiny hot sun, the ikra of this will come in Kayanis. So in the case of the forming leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that horizontal identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You might as well say other days, even days like Page 42b, the Gemara says, Shikuda. What about the case for shavings? That one right there, share tree shavings. We have all that's what public that's where once again the primary part of the Avodah, i.e. the tree still in existence. We got to be in that case, we said, it's yes, so the Shikuda Mutari. He said that even in a case ultimately again where you're pruning the tree for the benefit of the tree remains usher. But ultimately again the shavings are mutter. The fruit with the tree Amar, the Fushain, Avodas Kabbalim, the Teva, Derech to the Rasa. Ultimately, they also have a simple reason because an Avodah Zarah. And you can't negate an Avodah Zarah cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. The Gemara says, so up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan to Reish Lakish. So we're going to both sides. Avodah Zarah for Reish Lakish focuses on one simple case, and Avodah Zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zarah bottle or not? Rabbi Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes. Because even de facto negation, right? Negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire it has been Rabbi Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. Now we switch gears. Basically, from Rabbi Yochanan, so Reish Lakish asked the kasha on Rabbi Yochanan. Here we go. Kind of you don't like this. Well, now you go on there. If you have a tree, now the tree belongs to this, right? The tree belongs to this. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? Well, then you really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed milah. Now let's say so again. Rashi says over here, second Rashi from the top, no Yami. That's with Rabbi. So you can't get benefit with Rabbi. Right, but obviously again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore if you did get benefit from the nest, ultimately again, it's not the so let's analyze. But what about if the nest is on the top of an Ashera tree? The same case. I have an Ashera tree. On the top of the Ashera tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yakiz Bekana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Ultimately again with a piece of wood, and therefore you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. Like that. So what's this? You know, so Yaakov Bakana. I'm sorry. Let's say Yaakov Bakana. After I thought, because you spoke in the 18, you can survive. Now let's say okay, so this is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But we have all those other trees, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and give it for the nest. Now, the Gemara says, let's say that what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Ashera tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Ashera tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Ashera tree. What do you see from here? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, it can survive. The assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces. is on the Asherah tree. The Kakani Yakis Bakana. And yet the nest is mutter. So here's one says, oh, this supports my assertion that broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says no. Often I see what's the case. You go into icy it's in the Alma. Not necessarily. That's not say how birds make. That's how birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the shape in a tree, but it did not gather the materials. What to the nest from the Asherah tree? Rather, it gathered the materials was ultimately again from elsewhere. They cannot become Gabi Hektish. So again, what's the lie for that? The lie for that is look at the Hektish case. What happened in the Hektish case? In the Hektish case, what do you want to say about the birds now, or about the bird's nest? No nanning or about the tree. No nanning. About the nest, sorry. No nanning, no nanning. So again, you should not get benefit from it on the nest. But if you did, you did not make it. So let's analyze this. On the Kishara, the icy eats in the Alma, typical. In that case, where the bird built the nest ultimately from materials in the village, right outside of the Hektish tree. And really, the kind of got the Hektish for man of the law. So that it makes sense. No man in the Rabbi. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefit. It's from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a Hektish tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But it's the Rabbanah, and also the Rabbanah and the Daraisa. There's no Milah. Why is there no Milah? Why is there no Milah? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the Hektish tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to the Milah. And the Milah, which is Shabbat 18, remember the Kinsa Bahan, a mile more than Hakadushi. And again, once I tell us what I saw, the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the Hektish tree, then what's the status? Something else. The status of the nest? It's Hektish. But it's Hektish ultimately again, but you're not allowed to benefit from it, the Daraisa, and it's Mi'ila the Daraisa, which the Gemara says, whatever the Gemara is suggesting, it seems to be clear that Halakha is doing both cases in the Asherah tree and in the Hektish tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the Hektish tree, which the Gemara says not necessarily. The Gemara says, how come the Judah have born the Acham kind of scheme? So what's the maybe now? It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, in the Hektish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual Hektish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the Hektish tree, then why is that nest not Asr Medoros? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. And so what's the case over here? How come you do about the Agai Kast? So let's say this is a fascinating subject for it. When you're not just something, right? So obviously the item as it is Hektish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be Hektish as well? So let's give an example of this. A tree. I'm not fish a tree, you know, on Tuesday. And then later, there's all Hashem, there's the branches, there's the growth. Are those the branches and growths subject to the Hektish designation or not. That is a machlokes. That is called Gidulin Habarim Lachem, growth which occurs after the designation. So the words that we're talking about over here is the bird. So I was not fish the tree, and then again 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So it had made the nest out of those new growths, and therefore again, so now is the nest hagdish. It depends. That's enough for us. You know, it's in the Kasabar, and the author of this place, the author of this Mishnah holds, the head fish designation only devolves upon the tree that's in the difference of the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hagdish, and therefore again, the nest is mutter. Rabbi Abba, Rabbi Yochanan, Maya is ultimately what does it mean? What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That's okay. It doesn't mean the nest, it doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is us. The nest is us in both cases because it's made of a shit. Or because it's made of a headpiece tree. Either way, it's awesome. So what can you get benefit from? The chicks. Because when we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest. That's not the nest itself. I'm going to react to the Yoria by Kahnifa. A Savulacha that broken the ground behind the color. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Australia piece as well as to the headfish piece. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the headfish tree, or the nest is being made from the Australia tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the designation, they were going to make the opinions that whatever goes to the at this point, so what's the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the edges inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. It's in Kandakanastos. Let's listen to this. She says, for the chicks, it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be usher. So let's say, why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is actually right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The dates in Kandakan usher should treat in Iman. The girls are behind Rabbi Ka'al even asking. So what's actually quite fascinating? Eggs are usher. Why are eggs usher? Because eggs need the nest. The nest leaves the tree, and therefore A equals B and B equals C, and then A equals C, which means that the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be usher. So what's fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over here. But you might suggest that maybe in all of these cases the nest is usher. Why is the nest usher? Because we're talking about things where the nest is made from the Asherah tree or from the head tree. That's true. So the nest is going to be usher. The nest is going to be usher. So what is the new in the Brisa says, take a stick, knock down the nest and get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. Because the Gemara says the big thing comes from the Rashi that floating should speak on the iman debates in double. This is very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are relying on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore halacha also may find eggs. Therefore, also it turns out that over here with this case, the nest on top of the Asher tree, the hegdish tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless, right? By the other by what can you do? You cannot down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So maybe you can't get benefit from the nest because there's a concern that the nest itself is made from a shared tree or from the Hesed tree. But can you get benefit from independent chicks? Independent chicks, right? I love when I say that is going to be mutter, right? Right, so get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. But let's stop over for today, baby. Okay, let me just say the halakha l'maisa. So look, actually, let's say tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow we'll pick up and we'll finish off with the halakha l'maisa of the Shakish. Like, what are we doing that much? It's really past skin light, and then the next Hashem will continue next Hashem with the benches and everything. Right, everyone have a great day.
No respect whatsoever. Jerry Nathan hang homage to the beastie. Absolutely incredible. And you know, it's funny because he's been practicing that song for like a week. And with Jason Rouse, he's like, we worked together 7 hours on this song. He's fucking, he better not fuck it up. And then he just stares right at Mary Lynn, 2 feet away from her, sunglasses on. Oh my God. It's one of the most special sets we've ever seen here. No copyright strike. You guys ready to go back to this
Alright,
bucket?
so let's say good morning.
Here we go. We're going to need another one. Who knows? This could be the next Golden Ticket winner next. It could be the worst set in the history of the show. Anything can happen. Your next comedian goes by the name of Kate Ferguson, everyone. Make some noise for Kate, everybody.
Was our sponsors for this morning trip to thank our annual comic book sponsor, Person Responsible to Self, dedicating all the students Russia. This year, as its course, Source Novels and Islam. Our fellow sponsors for the month of Av, involving the October Stephen and Wendy Tracy, in honor of their parents Israel Tracy, Nina Tracy, Abby Roses White, in memory of Stanley Roses White from the Rockwell. Our returning sponsors, Abby and Joe Hirsch, with appreciation. Share the entire below Swiss Ireland with all of their sacrifices. I see. And nice and Deborah Weatherstein as the home sponsors for today. Make sure the arts like the Haye Lane and the America from Torah. All of them shall the families in the from all of us in the Jewish heaven to the code for police. So, this office and messaging with home our ancestors, the Shalom and the Karol. Well, our holy soldiers to be successful with all of the city. So that let us begin off with some of the lot to do today. Today's that is days. Today's that is men days. We have to come up in there Hashem on men public days 41. And we left off with something most immediate. Now, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15. From the bottom. So remember again, in yesterday's daf we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call avodazah. What gives you as 2 terms? Slumming are images. Maybe they were worship, maybe they weren't worship. Avodazah is something. I love that myself. You can learn from it. Essentially, why not? Because again, is a sub. What's a sub? Is an atom condition then or not? That's not right now. An atom, and we're going to discuss this more today's stuff. An atom does have the ability to condition level, but it has to now again. Then we have my focus. What can I focus? Do you need active conditioning or can it even be passive conditioning? But again, we'll get back to that. That's our overarching message over here. The real plan says it has to be after decommissioning, which Rothschild says even passive decommissioning, not the meaning would be if the idol falls over by itself and breaks. The real Lord, so an idol, according to which Rothschild has lost its analysis. So let's say again, that's why one pieces of dark sauce. If you find some of an image, it's going to be worth it. Why is it disturbed? Because it's a spec state. What's the spec state? Something number one is maybe it's never worth it. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worth it, maybe it's decommissioned. So the idea of bringing something back to the result is just something. The reason why ultimately Zora, it does not work. As you say, in suffix means in ultimately again the suffix that maybe definition doesn't go ahead and the fact that he was a result. Not even a question that was maybe something was immediate. Is that true? That a something, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality with facing its certainty. What about time? What time? What are you to be exercise? Somebody covers the race, you have to work from the way else. So say, cover dive. And again, we can translate, special song. You remember about Shira from Shaka, you know about Shira, you know about another member about Shira is Bango, or Hashem, you know about so here in the message to you by a note, I translated the cover a few days ago as uncovered. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the laws of human Torah, to the point that he even eats his children's Torah. He even eats his children's Torah. So even again, even though it's not sanctified food, he is not going to eat in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with trumas and niceness. That's the definition of a cover. So it's interesting for me and I have lots of like for a cover. A cover means a friend. What's the chance of that? So perhaps the Yisod is like this. This is a cover. Cover is someone who's just looking and searching out for extra time. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is what Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of power. You don't have to eat in a state of power. You're not obligated to eat unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. There is someone who thirsts for power so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a person who wants to get purity into areas of his life that he is not obligated to do so, such a person is a threat. That's a threat. That's what Rabbi says. Somebody wants me in their life so badly that is willing to take on scriptures in areas of ritual purity. That's the power that he doesn't have to. That's a perhaps even to a certain degree higher level than the top of because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. Self-spiritual is because he wants power. That's the power. He wants purity. So the Gemara says, "Chover sheis yet in Berlin." So Chover dies. Interesting case. Chover dies, and you guys they discover he has a basket of food. What's the issue? What's the issue? The issue is we don't know whether or not he's going to time. Gemara says, even if not, you should just harvest again that day. Harvesting the first message to 20 is a chazaka. Ultimately, again, that they are talking time. Because I know second. If that activity is something that's real, something was real, it was the word left, let's say, was this kid. Here's a case of a dog. What's the dog? What's the dog? His certainty was they were Teflon. That's for sure, right? Teflon's untyped produce. So why is that a bad day? Because everything starts out as untyped produce. So you have the bad day that is untyped. Something, maybe the farmer did type it, maybe he didn't type it. And what do you see here? Because see something can mostly be bad day. And what do you see here? But also in a something possibility that United goes ahead and right bad guy that it certainly was Teflon. So you see something mostly be bad day. Which the Gemara says no. Plus some bad day. It's bad day. That's not true. That's not something bad day. That's a bad day and bad day. It's what it's bad day actually. Gemara says you said it was Teflon. Bad day was Teflon. Certainly it was Teflon. And also bad day that was that he typed it. Versus the Gemara comes over and he comes off. Zotko al-Chomer she'enu motzi davar she'enu mitoka mitachta she'enu. So again, interesting enough, it's fascinating. The Chomer will say again, can you imagine moving yourself to a level where there's no suffering which is done the right thing? You have to understand, so a person needs to get to that level where the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy seemingly doing the right thing. Our Chomer does not be the untried produce in his possession. For the moment it comes in his possession,
crowd looks and here comes the phone unlocker taking the longest possible path to get it up there.
I shouldn't put it this tight. And yet there's no suffix in that guy. There's only bad guy and bad guy. Incredible. He writes another possibility. This, you know, it says suffix to suffix. Interestingly enough, really it's a suffix and a suffix house. So what does that mean? Hashem the Abba to the Moshe. Possible that the prophet conducted himself like the Moshe, as the earlier is. The Amar, Ma'adim Adam Hamshira. So the Ma'adim the Motes Shalom, the Isham, the Isham, the Hanta, all products of turning a nice. I suppose it's an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a nice recall, tithing recall. What's the tithing recall? Without the recall, such as how it is now, in order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called the yasmei abayis. Like it has to come into the home. It has to come into the home through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you have to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Technically it's nicer exempt. Now there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no something that's about that. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go into that, maybe it's a subject that becomes tied or not, it's also a subject of what? If the produce was ever subject to this mistress. Why? Because it's possible that little you're getting this reasonable loophole of bringing it in through the window, and the person is never subject. Okay, so you guys says 1 second, there is something that so remember, the word is questioning this principle. Like, you want to put out there like a law, the principle was a suffix motse midday data. But it can also be again a possibility to not change the reality of a certainty. So that's really inductive. You said, but I'm not really done. Mike said this is possible, so much couple numbers. Not as my so this is also some massive from the very interesting research was voice. The story of a maid service. But also now again we're going to this is Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? She says over here, Gabra Alama Yisrael. Very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Remo. Okay, what happened? She had 2 years from the bottom. She had a miscarriage. And I will say, interestingly enough, it was coming that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury a male. But interesting, the halacha is, this is also a powerful little bit. You put a male in a pit, you just, in other words, in a nondescript Good. In general, but so the halacha is you have to bury a neighbor, you have to bury a miscarried baby, but with that birth, do not bury it in a marked grave. You do not do that. To bury it together, you do not bury in a marked grave. For a variety of reasons, also just from a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy. The Chazal said it is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, there was trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be continued, do not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So now the same what happened, so she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in the birth. At what point if it's according to the law, and obviously so when it happened, and killed over the pit. Now why did the queen kill over the pit? Linda himself that he freedom. So you have to pass me for her. Remember, you're about to woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be too much labor. There could be between the guilty associated with it. Now, the duration of too much labor depends on what? Boy or girl. So the queen kills over the pit in order to see was the nipple, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. The problem is what's the problem here? The problem is that the kid over the pit, what did the queen essentially do? Too much oil. Too much oil. Remember again, too much oil also can be projected in two ways. You could be under a roof together with a noose, or you could be the roof over the noose. So technically speaking, if there's a part, let's say here, in the next block to a court underneath the sky, but I will lean over the court at the Ohel. I am the Ohel. So here the point where I leaned over the pit to see so boy or girl, and what I move on myself if I'm in this episode thing for the comment, the Tianunu, that they should hold up and guard those in the and they're retired. They're retired. Why are they retired? Because ultimately, I think this was a place where there were weasels and animals there, and in reality, they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it over somewhere. You might as well get it. Baha, without that accumulated something global, something global, because it's something global, so you do that. Because we're in this case of here. Here's the case of bad day. What's the bad day? What's the bad day? She touched one of these miscarriage and she placed the baby in the bed. What's the suffix? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do we see from here? The Gemara says, and yet we see that the suffix trumps the bad guy. Like the suffix changing throughout, even in the face of the bad guy, to the point that again, the constant, the calling is not calling. The calling is not calling. So you see here that suffix can go ahead and trump a bad guy. Which the Gemara says, really well. Go to the kitchen, the bar, make the bar, LA, the kid to me and the bar. The Gemara says, really. What happened at the end is the Kohen sees the shofar throwing something that looked like Judy felt. In other words, not a bad guy that she miscarried and placed the nail in the bar. Rather, again, he saw what appeared to be a nail being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a second to begin with. Whereas most happened, but that's not what it says. Muhammad and second to begin with. But the Gemara said, there is that appeared in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. The Gemara says, how the commentator used to say, later on, the Gemara says, later, and what did we love? It made fun of it. So first of all, we were looking at it to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or the Gemara said, we took me just means we just expelled something else from her body. In other words, left that that she expelled. Miscarriage, maybe it was just something else, it was some other discharge. So we first of all looking over the pen, see was it an APEL or not. If it's on an APEL, if it was an APEL, then did that. If it's on an APEL or TIVA, later it's not going to be TIVA. See what is a word. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Rabbi and Suffolk. Rather, this was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried, I think what's a miscarriage or not. And then again, compound that with the Suffolk ultimately again being an animal fertility, right? The other possibility is very much that from the Bible, Mitsuri Sham, not that value. The other possibility is once you have a place where there's a fold in the Bible, that these animals there, they definitely drag away whatever was expelled. Okay? So what's the ace? So where's the Pasha? So this will also represent the cycle. So just to understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that that principle of any suffix mostly ultimately again holds. That in halacha we accept this principle. Any suffix mostly being bad. That if you have two pieces of information, one is a suffix and one is a fadak. The that piece of information determines the reality, and the second piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why once again, just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why how do you get into this? I find a piece of broken apple desire. Right? So I find a piece of, let's say, idol or image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find this piece, how do I use it? How do I use it? Creative? No. Why not? It's also not know why. Because I have that this was apple desire. Something maybe the apple decommissioned it. Decommissioned it, and therefore I can't use it right because something that maybe the apple decommissioned it doesn't change the reality of the fact that this was definitely apple desire. Rabbi said, just to point out how powerful this is so is on a hashkafic level as well. Because in something motivated by that, you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase: this is it. Over the years, as over the millennia, we have faced so many struggles. Like, will we survive? This is an existential threat. You know, all of the things that was so interesting. Those of us who were supposed to do a chat with Usher Weiss, he said he mentioned so many beautiful things. One of the things I thought that was like very shocking was what about in the aftermath of October 7th, giving an existential threat. The problem is so to me that was shocking because for me in my mind I said to myself, there is never an existential threat without Israel. Like the scary zone. But obviously, Russia says it is there to sell. It takes on totally different thing. Over the years, over the centuries, there's been many status. Right? We've been faced with many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm just less than a century ago? They put us in ovens and in gas chambers. It was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffix, let's see what's that guy. What's the that guy? The response who says, I'm Israel is an Amma. I'm of the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty is something most of the day. Something. Whether that something is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the something is. There's so many statements in our gender exception. Another suffix, Odin Armenian Baccharos, and another suffix always arises. But rest assured, a suffix missing legal pattern. No suffix will undermine the fact that the certainty of the eternality of Klal Yisrael. That's ultimately the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. Incredible, halachically, as well as historically. It's not even like it's bad. It's safe. So it says, remember again, embedded in this is my whole idea of the open instructions. So here's what I know. And again, I'm going to talk about this more in this moment. Is you can decommission your Avodah Zarah, right? In other words, an athlete within the battle is Avodah Zarah. The Shaila is, how does he do it? The Milkman says it must be what we call active bittul, and Rishon says even passive bittul works. So let's now go back to that order. They say, all the people from the doctor, Avodah Zarah, listen to this. They also listen to this in the Mishnah as well. Sorry. Yes, yeah. Oh, sorry, thank you. It's a once a time, this young, thank you. Once a time, I'm going to have this right now. How do you ask you? So that's the Mishnah. What did the Mishnah say? If you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, ultimately, again, it's also. It's also, so the Gemara says, within Shikiyoti behind the Yavan. Why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, Amai. Why is that? Hashvarim. So we'll say that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on the shortish. So we're not going to ask about the shortish. The shortish, according to you, this should be totally water. Right? Because according to the shortish, once to find broken pieces, whether the apple actively broken or the apple broke on its own, an apple doesn't worship an idol like that. You know, again, once you always get shortish is wrong. Idol, if you can't save yourself from being broken, the chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? That's what you're saying. No, change much more. So now I need it. But not the whole bit out of the seesaw. So this is another again, is what we said yesterday. What's the case? The case of the random foot is the case ultimately when it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that that is actually a self, almost like a self-obsession, which is just the wrong word. But its own type of idolatry. Okay, Ace, Gemara is not the kasha. Only from the Vata Avodah from Shara, which are Kamera, very close, or some more of this later. And the Rico Havim, the Vata is on Avodah Zarah, who ultimately again the Avodah Zarah of his friend. Meaning, any Ahum can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. Whether it be Yisrael, Eino Rebata Avodas Kafamsa Avodah. So it's actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. Another Kohavim actually, Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Plus, isn't that fascinating? Right? So, only Kohavim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry, and Yisrael has no power on negation over idolatry. Fascinating. I'm not dying. So we do it short as a knife. So how these avodas come from Shalom Olam. Why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Now clearly again, according to Shlokish, you according to actually work. Rabbi is Shepasta. What's the case over here? The case over here is where the Yisrael bended the Obey Kohabim. What's interesting enough what we're suggesting is bending is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Bending where the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission. That's one second. Ipasta, Mahavi, that's not true for Gary. But again, if we granted idolatry, even though again all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, we have all these others. How do you read the Pascal de Kohabim? And our Pascal Yisrael Robot, ultimately, we're going to If an Akron goes ahead and bends the idolatry, that negates it. But if Yisrael bends the idolatry, that does not negate it. You must have Rabbi says, you all know, he puts the Yisrael on Rabbi. The most very important to love. So this is like this. In reality, even when Yisrael bends the Avodah Zarah, it goes in the Yisrael, so it's like bending really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be proper.
Eddie Nature is your final comedian of the night.
Form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you still dents it, it's okay. So what's this? Why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. What's Ella? Zero. Is it zero? What's the zero? Dilma below the Having law. So here's the issue. In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? A Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he dents it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Is to this. We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He lifts it up, right? Getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, I will say, that's an act of Hagbar. What does Hagbar do? Hagbar acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Avodah will come in the Yad Yisrael. The Avodah will come in the Yad Yisrael. So they say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I will say we are going to see exactly why this is. This is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now on many days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So what's this happening over here? Can Yisrael technically speaking decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How can you decommission it? You can break it, you can bake it, but Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are you concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael going to figure it out. By figuring out what's the Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker. He lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the Yid. Avodah Zarah of the Yid ultimately cannot be. You can't do Mendakos, you can't decommission it. Therefore, again, ultimately, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, what we want to try to avoid is Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How did Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. Nobody wants to say, Aku Shahidi Avodah Zarah, the people behind the blocking. So let's say, just by the way, there's this whole idea over here of okay, we'll go back to it. First, Shahidi Avodah Zarah, listen to this. So let's say an apple who blocks stones from Marcellus, right? What's Marcellus? Marcellus is the Avodah Zarah, essentially the Avodah Zarah. The water is stone formation. So an apple takes stones from Marcellus, and what does he do? The people and drop it in tortillas with us. And what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers. Like the pavers, and he uses them to make the street. So what's the halacha? You tell us, the stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, halacha Mensa is actively decommissioning them through using them for mundane use. Plenty of ideas, people and but again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcellus and builds it into the road, ultimately again, it's not decommissioned. You can't use that road, you can't get hung up. because it's about the Zohar. And my Gemara says, but why is that? Okay, how do you have all this stuff from Yishmishkalalayah? So why don't we say so again? So you're going to ask in Turkish. In Turkish, why should this be any worse ultimately again than about the Zohar that broke on its own? And according to me, it's all this about the Zohar that broke on its own ultimately is decommissioned. To which the Gemara says, no, half an hour to the Rabbi. The Rabbi says, just as Rabbi said before, Rabbi said essentially, you do that on a Jew can decommission of the Zohar. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern in the process of decommissioning. The Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see if he ever actually used the other. He said he knows the catch on. Open for public, she probably for public circle. Listen to this. Good side. Open public, she probably supposed to be watching. She had Avodah Zarah. And you see that we have all these so that she points out there, for example, an ashera tree. An ashera tree. Right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the ashera tree. So what's the status of the shavings? So he works with Sarko. If ultimately the act is doing it for himself, right? He's taking the shavings off the Avodah because he wants to, I don't know, make a backfire, whatever it is. With Sarko, ultimately he's doing it for himself. Then both the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah tree for the Akum's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah Zarah. Okay? You know, however, with Sarfar, if he's taking shavings off the tree, that's he's pruning the tree. Right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's Sarfar, here, Surah. Ultimately, again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately again, then the tree is still assert, the Shibuya mutar, but ultimately again the shavings will be mutar. The strip, Shishifa was still covered, but if the smell takes shavings, right, these pieces off of the shade tree, they would start fall, he was Shibuya Asu. Whether the Israel is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately again we have the Zara, the tree itself, and the shavings, the main water. So once again, we have to answer to the subject. Anai. Okay, I think I got this from this cabin now. Why should this be any different? Right here, except according to you. It should be no different than an Avodah Zarah that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, it breaks like you said, it's decommissioned. The sort of in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. So let's figure out how the money to the Rabbi. So let's say once again, we keep on bringing up Rabbi. What does Rabbi say? So let's say, again, Rabbi said, your opinion, essentially, you don't want Jews decommissioned. Avodah Zarah. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice, because if you do in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? In halacha l'meisa, you end up acquiring it, and therefore again it can never be. There's no point off. Aser Yossi, but Yossi over Shulchan B'Zor L'Yach or Maktilah. So what's actually our next mission? Our next mission that I'm going to see this Hashem. So Rabbi Yossi says, or say, or he says, Shulchan B'Zor L'Yach. If you find out the Zarah, you can grind it up and scatter it and all Maktilah. Then you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. And let's say we're going to take this something that if you find out the Zarah, you let it melt. So what do you do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind. According to the sea, the Gemara says, Amuno, Atina says that already you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? You become fertilizer. Here's what it says, well, you've got the earth from the Pasuk says, really, you can't retain any part of Avodah Zarah for your own use. Mas Brahma is once again different as well as focus. Amai, the heavy tables become Shnishka from the Eleha. But once again, wow, the judge pretty few should be fine. Pretty few focus, even if a Bodhisattva breaks on its own, ultimately it is decommissioned. So in this case, a grinding it up should also be a decommissioning. So who cares even if it does act as a fertilizer? It's not a Bodhisattva fertilizer. For which we must talk in Hami, Kiki Rabba. Once again, I will say, keep all roads keep leading back to Rabba. Ultimately, when he is concerned that if a Jew is involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up, first acquire it, and once it's acquired by the Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. So this way, Rabbi Yossi Ben Yisir Omer, Matzah, Sulas Darko, Velosa Chato, was the interesting case of it. Let's see, find the image of the dragon. This is our next mission. Right, so we're going to see. The dragon is one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. The head is cut off. So therefore, Safek Obi Kocham Chatko, Safek Bisal Chatko, Mutter. So if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon? As or did Akum? It's Mutter. It's Mutter. He answers him. On the other hand, Daga Yisrael Chatko, Aser, but if Yisrael Suk, he's the one who cut off the head, it's Aser. He answers Amnai. How did Kabolas become Mishtaber Ne'elah? I was saying, watch it, it's any different. So it's the second case. So that should be any different than a case. Ultimately, again, of a whole desire that broke on its own. Once again, the Gemara says we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rabbi. So we'll say, essentially, to begin to see the theme over here, we don't want Jews involved in the Bodhisattva at all, even with the decommissioning of the Bodhisattva. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. So the Chazal was machmir to the point that even the decommissioning of a Jew doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and keep it. The problems going forward. Ace Day, Rabbi Yossi Omer, after the Yula Post be Masai Shanim, Yevin Shanim, Dia no Sheretz. And so it's an interesting case over here. So this halakha mentions the following case. We're going to see this also on these on the Sheretz I see later on. Halakha is in general both sides that about what is the halakha concerning planting vegetables underneath an ashera tree. Underneath an ashera tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the ashera tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. As an example, you can't plant in the summer. In the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the mission wants to suggest that there's no problem and planting vegetation underneath an ashera tree in the rainy season. Rabbi Yossi says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? If you shine a leaf in the Sheretz Haran, because what will happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. You know, so I'm not guys. Watch the forming leaves be about them after all. Every time, let's go. Once again, we talk this. Fallen leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And complete. If an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's buckled. So too, if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be buckled. Surely, if I'm a fertilizer, which means a regular shiny hot sun, no, in the case of the fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with a Zell identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You must well say other days, many days when is 42 feet. You must say, Shikuya. What about the case of the shadings? That one like the Ashera tree shadings. Well, let's go from environments where once again the primary part of the erosion the tree still in existence. We can turn the in that case on side we said with Sarkov, yes, we said that even in a case ultimately again where you're treating the tree for the benefit of the tree remains awesome. But ultimately, again, the shavings are the figure that the Shia Omar, if you should Avodas Kachavim B'Tila, is a lesser. And if you also have simple reason because an Avodah Zarah, you can't negate an Avodah Zarah cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal, the leaves fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. You know, it says, Ace today, it's in the luxury of this website. So, until now, all of these questions have been from the Yochana and Reish Lakish. So now I'm going to both sides. My focus is the Yochana Reish Lakish focus is on one simple case. And Avodah Zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zarah bottled or not? For Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right? Or passive negation ultimately works. Up until now, this entire argument has been of your questioning Reish Lakish. Now we switch gears. A search on the Lakish of Yochanan. So Reish Lakish asked the question on the Yochanan, here we go. Time Reish Lakish, then you go more. What's the tree case here? Forget the tree. Now the tree belongs to that fish. Right? The tree belongs to this and the fish. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? Lo nayin v'lo mo'al. You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed mitzvah. That was say so again. Rashi says over here, second Rashi from the top, lo nayin, that's with Rabbi. So you can't get benefit. But obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you did get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not to you. Fine. So, let's analyze. But what about if the nest is on the top of an Asherah tree? Just in case, I have an Asherah tree, on the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest, so what can I do? Yatis Bakana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and then you go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. So what's this? Yatis Bakana. I'm sorry. Let's say Yatis Bakana. Kasava Lightfall, he goes to each one of the 18, you can survive. Now, what's interesting? Okay, this is very interesting. So, now, again, what can't I do? I can't, say in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But with the Avodah Zarah tree, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and get back to the nest. Now, you might say, let's say, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is that nest in the Asherah tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Asherah tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest was made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from there? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, right? Even on its own, it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, Kasab, he goes to shove on the middle 18, it can survive. The assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. The Hakani, that is Bakana, and yet the nest is mutter. So this one says, this supports my assertion. If broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decomposed, which is the Avodah Zarah. You might say, no. How about I what's the case? To go into ICH in the Alma, it kills somebody, not necessarily. That's not how birds make nests. That's where birds make nests Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So in this over here, the bird made itself comfortable in the shade tree, but it did not gather the materials or the nest from the shade tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They can understand that in hectares, so let's say, so again, what's the value for that? Rather than look at the hectares trees, what happened in the hectares trees? The hectares trees, what do we want to say about the birds now, about the bird's nest? No man or about the tree. No yet got the nest out. No yet means a little more. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did not commit the evil, so let's analyze this. The honest Bishop, but the IC in the Alma, so we're talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials in the dirt. But outside of the hectares tree, and how you kind of got the hectares for an animal of water. So then it makes sense. No nanny in the Rabbi. And so again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefits from that nest. Right? Why? Not because it's attached to a hectares tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. And also, there are more than the Doraisa. There's no Mila. Why is it no Mila? Why is it no Mila? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectares tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to Mila. Already on the Cheshava eats in the middle of the Kisa Bahan, a Milo Mor and Hakadushi. But again, we'll say Halacha Lemaisa. The bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the hectares tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's hectares. Because it's hectares ultimately again, but you're not allowed to benefit from it until I saw, and it's me limited I saw. The Gemara says, so therefore the Gemara is suggesting this needs to be clear that halakha is with many hope cases in the shade tree and in the hectares tree where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the shade tree and not from the hectares tree, which the Gemara said not necessarily. The Gemara says, so let's say maybe not. It's actually quite possible in these cases, ultimately, or say in the hectares case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hectares tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hectares tree, then why is that nest not us in the dollars? Like what's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. What's the case over here? Someone says, this is a fascinating city which we'll get to. When you're not this right? So obviously the item as it is hectish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hectish as well? So let's get an example. Well, this a tree. I'm not this tree. I'm not this tree. On Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growths. Are those new branches and growths subject to the hectish designation or not? That is a machlokas. That is called growth which occurs after the designation. So the word what's on over here is the bird again, I was not just the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So we made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest hectish? That's enough for us. The Gemara says, because Savar, and the author of this place, the author of this Mishnah holds, the hectish designation only devolves upon the tree that is different at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hectic. And therefore, again, the nest is incredible. My yacht is ultimately, what does it mean? What does it mean that? What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That broken. It doesn't mean the nest. It doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is us. The nest is us in both cases because it's made of a shela or because it's made of a hektish tree. Either way, it's us. So what's mutter? What can you get benefit from? The chicks. Whereas when we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. I'm going to be about Taklifa, a sabbath. That broken. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashera case as well as the hektish case. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the hektish tree or the nest is being made from the Ashera tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, maybe we're going with the opinions that whatever grows to the tree is going to be hektish or avodah. So what's the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Next to the nest material, but not the what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The baitzim kind of stress. Let's listen to the Mishnah. You know what I'm saying? For the chicks, it's going to be mutter. But for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be usher. Like I said, why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The beitzim kan bekan usher, shetzrichim iman, the gazer behind Rabbanan ka'al iman asr. So what's actually quite fascinating? Eggs are usher. Why are eggs usher? Because eggs need the nest.
Nobody knows for sure. No one knows for sure. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, divrei, Elohim, Chaim. But this is the Mizorah we live by. West side.
Considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be usher.
Yeah, right it's in the back. Yeah, why do you say West side?
There's a lot of variables going on over here. If you mind suggesting, maybe in all of these cases, the nest is us. Why is the nest us?
And occasionally there'd be like minor tussles, never anything super serious, ever. Like, nobody was getting punches in the face or anything, but you might wrestle.
It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest, and the nest needs
and
There's like the east side, the west side, the north side, the south side.
there are all the differences. The northwest side, the near northwest side, all kinds of
the
things.
eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs.
Now we've come to learn that people from the west side,
this is very
we're
interesting.
in the suburbs. Really? You ever reach my companion on this side? Really? You ever live there?
On the mother had the status of eggs, right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require their mother
Not like permanently. Like, I never lived there permanently.
are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree.
We'd be chilling.
And once it turns out that over here with
There might be a tussle that occurred. And like,
top of the
kids
street, you obviously can't
just like jumping in. And some of the kids would go west side when this tussle would occur. And that meant like, hey, I'm on backup. And anybody from the west side get in on this bitch. Really? That's where west side comes from.
Independent chicks.
Really? So that's why you throw gang signs around like constantly because of this behavior that you observe. Absolutely. In the west side, LA is tighter than the east side. East side's cool too, though. Really? Yeah. It's very kitschy.
The eggs or from the
It's cool. It's very.
Second
Shabbos Boulevard used to be Brooklyn Boulevard. Like, Boyle Heights, like, Jewish neighborhood, all kinds of shit. Anyway,
But we'll say, we'll stop over for today, but again, let me
Yeah,
just
Dan,
say,
your
I love
fucking story.
Sergio.
yeah, are we gonna read through all the shit? No, we're watching fucking documentaries.
Actually, one second.
Why? Because I'm sick of that other shit.
Yeah, all right, we'll do it tomorrow.
Really? It's just the same
Tomorrow,
fucking
we'll
shit
pick up,
every
we'll
day.
just we'll finish off
And
with the Avon comment.
we'll get it. I thought about doing it today, but
So you're going to like, what do we do in that, my focus? What do we pass in life? And then in Eretz Hashem, we'll continue Eretz Hashem, adventures in Avodah Zarah, Shkaya, everyone. All right, guys, have a great day.
all right. Are you done? What do you think of your robots? I'm very proud of them. Alright. No. No, this shit is really loud. I like how they have videos and short videos. How about long videos? Motherfucker?
All right, so I want to say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by
Really?
thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip. To thank our annual summer program sponsors. Listen to Shkaya Eretz Yisrael.
This is the shit. Okay.
Dedicating all the students
Should we watch this stupid one?
Rothschild this year as its plus for the service levels from Israel. Our fellow sponsors for the month of Av, Rabbi, Rabbi Stephen and Lady Tracy, in honor of their parents Israel Tracy, Tina Tracy, and Roses White, in memory of Stanley Roses White from the Rafa. Our learning sponsors, Abby and
Alright.
Joe Hirsch, with appreciation.
Are you going to show it on the
Share
TV?
the entire Gula for the Chayalim, Swiss for the Chayalim, and all of those sacrificing. And nations of all the world,
You figure it out.
For the earth, the Chaye, Leib, then all of those songs have the families in the all of this in the push up. And the post police, this rubbish and messaging that from our hostages. And the current allow our police soldiers to be successful. It's all
No, you see, like, I'm good with this view. Calm down, woman.
Today's staff is human beings. We have seen up here on them public days 41 we left off the E, something which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, about 15 of the lives. So remember again, in yesterday's daf we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call Rothschild. What's the two of two terms? Slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. So, essentially, why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Is an akum decommissioned them or not? That's our shayla. An akum, and we're going to discuss this more today's daf. An akum does have the ability to decommission Avodah, but it has to now again. Then we have Machok, Chokish. Do you need active decommissioning or can even be passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back into that story because that's our overarching Machok over the earth. The Yochanan says it has to be active decommissioning. What he says even passive decommissioning. Naturally, would be if the idol falls over by itself and breaks. The Yochanan still an idol. According to the Chokish, is what is idolatrous. So we'll say, but again, that's why the first pieces of North to us. If you try to see some an image, it's going to be what? Why is it first? What's the suspect state? What's the suspect state? Well, suffix number one is maybe it was never worshipped. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worship, maybe it was so the idea is going to be back to what we thought. The reason why ultimately, again, I have no sorrow. It does not work. Because come up with this and say, in something ultimately, again, it's something that maybe,
Jonah, this is a test.
doesn't go ahead and decide that he was that was maybe something most of you do not. Is that true? That a suffix, a possibility, do not go ahead and choose reality or facing uncertainty? What about telling our time? We're very cover stories, and yet we go over there. Let's say cover dies. And again, this is certainly, special to a member of our peers from South Africa, another member of our peer in Toronto, we have one of our by a note, translating the cover 2 days ago as unconscious. It's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember again, 2 weeks ago, goes ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the laws of human power. So things that is even again, even what we'll call not a sanctified food, he is not in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with human domestic. So that's the sort of cover. So we do see to me and ask why do you call it cover? Right, cover is French. His friend was who's a cover? Cover is someone who's just searching out for extra job. He's looking for extra security. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is what Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you in a state of power. You don't have to be in a state of power. You're not obligated to be unsanctified in a state of ritual purity. Cover is someone who's purity. But power so much and sets up those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for goodness, such a person who wants to engage in areas that he's not obligated to do so, such a person is that's a strength. That was Baruch says, someone who wants to be in their life so practical, that he's willing to take on scriptures in areas of ritual purity. That's the power that he doesn't have to. That's a cover. Perhaps even to a certain degree higher level than the top because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable, is inherently enjoyable, beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. But to manage how to solve additional things he wants power. That's the power. He wants good. That's the trend of the word says, cover cities, so we have to deal with it. So cover dice, and we'd like to discuss the interaction of food. What's the issue? What's the issue is we don't know when the time. Even if not, you can just harvest them that day. Already in the first person is the Pasoko, ultimately again, that they are properly tied. I know exactly. So all of if that is something that's needed, something was needed. There was a body left for what's the case. You're the case of the Dada. What's the Dada? What's the Dada? The certainty. The certainty was they weren't tested. That's for sure, right? There was one guy focused. There was the right Dada. Here's everything stuck out as one type focus. You have the Dada that it was comprised. Sunday, maybe the proper decided. What do you see here? It's a see something to know what you did. And what do you see here? That ultimately again a state goes ahead and override Dardai and certainly was Teva. So you see something wants to be Dardai. What is the word says? No. Plus some Dardai to Dardai. That's true. That's something. That's a bad day. Bad day. The bad day actually. You must have said it was Kevin. Bad day was Kevin. Same year was Kevin. And also bad day that was that you tired. You must have been in the concert. Everything that comes up. And look at our partnership in the multi-dollar shipping on the foot of the podcast. Okay, that's the kind of that. So again, it's just we are saturated. We can cover about say again, you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffocation from the right thing. You have to understand that what does that mean to get to that level? With the halacha would say, and the halacha says, this guy certainly is the right thing. Our suffer does not leave untried focus in his possession. When the moment it comes in his possession, it gets tied. And therefore there's no stomach in that guy, there's only that guy and that guy. Incredible. See, like, we know how good he is. You know, it's like suffix to suffix. Interesting enough, really is a suffix and a suffix house, so what does that mean? Have shared the Allah to level share. Possible that the suffix is not doing himself like the Lord share, so earlier, yeah. The Allah, Ma'adid Adam had to do also. The Ma'adid for the most shalom, to make sure that the Mishapay for him to all kind of secure and nice. I thought it was an interesting case. And each technically speaking is nice control, type of control. What's the type of control? That's what it's all thinking about it now. In order for Kobe to be subject to typing applications, there has to be what's called the yes bias, right? It has to come into the home. It has to come into the home through a limited, whatever device. Technically speaking, if you were to do your Kobe series, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exact. These nicer exact. Now again, there are limitations on that also. And the Gemara says over here, there's really no such thing that's not going to be that why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go for that, maybe it's a suffix if the public finds it or not, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to this niceness. Why? But it's possible that literally you're getting used in this legal loophole of bringing it through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so you want to say, well, it's like an 87 looking about it. So remember, the way is questioning this peaceful. Like, you want to put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was a suffix motion negate that. Like that ultimately you get a possibility cannot change the reality of a certain incident. So you have to really that true. You are dead, I will be there. I'm not really that nice if you also shall not capital case. Not a nice if you also shall not. It's an act of the very interesting case where there was a story of a maid servant. But also, again, one thing, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's up, a Nazi? She said, well, you're a traveler on one of these stuff. A very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Europe. Okay, what happened? She had given label about it. She had a miscarriage. And I will say, you just doing it up. It was coming that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to tell you, and they don't. But if you just think, oh, okay, it's a long time. It is also a problem. You just stay there in the nondescript time period. You know what's in the halacha is you have to carry a label, you have to carry a miscarried baby, but without trust, do not carry a baby. You do not do that. Carry the rebel, you do not carry the mark. For a variety of reasons, also just from like a mental health perspective, it is quite important as also it is on how people parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief. As I want it to be, I want this to be ongoing life loss. So how it's going to happen is she miscarried. And she put the miscarriage in her face. She won't point to the face. Point to the Lord, and obviously so it happened, and she told her the gift. Now, why did the police feel over the day? Look at himself that he so you have to ask the car, and then you also have a woman gives birth, and if you have done this part, depending on when this part occurred, it could be 2 months later. It could be between a great associated, but now, with the relationship of 2 months later, depends on what? Boy as well. So the coin closure episode, in order to see was the makeup, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. The ball might say, what's the problem here? The problem is that curious over the bit, what did the coin essentially do? 2 months old. 2 months old. Remember again, 2 months old. Of course, I could be contracted in 2 ways. You could be fucking aloof. Together with the niece, or the roof over the base. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I was sitting next to a corpse underneath the side, but I lean over the corpse, I am the OL. So here's the funny one, I leaned over the cake. The scenes in a boy or girl, or whatever, you go my signal of 100, this episode came for the coming. The Tiamino, if they shut the door, the cars and listen to each other. And they're retired. They're retired, largely retired, going, because ultimately, I feel this was a place where there were weasels and animals there, and the reality is they probably talked to the sky.
Probably 700 or 57.
It was like the fact that it's even something goes, something the cost is something that was in the divided. Because in this case, here's the case of that. What's about that? The ship doesn't want to have miscarriage, and she placed the baby in the bed. What's the something? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do we see from there? The Lord says, and yet we see that the suffix trumps the Vadaik. Right? The suffix changes reality even in the case of the Vadaik to the point that again, if I think the coin is not solid, coin is not solid, so you see from there, but suffix can go ahead and trump a Vadaik. The Lord says, no, what it's in the feeling of bar, make a bar, have a email, which people immediately of the bar. The Lord says, no. What happened over here is that the coin sees the ship called throwing something that looked like the in other words, that she miscarried and placed it in the bar. Rather again, he saw what appeared to be being placed in the car by this woman. So it's a second to begin with. What's most likely, but that's not what it is. Muhammad is authenticated. Because the Gemara said that you can't peer over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the Gemara says, how can the word is to say? Later, it wasn't later, it wasn't Mila, it later. So first of all, he was looking at the Rabbi to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or the Rabbi said, look at it, just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, last that she expelled miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. So he was first of all looking over the front to see was it an AFL or not. If it's on an AFL, if it was an AFL, then he did that. If it was an AFL, later in stuff like that, to see if it was a boy or girl. So in fact, this wasn't the case of God and something. Rather again, this was a case of something and something. So again, something whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that would be something ultimately again, maybe an animal taking a baby, but it's a possibility is they would check on the Bible, it's Mitzvah Shah, not that guy. The other possibility is no, once you have a place, we learn there's a food in the Bible, is that these animals there, they definitely flag away whatever was expelled from the pit. Okay, so it's a slave, so here's the cash up. So again, so just one over just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of being suffered once it indeed that ultimately again holds. But in halacha, we accept is principle. Any self-approach that you do about that. But if you have two pieces of information in front of you, one is a suffix and one is a vadai. The vadai piece of information determines the reality, and the suffix piece of information does not undermine that reality. So let's say again, just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why how do we get into this? I find a piece of broken avodah zarah, right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or an image that I know is definitely worship as idolatry. So I find a piece and I use it. So the answer is no. Why not? That's what I know. Why? Is that the vadai that this was avodah zarah. Suffix maybe the akum actively decommissioned it. Decommissioned it, and if I can't use it right, because the suffix that maybe the akum decommissioned it doesn't change the reality of the vadai that this was definitely avodah zarah. Like I said, just to point out how powerful this is so based on a hashkafic level as well. Because in suffix multimedia vadai, you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny in one phrase. This is it. Over the years, like over the millennia, we have faced so many statements. Like, will you survive? This is an existential threat. All of this will say is so interesting that both of us were going to be on chatting to Usher Rice. He said, he said so many beautiful things. One thing that I thought that was very shocking was he spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, using an existential threat. The Qatar itself. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind, I said to myself, there was never an existential threat about Israel. It was scary for a moment, but obviously, the Rothschild says it, it's very slow. It takes our social curriculum over the years, over the centuries. There's been many stages, but we faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it? Are we going to weather this storm? Just less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffering, must be a vadai. What's the vadai? The Rothschild says, Am Yisrael is an Am Ha'ametz. As a Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the vadai. That's the vadai. That's the vadai. And therefore, what holds us over even times of difficulty is suffering what's needed. Suffering. What about suffering with the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the suffering shapes. There are so many stages that have presented themselves to the companies. Another suffering, opening our meaning of titles, and another suffering always arises. But rest assured, each suffering makes it either bad. No suffering could undermine the vadai, the certainty of the eternality of Klal Yisrael. That's ultimately the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. Halachically, as well as Hashkafi. It's not even goes back. So it says, remember again, embedded in all of this is this Hashkafi to your own selfish. So here's what I know. And again, we'll talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission Avodah Zarah, right? In other words, an atom to be in a backup is Avodah Zarah. The shaila is, how does it do it? So Rothschild says, it must be what is called active shaitan, and Rothschild just says, even passive shaitan. So let's now go back to our other 8 state. Listen to this. And you want to see this in the Mishkan as well. So, that's it. I'm sorry, thank you. Basically, much of the time we say, thank you. Much of the time we say, the time is right up, how it was. Let's go back to the story. say, if you find the image of a hand or image of a foot, ultimately again it's also. It's also, so the Gemara says, "Mipnei shekiyotzi b'hem ne'evad." Why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, "Amai, how are you? That hashvarim name." So let's say that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on the shlokish. She says, "You don't even ask me on the shlokish. Your shlokish according to you should be totally mutter, right? Because someone says shlokish. Once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actually broken or the idol broke on its own, an apple doesn't worship an idol like that. You know, again, what's always been Shlokish's logic? Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? Because the US is not taking much more, so now I need it, not the only of the seaside. So this is another again, is what we said yesterday. The piece of the hand in the pole is the piece ultimately when it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a self, almost like a self-sufficient is the wrong word. But it's own type of idolatry. Okay, it's like known as Rabbi only become the Rabbi is come to Rabbi Shachamero, it's very faithful. See more of this later. And the Rabbi speaking the Rabbi is on Avodah Zarah. So ultimately again, the Avodah Zarah of his friend. Meaning, any Achim can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, even without my brothers, Hashem shall all be covered. The rest is actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. Actually, excuse me, the Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Isn't that fascinating? Right? So, can you build and decommission any form of idolatry? Okay? And Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. So when you say, so am I, to have you that both comes from Shalom and that. But why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Right? Really, again, according to Shlokish, you, according to that should work. Rabbi Shepascha, what's the case over here? The case over here is where Yisrael dented the other Mokashim. So what's interesting, what the Gemara suggesting is, denting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Denting where the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission. The rest is what's happening. Pascha, my hobby, Rothschild, Pascha, Pascha, that's not true. We learned that again, if you dent an idolatry, even though again all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, we have all these other bottle. How do you read the Pascha of the Common? Pascha Yisrael Bottle. Ultimately, you're right. If he actually goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if he still dents the idolatry, that does not negate it. You must have Rabbi says, we all know, keep Pascha Yisrael Bottle, which is a very important thing. This is like this. In reality, even when Yisrael dents the denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you still dents it, it's okay. So what's the issue? Why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. First, Ella, Zera. There's a Zera. What's the Zera? Dilma man below the Hadim of Asherah. What's the great issue? In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? A Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he dents it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say that? What are we concerned about? Is to this. We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up like getting ready, let's say, to smash it, but to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, right, that's an act of Hagbar. What does Hagbar do? Hagbar acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Zara of the Jew. Once it becomes the Zara of the Jew, the Havi Avodas Kochavam B'Yad Yisrael, the Chol Avodas Kochavam B'Yad Yisrael, Una B'Tila V'Om. So this is absolutely wild. It's actually wild. We are going to see exactly why this is. This is a Gemara in 10 from now on many days. But again, right now we'll just quote the principle. The principle is any apple that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So watch what's happening over here. Any Yisrael, technically speaking, decommission of Avodah Zarah, yeah, how can you decommission it? You can break it, you can take it, but Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are you concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to pick it up, right? Picking on Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker. He lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he, I don't know why I'm mounting Avodah Zarah here, right? Once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the year. Avodah Zarah of the year ultimately cannot be, you can't be backwards, you can't decommission it. Therefore, again, ultimately, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, we want to try to avoid is Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How do Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. Therefore, you must say, after you show the Avodah the people of our hands dropping lift our tears. So let's say, just by the way, this whole idea over here of Avodah Zarah, okay, we're talking about it. Shemot this house. After Shehidi Avodah two things. Let's go to After who brought stones Marcos, right? What's Marcos? Marcos is an Avodah Zarah that is essentially Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So an apple takes stones from Marcos, and what does he do? The people of our hands drop in big tortillas with flowers. And what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones, and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers. Like the pavers, and he uses them to make the streets. So what's halacha? We tell us the stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, halacha and Raisa is actively decommissioning them through using them for mundane use. It's such a but again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcos and builds it into the road, ultimately, again, it's not decommissioned. You can't use that road, you can't get one up because it's Avodah Zarah. And my Jewish, but why is that? So why did he say it so again? So you're going to ask Turkish. Why should this be any worse? Ultimately, again, in Avodah Zarah, that broke on its own. And when Jewish Turkish Avodah Zarah, shared on its own, ultimately is decommissioned. Jewish people says, no, Hachanami Kibbutz. And also, it's just as Rabbi said before. Rabbi said essentially, a Jew can't decommission Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. See what we have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew is going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see if never actually means never. Maybe said he knows the catch now. All the Kocham Shishiba Avodah Kocham Mitzvah. So listen to this. Listen. Every Kocham Shishiba Avodah Kocham. So what's the name of the box? You have Avodah Zarah, and you shave the Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, so actually points out that, for example, an Asherah tree, right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the Asherah tree. So what's the status of the shavings? The Gemara says, if ultimately and the atom is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shitty Rabbi because he wants to, I don't know, make a backfire, whatever it is. But Sarko, ultimately again, he's doing it for himself, and he, the Shikuyeha Mutari, both the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the Avodah tree for the Akum's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah. So, okay. You know, it says, however, it's taking shavings off the tree, that's he's pruning the tree. Right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's here Surah the Shikuyeha Mutari. Ultimately again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately again, then here Surah, the tree is still also the Shikuyeha Mutari, but ultimately again the shavings will be mutter. The squash, the sheep five are still coming, but if the snow takes shavings, right, takes pieces off of the actual tree, they with Sarko, they with Sarko, he will Shikuyeha Asu. Whether the Israel is doing this against his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately again, the Avodah, the tree itself, and the shavings remain mutter. Once again, the other answers for such a nine, they have the type of why should this be any different? Right? There's such according to you, you should be no different than an Avodah Zarah that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, it breaks like as you said, it's decommissioned. So what's what in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. To which the Lord said, the Rabbi. So we'll say once again, we keep on bringing up Rabbi. What does Rabbi say? Once again, Rabbi is of the opinion, essentially, we don't want Jews decommissioning Rabbi. And so why? There's too much of a roll of the dice, because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? You end up acquiring it, and therefore again, it can never be, it can do no good. You'll see, but you'll see where she'll take result in the action, not to the what's actually our next mission. Our next mission that I'm see this Hashem. So Rabbi Yossi says, or say, or two translation that show me result in the action. If you find the Avodah Zarah, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. And also, we want to keep this talking about if you find that Avodah Zarah made up of metal. So what you do is grind it up, scatter it, scatter it to the wind, or throw it to the sea. You know, it says, Amulo, Akim Ashazel, and you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It can become fertilizer. So it's what it says, well, you drop the earth from the wind. You're not getting it. Plus, it says, moving, you can't retain any part of Avodah Zarah for your own use. So it's but I'm not once again, if you open aspect of Shlokish, I'm not. They have the Avodah becomes Nishkava Me'elecha, but once again, why? It's always 20 people should be fine. 20 people Shlokish, even if Avodah Zarah breaks on its own, ultimately it is decommissioned. So in this case, a blind can also be a decommissioning. So who cares even if it does act as fertilizer? It's not Avodah Zarah fertilizer, to which they must talk. And let me keep it up. Once again, I'm both saying keep all roads keep leading back to Rabbi. Ultimately, again, was concerned that if the Jews involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by the Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. This way, WFC Ben Yisrael Omer, Matzah, Suras Dako, the Rosh Hashanah, what's the interesting case over here? Let's see, you find it. Because of the dragon. You see that much respect. Now, we're also going to see a dragon is one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. That is cut off. So therefore, Safek Obi Kohamu Fatfo, Safek Kishav Fatfo, Mutter, I'm not sure did a Jew decapitate the dragon? Right, or did Akum? It's Mutter. It's Mutter. You know, so on the other hand, that guy you saw also, but you saw is one color, it's also, you know, says I'm not. having Kavodas for why should this be any different? Or is this something? So why should be any different than a case? Ultimately, again, the Avodas are that grow on its own. Once again, the Gemara says we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of rights. Essentially, to begin to see the theme over here. We don't want Jews to bother them on the side at all, even if it's a commission on the right side. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. If a Chazal was enough to the point that even the commission of the Jews doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. Basically, from your see on that, afterwards you are supposed to be Masai Shamin, with name Shamin, you know, Sharat's fine. So it's an interesting case over here. So this halacha makes is the following case. We're going to see this also. All these understand, so we'll see later on. Halacha is in general looks like that about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath an shade tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the shade tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. Right? So therefore, you can't plant in the summertime, however. In the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, you know, wants us to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath a shade tree during the rainy season. Rabbi says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? If you're shining no shares already. Because what can happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So I'm not sure watch falling leaves be a problem. After all, you have a couple of the countries that are in the once again, in Turkish, fallen leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. I mean, quite curious about this. If an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's bottled. So too, if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be bottled. Surely, I'm a fertilizer. Which was a shiny hot sun, the Ikra Avodas go up in Kayanis. No, in the case of the fallen leaves, why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf because the Zolite identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You must well say other days, when there's 42 would be, the Gemara says, what about the case of shavings? That would write the Asherah tree shavings. We have all that stuff coming by. And that's where once again, the primary part of the Avodah, i.e. the tree still exists. Is you can try to get that principle side, you said, with Sarha. Yes, we say that even in the case, ultimately, again, when you're pruning the tree for the benefit of the tree remains also. But ultimately, again, the shape is on the dirt. We will give it to honor. We should in Avodas Kachavim B'Hila. Ultimately, we always say for the simple reason because in Avodah you can't be Greek. In Avodah you cannot be Greek. When it is functioning normal, natural way. So since there is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. The Gemara says, Ace, they were saying, well, should we look like this? So up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan to Rish Lakish. So we're going to go side. Rabbi Yochanan focuses on one simple case, and Avodah Zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zarah bottled or not? Rabbi Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Rish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right? Or passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire Amid has been Rabbi Yochanan questioning Rish Lakish. Now we switch gears. So Rish Lakish asked the council, and Rabbi Yochanan didn't go. Time should you're going to hagfish. Well, now you go there. It's an interesting case here. If you have a tree, now the tree belongs to hagfish, right? The tree belongs to the in the flesh. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? Well, now in Olamar, you really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed a mitzvah. Now listen. So again, Rashi says over here, second Rashi in the top. That's the Rabbi. So you can't get benefit, the Rabbanon, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, you did get benefit from the nest. Ultimately, again, it's not to me. Fine. So you realize that's not right. But also, what about if the nest is on the top of an Asherah tree? The same case. I have an Asherah tree, on the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest, so what can I do? Yachtis bakana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest, ultimately again with a piece of wood, and therefore you go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. So let's say, you know what I'm saying? Yachtis bakana. I'm sorry. Let's say Yachtis bakana. Hasar Adaikha. He goes to Mishpah. Okay, this is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But if you have all those other trees, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and get back to the nest. Now, says, what is the bird built in the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest in the Asherah tree is being built from wood or from wood. Is from the Asherah tree, right? And yet, what does the Imam say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. Right? You see from here, what do you see from here? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's definition. So the Gemara says, Hasar Adaikha, he goes to Shabbat. The assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. The Kakami, Yachtis bakana, and yet the nest is mutter. So here's why she says, this supports my assertion that broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, no. However, let's hear what's the case. You go into icy. It's in the Alma, the case of not necessarily. That's not a how birds make nests. That's how birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the Asherah tree, but it did not gather the materials or the nest from the Asherah tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. Taken on the Bikani, carrying hectares. So again, what's the lie for that? The lie for that is look at the hectares. What happened to the hectares? The hectares is what do you want to say about the birds now, or about the bird's nest? No nanning or about the tree. No nanning about the nest, sorry. No nanning or more. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest, but if you feel you did not commit milah, in other words, let's analyze this. On the fish with the icy eats in the Alma, we're talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from material in the belt, right outside of the hectare tree, and you kind of got the hectare going there in the below more. So that would make sense. No nanny in the Rabbi. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefits from that nest. Right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectare. tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But it's with Rabbanon, and also the Ramah and the Midoraisa. So there's no Mehila. Why is there no Mehila? Why is there no Mehila? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectic tree, but from the outside, the nest itself was not subject to Mehila. But again, once they halakha and Mesa, the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the hectic tree, and what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest is hectic. So this hectic ultimately again, so you're not allowed to benefit from it, and it's Mehila Midoraisa. This the Gemara says. So therefore, you are suggesting it seems to be clear that halakha relates with doing both cases in the Asherah tree and in the hectic tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the hectic tree, which the Gemara says not necessarily. The Gemara says, so what's a midila? It's actually quite possible. Both of these cases ultimately are saying in hectic case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hectic tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hectic tree, then why is that nest not awesome with the less? What's going on over here? Which the Gemara says, listen to this, what's the case over here? How could you hear about the Asai Kosa? So this is a fascinating scenario which we'll get to. When you master something, right? So obviously the item as it is hectic. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hectic as well? So what's a great example of this? A tree. I'm not this a tree, on Tuesday. And then 2 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growth. Are those new branches and growths subject to the hectic designation or not? That is a machlokas. That is called Gidulin Haboim La'acham. Growth which occurs after the designation. So once they look on that over here is the bird, so I was not this the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took the twigs from the new growth. So that made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest hectic. That's enough focus. You might see the Kasaba, and the author of this place, and author of this Mishnah holds that Allah Mesa, the hectic designation only developed upon the tree that the existence at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hectic, and therefore, again, the nest is mutter. Incredible. Rabbi Abba, Rabbi Yochanan, my yak is ultimately, what is it mean? What does it mean that it's not to nest down and get benefit from the nest? That's broken. It doesn't mean the nest, the nest itself. That the nest is awesome. The nest is awesome in both cases because it's made of a shela or because it's made of a hectic tree. Either way, it's awesome. So what can you get benefit from? The chicks. But when we say knock down the nest, it means it's get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. That's what we're about that broke in the time we call it. And you could have tried out both cases, both to the Ashir case as well as the hectic tree. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps, you can't get benefit from the nest itself. Especially presenting itself as a case where the nest is being made from the hectic tree or the nest is being made from the Asherah tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, it will go with the opinion that whatever grows from trees is going to be hectic or avodah. So what the case, why am I knocking down the nest? And that's the nest for sure, but rather what? For the chicks, or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The Beitzim kind of switch. Let's listen to what the Shir says. Says, for the chicks, it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be usher. But I'll say, now, why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The Beitzim kind of said usher, Shechshichin Iman, the Gaza Bahan Rabban Ka'al Asma. So what's the next? Quite fascinating. Eggs are usher. Why are eggs usher? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A equals B, and B equals C, then A equals C, which means that halacha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, we are going to be asked us. Isn't this fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over here. But we might suggesting maybe in all these cases the nest is us. Why is the nest us? Because we're talking about a case where the nest was made from the Asherah tree or from the Hektish tree. So the nest is going to be us. Nest is going to be us. So what does it mean when the verse says, take a stick, knock down the nest and get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. You know, so the reason comes from Rashi, Frokin, Shatzit, and Iman, the dates and double. This is very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So which makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the trees, and therefore halacha l'maisa and therefore eggs. It turns out that over here, with the case of the nest on top of the Asherah tree, the Hektish tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless. Right? By the other Bible, what can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So even you can't get benefit from the nest because there's concern that the nest itself is made from the Asherah tree or from the Hektish tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks. Right? Halacha l'maisa said that is going to be mutter. Right? Right, so you get from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. We'll stop over for today, but again, let me just say the halacha l'maisa. So look, actually, we'll say, I won't read it tomorrow, actually, already. So we'll pick up when we'll finish off with the halacha l'maisa different shtakish. Like, what do we do in that matter? What do we pass in, right? And then in Yom Hashem, we'll continue Yom Hashem, the benches in Avodah Zarah, shkach everywhere. Right, headlines, have a great day. All right, I want to say good morning, Rabbi. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning to thank our annual on-call sponsors, listeners of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating Ovishim Trustos this year as its course, the Soros Telos and Yisrael. Our Bartolo sponsors for the month of Av are following the October season of women's racing in honor of their parents, Israel Treason, Nina Treason, Ivy Rose's wife, and memory of Stanley Rose's wife, running sponsors Abby and Joe Hirsch, with appreciation to share the entire love for the Hayalim, the Swiss and the Hayalim, and all of those sacrificing And Reish and Goro were the shown as the only special for today, which for the other side of Aye believe then America from Goro. All of this was not now even the family stuff. All of this was the police of the province investigation with Humel has to be shown up and the current allow our police soldiers to be successful with all of us. So that has been about someone a lot to do today. Today's that is in days. Today's that is in days. We have nothing else on then 12 days, 41 feet. And we left off doing something most music which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, about 2 points of fundamental. But again, in yesterday's that we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call mortizar. What's the famous two terms? Slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Zara, Salak Melissa, where it says that if you find pieces of Allah Zara, essentially you still have to take them off. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an akum decommission them or not? That's not right now. An akum, and we're going to discuss this more in case gap. An akum does have the ability to decommission that whole color, but it has now again. Then we have makot to look on the focus. Do you need active decommissioning or is it even be passive? But again, we'll get back to that. That's our overarching message here. So the opener says you have to be active decommissioning. But says even passive decommissioning, not community will use the item falls over by itself and break. For the opener, still an item, according to this function, has lost its reality to a state point. So we'll say again, that's why these pieces are lost loss. If you find some something on the image, it's going to be open. Why is it open? Because it's a spec state. What's the spec state? Well, something number one is maybe it's never good. That's number one. Number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worship, maybe it's so the idea for each coming back to the result is the reason why it would be a genre. It does not work. Because a lot of things we say is something emotionally bad. Ultimately, again, it's something that maybe, decommission doesn't go ahead and use it out to decide that he was a homosexual. That was question. That is maybe something mostly you like that. Is that true? That a something, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality we're facing. What about following on time? You have very few episodes. Cover series, and yet we go in the way of chaos. Let's say cover died. And again, we can translate special show to a member of our shield from South Africa by the name of Blue Meltzer, Blue Meltdown. Another member of our shield is Glasgow. Hashem, you know, that just in this case, just like autism around the world. So you can message me by email. I translated the cover 2 days ago as uncovered, which is it's not really a fair definition. Last week, remember again, 2 days ago, I go ahead and translate cover as a person who is careful with the laws of Tamil Taro. Even the Taro. Even again, even what not a sacrifice, he is not completely in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with service messages. So that's definition of a cover. So it was interesting to me and ask why do you call it a cover? Like cover means friends. What's the fact of that? Perhaps these soldiers like this. He's a cover. Cover is someone who's just searching out for extra talent. He's looking for extra purity. That's his looking for. At the end of the day, one of the was Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of Kara. Even if you don't have to eat in a state of Kara, you're not obligated to eat your unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. Cover is someone who thirsts for power so much that he seeks out those standards in areas where ultimately he's not compensated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a person who wants to be dirty into areas that he's not obligated to do so, such a person is a threat, I believe. That's a but that's what Baruch says. Someone who wants to in their life so badly that he's willing to take on scriptures in areas of ritual purity. That's the power that he doesn't have to. That's a hope. That's a friend of this perhaps even to a certain degree a higher level of the top problem. Because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable, inherently enjoyable, beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. It's even the time which puts upon himself additional things because he wants power. That's the power. He wants purity. That's a friend that has to be emotional. So the Gemara says, "Father Shemiz, we yet before we let go." So Father guys, it's Father guys, and after you guys get stuck in the basket, what's the issue? What's the issue? What's the issue is we don't know whether or not they can time. The Gemara says, even if not if you just harvested them that day, or even the best that's with this one is a chazaka, ultimately again that they are already tied. But I know exactly. In that day, something got swindled. Something was swindled. I was saying, what's the case? Here's the case of the bad guy. What's the bad guy? What's the bad guy? The certainty was they were kept. That's for sure, right? That was untied focus. Because why is that a bad guy? Because everything's got kept as untied focus. So you have the bad guy that it was untied. Sunday, maybe the cover did tie it. What do you see here? There's a must be something from the whole bad guy. And what do you see here? That also will kick in a something possibility that tried to goes ahead and override the bad guy that certainly was Shepard. So you see something close to the bad guy. Which the Gemara says no. Plus some bad guy is bad guy. That's not true. That's not something bad guy. That's a bad guy and bad guy. What is bad guy asks you. The Gemara says the same way stand up. Bad guy is stand up. So here is stand up. And also bad guy that's what? That he tied with. He wants to give you Kamina comes out. Everything comes out. Kazokra al-Haber She'ina Mosi Daber She'ina So again, interesting fascinating. With the cover what's that again? Can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no second that you've done the right thing? You have to understand, what does that mean to get to that level? With the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. Our cover does not include untied focus. It's in his possession. When the moment it comes in his possession, it is fixed by, and therefore there's no suffix in bad guy, there's only bad guy and bad guy. Incredible. Levi's whatever possibility is. You know what it says? Suffix to suffix. Interestingly enough, neither is a suffix and a suffix house, so exactly. Afshar, the Abba, is a Rothschild. Possible that the prophet did not to himself like a Rothschild, as the other Rothschild. The Amar, Ma'adim Adam Al-Tfil also. We must be certain notes Shalom, Kaddish take the hand to tell it to Kenny and myself. As well as it's an interesting case. There is technically speaking a nice sort of typing report. What's the typing report? That's it also the how it is now. In order for produce to be subject to typing obligations, there has to be what's called the yes rabbi. Like it has to come into the home. Through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Now you get the limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, if you know something that's going to be bad, why? Because If you want to go into that, maybe it's a suffix if the cover tied there or not. It's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to the semester's. Why? Because it's possible that little bit here used this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so we might say 1 second, ain't something not to read about it. So remember, the way is questioning this principle. Like, you do not put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was a something don't say new day about that. Right? Don't give the idea of possibility can't change the reality of a certainty. Of a certainty. So what's really is that you are